TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemiWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
We've got just what you need right here at FemiWatch Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Arton Kame. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
I'm Gode Odidi, the CEO of Mindset Media and Achievers Gabo Limited. Mindset Media is all about celebrating people from nobody to somebody. We celebrate excellence, we celebrate innovation, we're also celebrating networking people from one part of the country to another. Oh yeah, the events about Global Mindset Media Achiever Excellence Awards, celebrating people with integrity. We celebrate our 10th anniversary at Lekki Noventa Hotel, Lagos, last Sunday. And I can tell you that this is the first time we are giving an award to non-Nigerians from Syria alone. They're based in US, and most of our awardees were from abroad, you know. This is the first time we did that, and this event was so fantastic that you know what boss said, it's beyond me, because the crowd we're expecting 150 guests, but we had over 250 guests. The hall we wanted to use is not the hall we wanted to use, but God did it one way. We used the hall of 1.2 million naira, where at least the 1,000 capacity could reach everybody, and everybody were so happy. The mindset I was about being inspired by God. I started from Ajigule to First SOUQ. Actually, we started from a church venue because we cannot afford a venue then. That was 2011. But consistency, determination, perseverance took us to where we are. We have been doing the program at SOUQ. In 2001, I just made a prophetic statement that I'm taking this program out of SOUQ to Lekki. One of the guests that came and one of the awardees told me, said, that November, he reminded me, December, said, what you said, you have to fulfill it. And last year we did it, but I can tell you this year was fantastic because I've received calls all over the world. People are telling me that this program is beyond. Even people are now beginning to nominate. As I'm telling you now, we have already have people nominating for the next award. So the program is all about networking. I did something again that day. Everybody in that program, like what Mindset Median, everybody's equal, whether you are rich, you are poor. We had our guests, and I told them publicly that everybody should network. Everybody should collect each person's number to network. Tell them your business. Even my team, I advertise them what you are doing for a living so that people can contact you. So Mindset Media is about connecting people, their businesses, anything they are doing, but they must be credible, they must have integrity, they must have professionalism. Yes, the individual that received the award, from different categories. We have people from the business world, the technology. We have people from politics. We have, and the way we nominate the people, we have a style we're doing nominating our people on website, and we have our website. We advertise your name. If you are nominated, we throw it to the public. We started our nominations that was June. Our nomination was open by June, so we started nominating people. The nomination came over 700 nominees, but we have to select them with my team to 31 because we discovered that we can't just give everybody an award. People were ready to pay, but we said we are not giving award based on money. But because of the economic hardship, we have to say, okay, let them have a standard. We have gold table, we have a platinum table, where each of the awardees they sat down, and we did a lot of things to improve humanity in this award. Oh, this award this year, I'm very flabbergasted. Let me use that. I'm super excited because this year award was fantastic because when I met our boss here, the first day I came here, we discussed. I was super excited because this year award was fantastic. People are calling me all over the world because I have not seen that. I discovered the award has grown beyond me. As what boss said, it has grown beyond me because even my team, we couldn't even meet up the people, the guests, and I was surprised. And we did so many things what we have not done before, because in every year of our awards, every mistake we have done, we improve on it the next year. But this year we did something very fantastic. We brought things that world-class awards, Headies awards. We brought classic things into the system. He now made it look so great that people were saying, is it God or this? Somebody was asking, do I do ritual? We're asking, what happened? Even people saw the picture. People are still calling me from Sweden. People calling me for UK, telling me that, are you the one doing this award? You did an excellent job. What we did is that we have to go through a lot of people who are experienced, like Mr. Victor Oluwafemi, a lot of people who believes in my dream. I listen to their advice. I even listen to the advice of my team. And so as young as them, when they brought the ideas, I said, okay, let's work on it. And those ideas work for us. So, and at the end of the day, we did so many things. When you look at the economy and look at such an event put together, so if our people went home and they are thanking God today too. You see, it's a very big problem in Nigeria, searching for a good leader. The economic hardship is not helping matter. And today, for you to see young people driving leadership force is very difficult now because they have made the system so very poor that you have to think about your stomach first before you talk about quality leadership. And this situation is that it all depends on youth like us who are I resigned from my political appointment. I had a political appointment. I was supposed to be in Abuja with a senator who won the election. I was the chief press secretary. I have to resign because I discovered that my vision was so great. I don't want to sit down somewhere waiting for political salary and other stuff, killing my vision that I've built for 13 years. I have to resign to enter the streets, which I am. So to build leaders, it will take years because, first of all, let's look at how Nigeria was given. It was a foreigner that gave Nigeria this name, Florence Shaw. That means everything we are doing in Nigeria is foreign. We cannot live without foreign things. So you don't expect quality leadership at this moment because we are not really electing the right leaders in the right positions. If, for example, the last elections, Nigerians came out and voted. If our votes are counted, Nigeria can decide that this is the person we want. If you make any mistake, we'll tell you, go out of the leadership. But it's not like that. So it will take some years because the system has impoverished, have made many people poor. So when they see money, they can say anything. They can support anybody they like. But I'm praying that by God's grace in my generation and other generations coming, they should also look at how you as a youth must be self-employed. Self-employed means that you should, when you see something that is wrong, say it out. Even though somebody is paying you salary, tell the person this thing is wrong. So if we're able to have such leaders in place, Nigeria will have a better leadership, but it will take years. First of all, you must be educationally equipped. The level we are now, we're in the social media era. Social media can teach you good, bad, ugly, and so on. You can expose yourself to many training skills. The reason why our youth remain where we are not ready to learn. We know it all. We have a lot of youth. At this age, I've written over 14 books. And this time around, my books sold so much in this the program where people want to read. I was surprised that Nigerians are still reading, despite the hardship. So people want to read, people want to learn, people want new things. So I'm advising the youth now, try to be self-independent, have integrity, build yourself for tomorrow. Don't allow any political leader to take you unaware. So if we can build ourselves, I'm telling you, the future is bright for the youth.
The city of Agbo has been home to many illustrious sons and daughters of this nation, from legal luminaries, industry leaders, business moguls, sportsmen and women, the academia, entertainers, political juggernauts, to mention but a few. Because of its peculiar location, connecting the southeastern to northwestern Nigeria, it is a melting pot of both commercial and agricultural services with a diverse population of residents and settlers. When Dickens Ogeneruemu Patrick Sanomi courted and eventually married the delectable Mabel Iyabo Sanomi, little did he know that their fifth child, Igor Charles Sanomi, who was born 17 May 1975, was going to place the Sanomi family name on the world map for the very right reasons. Dickens was the second vice president of the Urobo Progressive Union, UPU, and an Assistant Inspector General Police, AIG, in the Nigerian Police Force. His mother was a Yeye Jemo tribal chief of the Ishotun Ijesha Kingdom in Osun State, and also a nurse. Patrick's father did practice law in England before returning to Nigeria. Igor obtained his bachelor's degree in geology and mining from the University of Jos. Like many before him, achieving the level of stride he has made didn't come by sheer wishes. His interest in the oil and gas sector was sparked in his final year at the university. He had a friend who interned in a local physical oil trading company, First Furs, and every day that he came back, he talked unendingly about the things he had learned and the prospects in the oil and gas sector. Overwhelmed by the persistent talks by his friend, if you call it that, the desire for physical trading grew on him, creating a lasting impression on him. So while many of his colleagues daydreamed about the prospect of working in one of the major oil and gas companies in the country, after graduation, the prospect of trading never left him for a second. In his final year at the university, he voraciously read everything on physical trading he could lay his hands on, looking for a more appropriate time to get into the business. He did find the opening he was looking for. Back then, it was common for local Nigerian businessmen to bid for fuel import contracts from the state-owned oil company, and then, upon winning the contracts, they resold the contracts to foreign oil trading companies for a tidy sum without lifting a finger. But for him, this was the break he had anticipated for a long time. He set out to get some of these businessmen who won the contract and offered them a mouth-watering deal they couldn't resist. Igor is the founder of Talaveras, a $2 billion company. Now, if you heard his feat, you would have thought it was but a walk in the park. But if only you look closely, you will know it is far from that. Talaveras at its prime moved more than 170 million barrels of crude oil and oil products yearly, and has upstream and downstream assets in a number of African countries. For many who are close to him, Igor is rather media shy. The company in 2008 began to appear on the radar of the most Nigerians when it stated that its offshore trading arm hit a turnover exceeding $2 billion. In 2005, during the oil bidding round organized by the Ministry of Petroleum Resources, Talaveras won 2 oil blocks. Then, following a crude swap arrangement with SOUQ Oil Incorporated, a subsidiary of NNPC, Talaveras also benefited. In the same vein, Talaveras in 2013 acquired a stake in the 900 megawatt Afam power plant in Rivers State. Additionally, in 2014, the company invested a minority stake in the IOTO consortium that acquired prolific OML-29 from Shell. Local companies that had the capacity to engage in the oil sector were strongly encouraged to participate in the bid for government tenders. In April 2022 of 2010, the Local Content Act became law and Talaveras met the criteria. True to his nature, he expressly said that he had never at any point obtained any contract through dubious means. With nothing left but faith, hope and trust in the future, Eagle plunged ahead after he failed to make the list of successful bidders for the 2017/2018 crude oil term contract when it was announced in January 2017. This was one of the unsovereign moments in his career. When Talaveras didn't get renewal of its crude for products exchange, which it had operated for 3 years by the then President Goodluck Jonathan's administration. This dealt a big blow to Talaveras because it had earlier entered forward contracts and base revenue projection models on it. Many who long awaited its fall thought long and hard how Talaveras was going to replace these revenue streams. But like a phoenix from the ashes, Talaveras rose to the occasion by going back to the drawing board to re-strategize. It structured and engaged its international creditors. This led to matters assuming a legal configuration, and there were many out-of-court resolving of matters. He admitted to Talaveras having gone through a series of challenges, also that his affairs in Nigeria have been largely misunderstood by many. For those who have wondered what else this driven young man invests his time in when he's not transacting business deals, it definitely is something that gives him fulfillment beyond pecuniary gains, philanthropy. In 2011, he founded the Dickens Sanomi Foundation, DSF, in honor of his father. This foundation supports people in education and health across the length and breadth of Nigeria. Also, it supports autism awareness initiatives and donates to humanitarian disasters across Nigeria and Africa, donating millions of dollars every year in the support of these endeavors. Owing to his selfless behavior, he's been recognized twice by renowned institute, Choiseul, based in France, topping the ranks of the Choiseul 100 economic leaders under 40 who will play a vital role in the economic development of Africa. For a man renowned for pushing his limits, one would have thought he was everywhere in the eyes of the public, but the reverse is the case for Igor, who is notoriously known for staying away from the spotlight. In 2014, he was awarded a Papal Medal of His Holiness Pope Francis for his ongoing dedication to the Catholic Church and support of the Vatican's mission in Nigeria. He donated to cancer research through the Bobby Moore Fund for Cancer Research in the UK to help fund prostate cancer research. This earned him the Martin Luther King Jr. Award, which was held in Washington, D.C. in 2016. More recently, he founded the inaugural Touch a Life Today campaign launched by the Global Initiative for Peace, Love and Care, GIPL, across 3 states in Nigeria, with the goal of reaching 1,000 vulnerable patients who cannot pay their medical bills. The campaign ended on 17th May 2017. Sanomi is working on restructuring his business alongside the trading arm, which is led by the CEO, Marcio Beavalon, a former royal executive with 35 years work experience, and William Brock Tupeni, another seasoned upstream executive, formerly with the Petrofac. Ego remains committed to growing his business ventures across Africa. Ego, Charles Sanomi.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the SOUQ Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, say for 3 years or 5 years, you already know if you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelts is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contact with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ News Television.
It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints ranged from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olaoye concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV. The story of Ile-Ife. Ile-Ife, often described as the spiritual heart of the Yoruba people, is not just a city, it is the cradle of identity, civilization, and belief for millions across West Africa. Located in present-day Osun State, Ile-Ife is revered in Yoruba tradition as the place where life began and where the gods descended to create the earth. Archaeological findings, however, suggest the city's origins date back to between the 8th and 11th centuries CE, making it one of the oldest continuously inhabited urban centers in sub-Saharan Africa. According to Yoruba mythology, Oduduwa is regarded as the progenitor of the Yoruba race and the first ruler of Ile-Ife. Oral traditions say he founded the kingdom, from which many Yoruba monarchs trace their descent. His legacy symbolizes unity and divine kingship among the Yoruba. Centuries later, under the reign of Obalufon II, believed to have ruled in the 14th century, Ile-Ife experienced a golden era marked by exceptional artistic and technological achievements. This period produced the world-famous Ife bronze and terracotta heads, celebrated for their realism and craftsmanship. Scholars have described these artifacts as evidence of an advanced mythological culture that rivaled any in medieval Europe or Asia. Recent archaeological discoveries at Igbo Olokun, near Ile-Ife, revealed ancient glass bead production sites, one of the earliest in sub-Saharan Africa. The finds, led by researchers such as Professor Adisa Ogunfolakan and Dr. Babalola Abidemi, confirm that the people of Ife were skilled innovators in trade and material science. Beyond its material legacy, Ile-Ife remains a sacred and living symbol of Yoruba spirituality. Its monarch, the Ooni of Ife, is still regarded as a custodian of tradition and a spiritual bridge between the people and their ancestral heritage. According to Bayo Olaoye, a veteran journalist with SOUQ News Television, the story of Ile-Ife is not merely about the past, but about continuity. Ife tells us how knowledge, art, and belief shaped the destiny of a people. It is a reminder that civilization in Africa didn't begin with contact from outside. It grew from within. Today, Ile-Ife continues to attract scholars, tourists, and spiritual pilgrims from around the world, all drawn by the enduring mystery of the source. I'm Moyosore Adibi for SOUQ News TV.
A very good morning to you and welcome to SOUQ News Update on SOUQ News Television. I am Olumide Shokoya. The federal government has inaugurated the core working group on regional development in Nigeria as part of efforts to operational presidency's renewed hope agenda. Now, the group mandated to provide technical leadership, strategic alignment, and operational oversight to ensure coordinated implementation of regional development initiatives across the Federation. Now, Minister of Regional Development Abubakar Momo said the move reflects the President's commitment to balanced growth, inclusive development, and closing long-standing regional gaps. Minister of State Uba Amadu urged members to adopt a region-by-region approach that reflects local realities while aligning with national development plans and global best practices to ensure sustainability and beyond political circles. Senior Special Assistant to the President on Regional Development, Mariam Marshall, described the inauguration as a shift from strategy to execution, stressing grassroots impact, while partners including UNICEF pledged support through evidence-based planning and capacity building to promote equity, social cohesion, and inclusive growth nationwide. A total of 149 companies enjoying pioneer status incentives will retain their tax holidays for at least 2 more years, despite Nigeria's transition to a new tax regime from January 2026. The Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission said the firms are protected under transitional provisions to preserve investor confidence. Since 2017, the pioneer incentive has attracted about 8.7 trillion naira in capital investment and supported 58,897 direct jobs, mainly in manufacturing and Lagos State. Now, out of the 693 applications received between 2017 and the second quarter of 2025, 304 were approved, 64 denied, and 1 certificate cancelled, leaving 149 current beneficiaries. Now, the federal government said the incentive will be gradually phased out and replaced with a tax credit-based economic development incentive under the new tax law, allowing companies to pay taxes while earning credits linked to capital investment and reinvestment, with possible reliefs lasting up to 15 years. The World Bank is set to approve a $500 million loan for Nigeria under the Fostering Inclusive Finance for Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises in Nigeria project aimed at expanding access to finance for small businesses nationwide. Now, the approval, expected on December 19, 2025, will commit $500 million out of a total project cost of about $2.39 billion, with $400 million provided by the International Bank for Reconstruction and Development and $100 million by the International Development Association. The federal government will be the borrower, while the Development Bank of Nigeria will serve as the implementing agency, with the remaining $1.89 billion expected from commercial lenders as unguaranteed private financing. Now, according to the World Bank, the project will deploy innovative finance products with partial credit guarantees and technical assistance to strengthen lending to micro, small, and medium enterprises, particularly women-led and agriculture-related businesses. Now, the prevention will support equity and long-term debt financing, mobilize private capital, and modernize Nigeria's small business finance ecosystem through digitalization and improved regulatory capacity. While recent economic reforms have improved fiscal space and investor confidence, the World Bank noted that access to credit remains uneven, making the project critical to the driving inclusive growth, job creation, and long-term economic resilience. Consumer prices in the United States rose less than expected in the year to November, with consumer price index increasing 2.7%, down from 3.0% in September, according to data from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Now, economists said the moderation was partly influenced by the 43-day federal government shutdown, which delayed data collection until late November, when retailers were offering seasonal discounts, creating gaps that may have softened the inflation reading. Despite the slowdown, affordability pressures remained intense as prices of essential goods and services climbed Beef prices surged 15.8%, coffee rose 18.8%, and electricity increased by 6.9% year-on-year, posing political challenges for President Donald Trump ahead of the 2026 elections. Analysts expect inflationary pressures to persist in the near term as import tariffs continue to feed into consumer prices, even as easing labor market conditions may help slow down inflation further in 2026. In sport news, the Super Eagles of Nigeria have arrived in Morocco ahead of the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations, touching down on Thursday night after a 5-day preparatory camp in Cairo, Egypt. Now, as part of their build-up, the three-time African champions played a pre-tournament friendly against Egypt at the Cairo International Stadium on Tuesday, losing 2-1. Now, the team confirmed their arrival via their official X account, expressing readiness to chase a fourth continental title. Nigeria will intensify preparations on Friday as coach Eric Chelle finally tunes tactics for the tournament. Pakistan's midfielder Wilfred Ndidi has reportedly been named captain to lead the squad. Now, the Super Eagles are drawn in Group C alongside Tanzania, Tunisia, and Uganda, and will begin their campaign against Tanzania on Tuesday, December 23rd, before facing Tunisia on December 27th and Uganda on December 30th. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. Coming up shortly is SOUQ Business Landscape. I am Olumide Shokoya.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines, from breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemiWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theater holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Expert Stroll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theater complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories, but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry. Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became president of the Nigerian Stock Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today in his office.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability. Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Ige Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria. He is the founder of chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Ige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. You know, this is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, you know, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, you know, from works, you know, done by masters like that. After a while, you know, these works are really priced in. but Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
Collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion. And so, with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ige Mokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ige Mokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Igboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013, and I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, you know, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, you know, and what better to do in a year and a half, you know, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, you know, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. You know, we had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And, you know, in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, you know, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, you know, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, you know, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, you know, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ig Imokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimo. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Igboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Igboje Ig Imokwede is back again. Ig Imokwede is married to Ofovwe Ig Imokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
The National Assembly, in collaboration with the African Development Studies Center, ADSC, held a 5-day national capacity building workshop on treaties, agreements, and protocols for federal MDAs, with the theme, Enhancing Institutional Capacity for Effective Treaty Negotiation, Implementation, and Oversight in Nigeria. Honorable Barrister Rabiu Yusuf, Chairman of the House Committee on Treaties, Protocols, and Agreements in the 10th Assembly, highlighted the importance of strengthening the skills of key government officials in treaty processes.
At this particular moment of our country, we need a situation whereby all the stakeholders involved in external engagement with other countries, particularly state and the federal governments, and mostly MDAs of the at national level, to ensure that they are aware, they know what it takes, they know how it will be, and they know what it takes to ensure the institutionalized democracy and the legal approach as far as ratification, engagement, domestication of treaties. That is why the 10th National Assembly, under the able leadership of the Right Honorable Speaker Tajuddin Abbas, mandated our committee pursuant to Section 12 sub 2 of the Constitution, that we should reach out to all necessary stakeholders who are personally stakeholders on this engagement to ensure they know how it takes and they know how to execute it. Basically, that's the reason we are conducting this exercise.
Actually, I think there is no point for me to deliver my remark at this time, because I'm very much aware that my remarks have been delivered instead of distinction. So in either words, I will just say I really sincerely appreciate your presence in this program, and I believe it will go far in helping the system, stimulating the system, and work for the Nigerian progress. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and a successful outcome. Thank you very much.
The major challenge, everybody is going silo, in the sense that we are not trying to bring ourselves into the same table to ensure that before you find any entity, be it state, local governments, or federal.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape. Hello, good morning, and welcome to SBL. Add a hashtag in front of it, and it's SOUQ business landscape. It's a beautiful Friday, and we are here. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Today, we are going to take it a bit mellow down, but several of the stories we will talk about are things that we really don't want to talk about because it's not coming in the best light we want to, but we need to address it. So we need you to be part of this. My name is SOUQ again, and I have on this table that is alive the people you need to get into a fight with. On the other side, good morning.
Good morning to you, SOUQ. I'm glad it's Friday. Good morning, Lagos, Nigeria, and good morning to you, Amin.
You're welcome. Also here is the handsome man. He's taking, but hey, you can still make your applications known. True. Amin, good morning.
Good morning to you, Mr. SOUQ. Good morning, Mr.
Amin is looking at you straight.
Thank you for joining us this morning. Thank God it's Friday.
Okay. Yes, welcome. Now, for those that are wondering, in the past few days, we've had the Minister of the coordinating Minister for the Economy come and tell us, hey, we've had this amount of shortfalls. We've also had this argument in the National Assembly, the reps coming up and saying, give us clarification on this, give us clarification on that. Now, let's break it down. 20 million barrels of Nigerian crude remain unsold. Why? Amid global crude glut. About 20 million barrels of Nigerian crude scheduled for December and January loading remain unsold as of Thursday. That was yesterday. Now, according to reports quoted by oil traders, the unsold volume highlights growing difficulty for West African producers as buyers increasingly turn to cheaper and more abundant alternatives from the US, Russia, and the Middle East. Angola also reported has 5 to 6 cargoes still searching for buyers. Analysts are attributing the sluggish demand to global oversupply and stiff competition in key markets like Asia, leaving Nigeria cargoes stranded despite heavy discount. Mind you, despite heavy discount. As of the last time we were talking about, WTI was selling for $55.82. Brent crude was selling for $59.64. And Moban crude was selling for 61.15. It's only the Bonny Light that was selling for a little above 70. Now you see where the issues are. And we had a budget for $75. Now, marinate on this. We'll go on a very short break. When we return, we'll continue with this conversation. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If we say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemiWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Literally said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff? Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape. Yes, welcome back. Thank you, and thank you for staying for that particular break. Now, we're looking at that particular story of unsold oil. Nigeria, that's in millions. Not just Nigeria, that same thing is happening to other West African countries. And buyers are going for cheaper available oil from Russia, from the Middle East, also from the United States. The same Russia that the West is trying their best to stop them from selling. They now happen to be the bride people are running to. This should tell us where our projection was and what is on ground, like reality, and why we are not meeting the revenue we are talking about. This should wake us up to diversifying. I mean, can we start this discussion? If this continues, what do you think we should start doing? And start doing it fast.
It is here. It's not a conversation of if it continues. Beyond this, we see the world moving towards renewable energy. And good thing is we have a large deposit of lithium. So the minister in charge of Mineral Resources and the Minister in charge of Power, Trade and Commerce should start looking for investors to develop our lithium potential and start positioning ourselves for the renewable energy economy. We can start exporting that to generate revenue. And beyond just lithium, we have so many mineral resources scattered and buried around the country. We can start looking into that. And definitely agriculture. Agriculture is the solution to our unemployment and our prosperity. That's the only sector that can employ everybody in Nigeria. Everybody in Nigeria can play in the value chain of agriculture because it's so big, it's so large. Think of it's so big. So everybody can play regardless of your skill, regardless of your education, regardless of your age. Everybody can play in that value chain. Agriculture is so big. And remember, before Nigeria struck oil, that was the cash cow for us. That was our lifeline. So we need to go back to it.
We need to go back to agriculture, you see, and that is a solution for what the issue that we are facing right now, because it's a major, major threat. And we are preparing for the 2026 budget already. And we are making a submission of a projection for 64 point, a little above $64.
Yeah, we were making for above 64, but now we brought it to 60.
Good. But as we speak right now, crude is selling for less than 60.
Yeah.
Except Brent crude. And okay, even the mobile, we don't have that. Okay, now let's look at our projection and see what is happening. And we also remember that Saudi and OPEC are proposing to increase production by next year. That is one part of it. Also remember that Venezuela has not been meeting their quota for a very, very long time, for years. And now they want to do that, which means we are going to have oversupply of crude.
We already have oversupply.
More than what we have right now.
Okay.
How are we going to achieve this if we don't start diversifying and looking for solutions?
Okay. Chooks, I think the program about diversification is already on ground. However, you must understand, when you were reading...
When you say it's on ground, point me to one particular sector that we are seeing results like now.
But we are already seeing results in the non-oil export.
Where? Where?
But we are seeing results in the non-oil export.
Where?
We are seeing in agriculture.
Okay, now we are just coming out of rainy season.
Yeah, we've seen in agriculture. So, Chooks, you must understand, on the November, just last month, the ending of October and the beginning of November, Nigeria's Bonny Light was selling for $78 per barrel. At that time, Brent was selling for about 64, then West Texas Intermediate was selling for about $60 or $64, thereabout. And now, from the figures you reeled out, it's fallen down. But our Brent crude is still staying up there. Why is it staying up there? It's because of the quality of the crude, of what we have. Its quality is far high above what others, because you need little energy or little...
it's just more of the sulfur content of it.
Yes, sulfur content, 0.14%. Then in refining, refiners prefer it because it required, will I call it, a little effort or little of what it takes to refine compared to others.
Less cost to refine.
So
they are going for the cheaper, they are going for cheaper options.
Okay, so you understand that not only are those ones cheaper, some of them are even subsidized. Now, because some buyers in Europe and their allies during the war, because of Russia's aggression over Ukraine, they're even told not to patronize them, just the way United States had to hold India to the jugular. Not to be patronizing it, in spite of the fact that their energy demand and consumption had increased. They left, but Russia, had to subsidize it so that it would be attractive for others to come by. That's even one of the reasons why a lot of buyers are going that direction, number one. Number two, we can also see that Nigeria, of course, is expensive. But it's easier where you can get other byproducts like the diesel, the gas, and all of that. So it's those who really needs it. And the fact that United States, are drilling at the moment, we're really in a very tight corner. If we are going to sell what we have at the moment and up to sell more of it, I think we may need to cut down. Not only consider.
As we speak right now, as of yesterday, 20 million barrels unsold.
Yes, they are still going to be sold.
Okay.
Because those who actually have needs of them because of its peculiarity will come for it.
Okay.
Why are they not here? Why are they not here?
We've had this issue before. Remember?
Well, let's say this is
that we couldn't sell for a very long time.
Let's say this is the time for the waiting season. For the waiting season, okay. As a result of not only the fact that we have
this is the time for us to wake up from this slumber.
No, we should have woken up from this slumber. Well, I would say we are.
Beyond diversifying our economy, Africa needs to come together to strengthen trade within the continent. Because I believe Africa has enough demand to buy our oil and Angola's oil.
Yes.
Especially the finished products. So if we strengthen trade within Africa, Dangote and other few refineries within Africa can buy out all the crude produced in Africa from Angola, from Nigeria, from Algeria, and sell finished products
to Africa.
Within Africa. But what we are, because there's something in that news that we're not paying attention to, which is countries are preferring the crude from America, Europe, and Asia. There is logistics there too. They are not just looking at cheap oil. Yes, they are looking at cheaper logistics. Because movement that is cheaper. Because we produce one of the best quality of crude in the world, fine. But what about the logistics of it, sending it from Nigeria, from Africa to Europe or to America? If they have something nearby that is cheaper. Russia is just nearby and it's cheaper crude. So they rather, because everybody is now looking at a way to bring down costs. In America, all the headline throughout the year is about raising cost of living. So everybody is looking for cheaper alternative now. So Africa needs to look inward. I like that Nigeria is leading the way. With Dangote, we are positioned to have the biggest refinery in the world. We are looking to see more refineries come upstream. Let's find a way to strengthen our trade and distribution, our logistics within Africa. Let's start from beyond oil. Let's start from how can we bring cost of flights cheaper? I know ECOWAS is talking about that. Our borders, our waterways, let's find a way to make logistics and trade within Africa easier. Because it looks like the people in the West, they are prioritizing their trade, they are picking themselves over us. So we need to pick ourselves right now.
Great. I like what you said. But, you know, in the middle of this year, I was having a conversation with a Ghanaian, myself and Olumide, and he was talking about transportation, flight from Ghana. It's not even December. Flight from Ghana to Nigeria. He paid #1 million.
And it's just an hour flight.
He paid exactly
it's pretty much like you're going to Abuja.
#1 million.
Same time.
So, I mean,
yeah, same time.
When we start talking about Africa, prioritizing Africa, sometimes Africans do not pay attention to that. If you look at the new geopolitics in Africa now, you know that Africa is already divided. Even though we are making efforts for us to come together, times without number, we have prominent people, including the immediate past chairman or president or governor of African Development Bank. He said it, that we will make more gains if we trade together when we have more than 1.4 billion people trading together. But you see, the infrastructure is not in place.
What infrastructure exactly are you talking about?
Just the way Europe is linked together when you talk about transportation, using the trains. We should have, 30 years ago, Africa should have laid down
deal with what we have right now.
Okay, because he's talking about...
There are road networks that still work. There are train networks in certain other places. Several African countries have train connection amongst themselves. For West Africa, yes, we are still lacking behind. We have airports across Africa. There are some African countries that you can't fly there directly. You have to get to Europe and now route yourself to an African country. In Africa.
Great. So that's why I say leaders need to come together.
Which of the leaders?
Wait, just a moment. Just a moment. If you like, call them puppet leaders. Okay. They are not just being puppets in the void. They are getting something in return.
Personally or for the country?
They are getting something irrespective, whether it's personally or it is coming to the country. They are getting something in return. Okay. And that is why Nigeria should sometimes you need to let it land.
Hold on. Should we hold this line of discussion? That as long as the leader is getting something in return.
That is not what I said. I said irrespective of whichever way. That is why Nigeria needs to exercise geopolitical power in its way to influence these leaders.
Are we?
As we should be doing that. That's what I'm saying. And we should be doing that more than currently what we have on ground, so that we can make it known to these people. Look, yes, you are including even the Sahel states, because of the way and manner you came to power and you have completely removed yourself from the ECOWAS does not mean we are now enemies. Trade can still happen between us, amongst us. You are a sovereign country and you are at liberty to govern your country whichever way you want. However, we have a right through the ECOWAS Charter and other laws that apply to us continentally to intervene, not aggressively and not in a violent form. However, we need to trade together. We need to do business together. You don't need to prioritize the West more than us, because I am even more closer to you. We are neighbors. There is no way I'll be looking out for your hurt. We need to make that known. The African agenda, Africa 2063 agenda that we have currently on ground, what are the visible plans and strategy of each country to put infrastructure in place to connect these dots, to make trade very, very possible and seamless? Most of them are not very, very visible. Buhari in the previous administration tried to put a rail line from Katsina to Niger Republic. So how are we getting a reciprocation from that other country also? How are they going to take it over from their own country to the next contiguous country within the ECOWAS bloc, so that we can get this thing across to ourselves and make trade easier?
Okay, bring this conversation back home right now. As we speak, Angola, Ghana, several other countries are looking for ways to offload their crude. Nigeria, which happens to be one of the biggest crude producers in Africa, we have over 20 million barrels still standing. What should our thought right now be? Is it that, okay, don't worry, this Harmattan will pass, and we'll continue the same circle of...
Okay, so this is what we should do.
What is the immediate solution you can prefer now?
Okay, for me, two immediate solutions. We will need to probably cut our losses, bring down our price to get those who might need ours to come buy them immediately. 1. 2, we need to expand our capacity for local production in spite of Dangote.
I don't know.
Our capacity for local production, local refining, I mean to say, we need to do that so that we can have finished product. And if we're having finished products in the excess of gas, in the excess of petrol, it's also going to beat down price of buying, of transportation, in having access to to fuel, to gas, and all of that. And that in itself, if it's going to beat down the price, is equally going to cut down on the overhead of businesses that relies on these commodities for low power. And if we do that, it's going to beat down the price of goods and services as well. And hopefully more business will come into but this is actually a long-term plan. It's not in the immediate.
Okay, you are still looking at long-term plan, whereas we are having short-term problems.
Yes.
That means immediate solution. The last time we heard Wale Edo speak, he was telling us that our revenue January to October, before the beginning of November, is 10-point-something trillion for a budget of almost 52-point-something billion.
Trillion?
Now, trillion. And now we are having this. The year has not ended, the next book has not started, and this issue is on ground. So whatever we need to do now to start generating revenue for tomorrow, we should start doing it now. Any minister that is not up and doing and is seeking money from government, I think this is time that the president's sleeping and waking up and sacking should resume. And if the government can grow leaner, I pray they do that as fast as possible. Let's get to our next story, and it has to do with regional policing. A lot of security issues has happened, and this is back in the news. Now, the president has renewed push for state police. Now, he's pledging and seeking support from partners from the US and EU. President Bola Tinubu on Thursday reaffirmed his commitment to establishing state police, saying it must happen to improve internal security and governance. Speaking at the APC National Caucus meeting in Abuja, Tinubu disclosed that he had assured US and European partners of his intent to implement the reform. He also emphasized the need for genuine local government autonomy, urging governors to stop withholding funds meant for council chairpersons. Okay. Does this sit well with you?
Perfectly. Sits perfectly well with me. The need for state policing and community policing cannot be overemphasized. In fact, we're already, in some places, we're already running it. We're not just running it the way we're supposed to be running it. All over Southwest, there is Amotekun. In Lagos, we have the Neighborhood Watch. In some parts of Southwest, too, there is OPC. So all of these are running, and without proper training and proper laws on how they can engage with each other. And beyond the fact that they are not going to be as effective as they should be, there might be a disaster waiting to happen, because OPC, Amotekun, and maybe Neighborhood Watch might, find themselves together, and they will not know how to collaborate with each other. We might be, eventually be working against each other. So that needs to work, but something needs to be urgently put in place. If we are going to have community policing, state policing, and the federal police, like what we have in the US that is working perfectly for them, we need to first work on our judiciary. We can see how the judiciary are working, overlapping each other, where there's an injunction coming from Abuja, and then somebody will go to Ibadan or Port Harcourt to get a counter injunction. We need to fix that immediately. And we are just paying lip service to it. Everybody come on TV to condemn it, but we are not addressing it. In 2025, we should not be having our judiciary working against each other the way we have it. Because when we eventually have this police structure that will give us a community police, state police, and federal police, when they find themselves on the same issue and jurisdiction come to question, the court is supposed to be the person that will fix it. But in a case where the courts are already having jurisdiction problem and they can't fix it, that's going to be a big explosion, because this is security, this is people with guns, so that we don't end up with our security operative pointing gun at each other or even firing each other. But ultimately, what we need is this type of policing. And the good thing is that we are not starting something that is different. We are not starting something that is new. So this is something that countries like America has been running for many decades. So we can understudy them, we can learn from their mistakes and, how it works. So we are not starting something new where we'll be learning on the job. There is a case study, a full case study, a country with about 50 states. I cannot count how many councils they have with policing. I cannot count. So counties, and they have police for pretty much everything. Even the law courts have their own sheriff. If you go to the train station, there is metro police. They have police for pretty much everything. And everybody work in harmony, in sequence. There's no argument. There's no, once you get to the border, the state border, the police you find there is the state police. Within the city is the city police. When you go to the interland, you find the sheriff, which is like the village police or the county police, and they work perfectly. They share intelligence, they share information, and all of that. And that is the way we can get effective policing. Because imagine you post me a Yoruba man to Anambra to go and police. So even if I'm chilling, trying to gather information, and they are speaking Igbo, so I might be sitting with people that might be dropping intel, but I cannot pick it. Or because I am not from there, they might not be expressing themselves because they don't know who this is. So there are so many disadvantages that we cannot overemphasize. Community policing is the way to go. Lagos is the most safe state in Nigeria as of today. And I see how the neighborhood watch works. They just employ people from the neighborhood, and all they do is just gather information. That's the job. The only thing they give them is just their bicycle. That's all. So what they do is they just hang out within the neighborhood. If a child is joining a secret call, for example, and they are talking about it in the neighborhood watch picks it, and he goes to the nearest police station to say, they say Fatai don't join call to pay attention to him. And when there are so many crimes that happen that the police do not have the information, but the people within the neighborhood, they have the information. Neighborhood watch will pick the information, and it's working. I've seen it work. Police are making arrests from information they are getting from neighborhood watch. So that's how community policing works. But when it is fully implemented, where you now start giving them guns, there has to be proper law that guides the jurisdiction. If not, we have two people working for our security firing at each other.
Okay, now let's get to the second part of this particular story, not the police story. The dear governors do not withhold the allocation of chairpersons. This also came from the president to his governors, his APC governors at that meeting, because it was an APC caucus meeting. Do you see that being something that will be actualized?
Yeah, great. Even when it will, but it's going to be quite a hurdle. And I don't think when the president made that statement, he was only referring to Nigerian governors.
Yeah, but he was talking to those that were present there and those that were part of...
to all the governors. You can't just be talking to...
Charity begins at home.
So, one thing we must know is that when it comes to some battle, there are no party lines. And this is when it's going to benefit just the chief executive at the subnational level. Look at when the current administration and the Buhari administration made proclamation that they are going to be sending local government allocation directly to them.
Did they?
No, wait now. When they said that, what happened? The governors gathered and took him to court. Were they observing party lines that, look, you belong to... But there are some issues that when they are seated, they are going to be taking position, like the state policing that we are talking about. You don't want me to comment on. As a region of the country that does not want us to do state policing, they don't want it.
Can you be specific?
The North.
But they already.
They were, in fact, since the time of Jonathan that this conversation was on the ground, they were averse to it. Like
he's buying some
virulently averse to it. Now the problem has gotten here, to the extent it has gotten here, and they are beginning to show a positive sign. We wouldn't have gotten to this level if they had bought into it then. But for local government, I think it's obvious that the National Assembly, there are some laws that concerns Nigerians to the bone marrow, and they don't pay attention to it. And it's disheartening. And that has to do with state police and has to do with local government funds. Are you thinking about the man at the ebb of society? We are talking about regulation. Have they seen 15, 13-year-old boys walking freely on the streets smoking? And this is an act within the power of the local government to not only regulate, but also to apprehend. Have they seen beasts, animals that are straying into the road here and there? And this is within the confines, according to the Constitution, for local government to take care of. Have they seen other things that are completely gone and the local government is nowhere to be found? Streets, even the little drainage you need to do in the street, because when you're talking about community policing, I'm like the neighborhood watch, they give them bicycle, because they are the ones that can go into those places where cars and vehicles cannot enter in the streets. That's why they gave them bicycles and maybe a few of them a motorcycle to go into the interior part of those places. The local government has the responsibility to actually fix those local government roads, and we are supposed to be seeing a healthy debate in terms of local government budgeting and allocation of funds at the local council level to facilitate this project. But because these monies are not, because the state government are fleecing the local government, not allowing these monies to get to the local government directly, these things will not happen.
Why are the local government chairpersons quiet?
The local government chairpersons are quiet because they are almost powerless. I give you a case instance. When I was in school in Osun State, a local government chairman in Ogun State raised his voice against a sitting governor that my allocation, you have not given me my allocation. Guess what happened? The council chairman sat down together to start impeachment process over him. They began a war between the
and he was arrested.
Oh, you are aware of the case? He was arrested. He was not found. Chooks.
Okay. So so
what's going to happen to these people? They are almost completely emasculated.
And then another thing is that we can start the conversation from the autonomy of the local government chairpersons and them having access
the
to
National
their budget.
Assembly.
We should start the conversation there. But how do they get to office in the first place? The local government election is organized or done by the governor. That is one. How are their campaigns?
You mean the State Electoral Commission? It's conducted by the State Independent Electoral Commission.
Yeah, but under the purview of the governor elects the commissioner for the state independence, as they like to call it. But we know what it is.
It's not independent.
We know, let's not get into the theatrics of that. But, okay, the state government, through their agency, organized that election. How are the campaigns funded? The campaigns are funded by the governor. So the governor is organizing the election, is funding the election. So we can see how powerless it is. The governor is organizing even the primary that brings out the candidates that eventually vie for the office. So that is, we can see so many conflicts.
Right from the word go, he owns you.
Do you understand? We can see so many conflicts, and we can look at the results of the local government election state to state. We see that the elections swing the governor's place. In Lagos, I think only Bariga local government went to an opposition. Guess what? The person that won Bariga won under PDP. He was APC. He didn't get tickets in APC. He went to PDP. He won, and they called him back. They reconciled. He came back to APC. So in Rivers State, while the governor was having problem with his predecessor, the minister for FCT, he puts all his candidates in APP, and all the local government was won by APP. In Akwa Ibom, the governor said, okay, we'll leave the local government of the Senate president. Every local government went PDP. Only the local government of the Senate president went APC because they said they want to honor him. And this is not me making this up. It's in the news. They said, okay, we'll not take your local government. So, it's selection.
Okay,
all of this evidence suggests that it is selection. So the only thing we can do is let's release funds to this local government so that they can meet up their responsibility. In Lagos, I've seen streets being built by local government chairman. I've used primary health care centers built by local government chairman. I've seen people put kids. I've seen the primary schools built by local government. They are good schools. with, good environment, fenced. So other states, if they want development to trickle, when we look at Lagos State, we give credit only to the governors. No, I hope other states are listening. The development in Lagos is a collaborative effort between the local government and the state government, because there is funding for the local government. The local government can even invest in different investment that can generate money from them. Local governments in Lagos are building hundreds of units of estates. Local governments. Yes, in Lagos, about 3 local governments are doing that.
Okay. Now, this is coming from this particular table that is alive.
Yes. So the thing is, he mentioned something very, very significant. However, and you said from the onset go, the government or the governors already own the local government. That is why I was making a reference earlier on. The autonomy of the local government can be possible with the National Assembly. We know that the governors and the governors forum will come and want to stand against it, because they feel that if that happens, that as a political party, they will lose the grassroots when it comes to election. So this time, if the autonomy is, if they got it by way
are they concerned about the party and grassroots, or they are concerned about their selfish interest?
That's of course the selfish interest, and the selfish interest in this case is not the governor, it's the political party. It's the political party. So the governor on the saddle at that point in time beats the direct beneficiary, most especially if he's vying for a second term. So the National Assembly have a very great job to do, because some of them will have to be at loggerheads with their state governors if they are going to make such law happen.
Okay, making such law happen is something that has to happen, because if we remember very well, first we went to court, then Supreme Court had to say, good, that fund should go to where it's supposed to be, the local government. Then is the implementation side that we are having issues with. Implementation of states police, we have to get it right. Implementation of local government having their funds, we also have to get it right. A whole lot of things are involved. We will have to put our heads together and get this right. We are going on a short break. We will return, and SBL will be right in your face. Don't go anywhere.
Take Nigeria, because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Idris said he's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy, see something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo, early into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
It said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
Welcome back. It's still SBL SOUQ business landscape, and we were talking about state policing and local government funding. Release their money to them. Now we're back from this break. Now let's talk about things that really matter to us. If we want to get to the point that the development and infrastructure we need will really make sense, then we need a good database. We need data to ascertain how many of us even live and are Nigerians. How many of us are even coming into this country on a daily, monthly, or yearly basis? We need this data to be able to plan. And so we go to the NIN enrollment. Now, this particular enrollment, NIN, National Identity Number. Now, it has hit 123.9 million as of October 2025. The number of Nigerians enrolled for the National Identification Number rose to 123.9 million, according to the data from the National Identity Management Commission. Now, the figure includes both domestic and diaspora enrollments, reflecting ongoing efforts to expand the national identity database. Now, the agency says that the surge aligns with the government digital identity drive and its integration with key services such as banking, telecoms, and social programs. Now, are we looking at more of banking, telecom, or social programs, or government planning?
We should be looking at government planning. While this is commendable, I would say this data is greatly flawed. Even though they say this is the data that they have. Because why do I say it's greatly flawed? It does not show the number of people that are dead. So it just shows the number of people they've been registering over time. So at the end of the day, if we look at this data, we'll find out that maybe eventually the people that are still alive are maybe like 90 million. Because if you started this over 10 years ago, I think it's about almost going to 20 years when this agency was established and they started collecting data. So many people have died in the process. So that's why I said the data is greatly flawed. And we've been talking about data sharing and intelligence sharing. We have not seen that, because I dropped somebody at the bank this morning to open an account, one of the IJGBs. He has his NIN, and they are still asking for BVN. So, and he's wondering, in America, with my social security, that's all I need to do, everything that I need to do. So why do I need to do another biometry? Then if you want to register to vote, you do another biometry. Like, why can't we just share data with all of this agency? Number one, we are overstretching the resources that we do not have. So because beyond just capturing this data, you actually spend a lot of money to keep the data. You have data centers, you have the cloud, you are paying for it. So why is government, and it's the same federal government, you are paying to keep the data for NIN, you are paying to keep the data of BVN, you are paying to keep the data for
voters card,
and God knows.
National passport.
Do you understand? So we're not sharing NIN and international passports. They share data now.
Yes.
Because on your international passport, you see your NIN. But that is after we cried and cried and cried. But we need to find one number for everybody. How many numbers do you want to cram as a Nigerian citizen? You want to cram your NIN number, you want to cram your passport number, voter's card, BVN. You cannot even do any transaction in the bank without your BVN. So it's too much. It's too much. And when things become complex like this, it gives room for fraud and, people will manipulate it. It should just be one number that is impenetrable. That is what we should see. And we should find a way to update on, death records. When people pass on, we should find a way so that NIN can update their records, because people can now start using NIN identity of dead people to open a bank and start committing fraud.
Okay, even while it's also necessary, during the last election, we saw names of boxers in the United States. We saw Mike Tyson. We saw Evander Holyfield. Now, let's get to this. He has mentioned this duplicity of agencies doing almost the same thing that we need to collapse. But now let's get to government planning. We are looking at a budget of 54-point-something billion. And if we say, okay, let's know how many of us we are even catering for in the first place, let's divide the entire budget with the number of people. Now, these are different mathematics that will sort out a lot of all different things. But for planning's sake, do we need a census or do we need to focus on registration?
We need a census. Because, sometimes I wonder when the Minister of Budget and National Planning, comes out and they draw the budget in collaboration with the ministries, departments, and agencies, and the Debt Management Office, and I just look, okay, where did you get your data from? Budget and National Planning, what are you planning for? How many do you think we are? Some records would say 219 million people. Some records, they just give different records. Which one are you relying on? I'm sure you can't even answer. And some of the responsibilities that should be handled by the different tiers of government that should give us the details or some of this data that should enable us to plan well, either at the subnational level or the national level. We are not allowing them to do their function. Just the local government we talked about, he was saying that, okay, how do we know the number of people that have died and the number of people that are still alive? It is a core responsibility of the local government in whose vicinity you have some of the clinics, some of the maternity homes and the hospitals where these pregnant women went to give birth. The local government, the hospital, that's the local government. You go and get a registration of birth from the local government. That means the local government and that of the death certificate, because the local government will now be equipped with the equipment to register and the infrastructure to register the number of deaths and the number of births within its vicinity, and there will be a tier of government collaboration between the state government and the local government. They pass that data to the relevant authority at the state government level. That data is also being transferred to the level of government at the national level to the relevant ministry, department, and agencies. So there is a synergy amongst these three tiers of government, for which you equally have relevant ministry, department, or agencies at these different tiers of level that will harness this data, either for development reasons, for infrastructural development, or giving the people social amenities and also fighting crime. But if these agencies or these tiers of government are not working in that, we're not going to get it. Okay. So, and sometimes I think it's deliberate.
You think it's deliberate?
Yes. Sometimes I think it's deliberate for us not to have a synergy when we talk about these things, because our politicians have found a very, very subtle means to discredit, to take advantage of the loopholes of the system to have their way when it comes to election. Because if we have a central point where we have this data, then we know that we have brought down the labor of work for INEC, including the state electoral commissions. We've brought down their level of work in the sense that they have an available data. So from the local government, they can know that, oh, this guy is registered in a Limosho local government area for his voter, but you know what, he's dead. Okay, so they don't need, and we have our court cases when it comes to election reduce. Because you don't want to hear the court when they start telling you about a number of court cases that we have pursuing.
Okay. We just need to get things right. Budgeting needs data. Planning needs data. And agriculture needs to advance. And that's where we are heading to. Stakeholders are urging the federal government to expand grazing reserves across all zones. Livestock and agriculture stakeholders, they have urged the federal government to extend its grazing reserve. Federal government to extend its grazing reserve development to all 6 geopolitical zones beyond the 3 pilot sites currently underway. They describe the move as crucial for reducing herder-farmer conflict and improving pastoral livelihoods, welcoming the initiative as a positive step. The government began phased development at Wawa Sange in Gombe, Wasi, in Plateau and Kau in the FCT, with plans to include schools, roads, and healthcare in the reserves, according to the Ministry of Livestock Development. Now we are looking at grazing reserve, and stakeholders are asking the federal government to extend it to the 6 political zones. Now let's start asking these questions. Who exactly are these stakeholders?
So I think we cannot be talking about grazing reserve if we don't outrightly ban open grazing.
Okay.
That's the first thing that we need to do. But I feel like we're approaching an election year, so government needs to tread carefully. So, okay. But we've been glossing over this for far too long. And I want to see regional cooperation, especially in the southern states, southwest, south, and southeast, to outrightly ban open grazing. The federal government can politicize it all they want. The Minister for Agri has suggested it, that's the way to go. Even the Minister for Agri from Obasanjo's days, Mr. Audu Ugbe, has explained how we need to ban open grazing and do ranching. And he explained, he said we are losing a lot of money to European countries like Denmark, like Germany, from cow milk. The cow milk is actually very, very expensive. And we can be generating a lot of employment and revenue from cow milk. But we cannot have cow milk if we are not ranching. Secondly, he said our farmers are losing a lot of money with the open grazing system, because the cow, they walk so many distance from Sokoto to Lagos, they lose a lot of weight. That when you ranch, the little they eat, it stays, and they are more healthy and they weigh more, and the beef tastes better. So he has been doing this argument as far back as early 2000, 2001, 2002. He was the Minister for Agri at that time. Right now, we are still having this conversation, and the government is still glossing over banning open grazing. We cannot be targeting a $1 trillion economy when we don't have the boldness to do the right thing.
Having the boldness to do the right thing is the beginning.
Is the beginning. So the government can talk about grazing reserve all they want, but nobody is going to adapt the open grazing. If they feel like their cows have free range to graze anywhere in this country for free, because when you start ranching and you do the grazing reserve, right, there is an overhead cost to it to maintain the cows in a confinement. So if there's a cheaper alternative that people are used to, that they've been doing for over 100 years, they are not going to embrace the new technology until you outrightly ban open grazing. And we've been glossing over it for far too long. If the federal government, for political reason, is taking it back to do this, I feel like regional government, especially the middle belt that have lost so many farmers to herders, should take the bull by the horn to say no more open grazing in the middle belt.
Okay. Open grazing, he is of the opinion that we should look directly at open grazing and say no. Okay, let's move away from where he is now and ask some other questions. Now, this particular group is saying government should go ahead and open up the grazing reserve in the 6 geopolitical zones. Can I ask you a direct question? Herding is a
questions
personal...
have always been direct.
Okay, good. Still the direct question. Herding is a personal business, not a national business, not a state business. Why are we having this much focus on personal business?
Okay, SOUQ. No, Amin said something very, very significant, and you reiterated it. And you said that is the beginning. The courage to what? The courage to take a bold action or to do the right thing. For political reasons, they won't. Forget it.
They won't what?
For political reasons.
Ban open grazing.
For political reasons.
Okay.
They're not going to do it.
From the federal or the sub-nationals?
I'm talking about the federal.
Okay.
And I don't think the federal government can just come out and mandate the 6 geopolitical zones or mandate a state governor and say you must give a grazing route. No, it doesn't have that constitutional right either. Okay. You don't. So I know that the government have the federal government have the authority to make laws through the National Assembly to make laws for the good and governance of all of the people in the country. But you can't just come and say, no, you don't do that. And because probably election is here, you feel if I make such a law that look, open grazing or national should be stopped and banned is going to tell on the votes that you are going to get from some regions, then you are beginning to be politically correct because you don't want to make some laws that will step on the toes of some other people. And this is where, when the Southwest governors came and said we are banning open grazing, they were a joke. Why? Because they didn't put anything in place to curtail that, because we still walked around the Southwest, Ogun State, and we see that cows were freely grazing. I mean, we're really moving on the middle. No enforcement. So why would you just come out and all the 6 governors of the Southwest took pictures together and say we are banning? The Southwest governors must realize something. They are pace setters. When they take certain action when it comes to policy, let them know that there are other regions in the country that want to emulate it, most especially when it is a good thing. And that they are looking at them when it comes to Amotekun and every other thing that can serve as an instrument for state policing.
In 2 sentences, so, why are we giving a lot of emphasis on personal business?
Oh, SOUQ, now you want me to go this route. You don't just take a political position. Most especially when you are coming into political office. There are lots of negotiation that goes behind closed doors. And some of these people that are going to work for you to take over political power from a certain region, or I'm going to win this local government, I'm going to win this state, I'm going to win this region for you, either by sponsorship or because of your access to the people at the ebb of society, is that you're going to negotiate. You're going to give me the Minister of Environment. I would like to nominate someone for that position. You are going to give me, I don't even know, have I crossed 2 sentences? There are commas everywhere. It's not full sentences, SOUQ. So they are going to, and some of these could also be in terms of policy making. We are going to need you to open up the grazing routes across the country. We don't want that law banned. Okay. Those can be instruments of negotiation. At
the expense of the entire nation, is it not?
Those are instruments that you want to take, that you want political power, right?
Okay.
You need to accede.
Okay. Now, let's get to comments from the social media. Let me get to YouTube. This is coming from Ayomide. Thank you very much. You said the 20 million digits are just numbers, talking about the unsold crude. He said, who gets accountable for these shortfalls? Well, we are all paying for it. You see that the budget implementation is less than 30%. That is where it's coming from. Toby is also saying regional policing is very important. First, to curb the management of these officers, and we can put a face to our security personnel. Exactly, I agree with you. It's only people in my village that can really know what's happening in my village and where to arrest those that are causing trouble and mayhem in my village. We need regional policing, very important. That's coming from Adekunle Slam. We need to have a central data cloud system that would be accessible by all government agencies, that will now give access to have a single social security number. That's coming from Trailbait. Thank you very much. We're also having from Emmanuel. He's saying some local governments get their sum directly, but they just concentrate on recurrent expenditure, pay salaries and pensions, and do projects that are for show and unsustainable. Okay, thank you very much, Emmanuel. Nice should be only security ID. Okay, name should be the only security ID, and they should find a proper harmonizing of this series of IDs. That's coming from Slam too, Adekemi. Thank you very much. Then Benga is saying, it is not disappointing. Is it not disappointing that we still find it difficult to eradicate open grazing in our zones? I will go with you. I saw cattle just walking through the city, and you can imagine the issue we face. Now, Mukhtar is saying ban open grazing. We've heard it happen several times. We have come together and we have banned. It's the implementation that we still find it difficult to see them really actualize. Okay, now let's ask ourselves this question. We've said this on this table several times. If Tayo goes to Idumota to rent his shop and pay his tax to the local government in Etiosa or Lagos Island, or Chikodi goes to Kano and rents a market or builds a market to sell his spare part, why are whoever that is rearing the cattle, whether it's owned by an Oba or it's owned by an Emir or it's owned by one Igbo man somewhere, why can't they on their own buy land and ranch their business and their cattle? Why is it becoming a national discourse?
You must understand, Chooks, that in Kano State, when this thing came up, and the southern part of the country was really shouting about I'm talking about Ruga, when the former president brought it here, and when they were shouting, the Kano State governor, I think that's the former national APC chairman, or the current Ganduje, he came out, he was still the governor then, he was telling them, come home, I'm going to give you a place for that. And he said that. And a few of them were making effort to do that. Because even if the president comes out and say, open grazing here and there, the Southeast governors, the South-Southern Governors Forum, the Southwestern Governors Forum, and say, no, we cannot give you land to do this. Or this is not, we don't have land for this sort of business. And if they are going to come and say, okay, we can give you land.
Excuse me,
then
sir.
you need to pay. I'm coming.
Excuse me,
that
sir.
you're going to pay. You're going to, these are the regulations or the law that is going to govern the way you operate in this space. And you are bound, duty bound, to observe those laws, to run your business as a ranch there, effectively, not inflicting, not going contrary to the laying down principles. It will. So if they say you are going to ban open grazing, fine. People who have land, if they are willing to sell, if they are willing to let lease for that purpose, they will. But if the people does not want to do that, they must not be forced to do that.
Excuse me, sir. Ranching is not an industrial thing. It's not, it's just, how do farmers get their farm to farm? Exactly. No farmer come here to come and discuss how they get their farm to farm. They simply figure it out because it's their business. So if you cannot buy, you can lease. If you cannot lease, you can borrow. However you want to do it. If you cannot use block to ranch, you can get trees to fence. However, you can get barbed wire. However you want to do it. We don't want to see your cow roaming around people's farm, eating their crops, and roaming around the city and causing men in the advanced country. Even when you walk your dog and your dog make a mess on the floor, you have to pick it. If you don't pick it, police sees you, they give you fine up to $5,000 US. Can we count how many cow dunks we see all over our cities? And then we'll not come back, we'll say Lagos is smelling. Why won't it smell? So we've gotten used to this mess. People bring the cow and they are making mess all over the city. And we we should not be looking for a way to get land for people that want to do their business. Do you know how much they sell a cow today? An average cow today is 600,000 naira. Poor people don't rear cows.
600,000 naira cow you're talking about, you can get in Shaki. In Lagos, it's about 2 million naira.
So poor people don't rear cows. People that rear cows, they have money to buy land. If you go to any village in Nigeria, you buy a plot for 100,000, 200,000. You can buy an acre for less than $1 million naira. So if you can sell one cow for 2 million, you have 1 million to buy an acre to ranch your farm. We shouldn't be talking about how they have money.
No, I'm talking about the subnationals putting enforcement in place. Because it's going to fall apart. So it's just going to fall apart if they don't put enforcement in place.
Hold on. We might not be giving ourselves this much issue. Lagos State has no business with what happens in Balogun Market. There is an association in Balogun Market. There is a local government in Balogun Market. Those are the people that will tell Lagos State, okay, this is what is happening here. This is how we treated this. This is who came and took this or building this particular store or this particular mall. Local governments can also wake up and say, do not rear cows in my local government. At least I've seen that happen in several local governments, and they enforce it. It's not difficult. These are businesses. We should be treating them like businesses. We are looking at tax coming January. We want to see every single moving cow pay tax. Nigeria has to move forward.
We should stop treating people that rear cows as if they are poor people that need handouts.
No,
they are rich people, so they can afford their land to ranch. We just need to enforce.
Okay, let's get to our next story because this country, we are moving forward and we have no other option. Now, the Nigerian Aviation, now NCAA, they have approved scheduled flights at Ibadan Airport. People talked about and did watch this and called this severally. Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, has approved the commencement of scheduled flight operations at the Samuel Ladoke Akintola Airport, Ibadan. The green light follows the Oyo State government's significant upgrade of the airport infrastructure to meet international standards. Okay, this is the side that always baffles me. International standard. Okay. Projects executed include runway extension and widening, airfield lightening, enhancement, and a new 5,000-liter aviation fuel, 500,000 aviation fuel facility. Okay. And a protocol lounge. The approval marks a major boost for regional connectivity and is expected to enhance economic activity in the southwest region. Airport in Ibadan. That's good. Infrastructure, that's good. Passengers, how do we move them?
I mean, this is always a good thing, but without affordable tickets, don't see, this is just something that will just take a lot of money from the people of Oyo State, only to benefit the very few political class and the elites.
That fly private jets.
Exactly. If the commercial tickets is still out of reach of the common man, what's the point of taking their commonwealth to build this? You can as well just use your private money to build a airstrip for your private use. But if you build this kind of big airport, which is commendable by the way, they have facility to even fly international, which is a good project. But if we are not, as a governor that spends so much money to put this facility together, if you cannot mount the pressure on the airlines that are going to be landing in the states to say, hey, ticket has to be this price. Because, for example, now, United Nigeria is flying to Ilorin for 200,000 naira, while the other airline, Overland, has been flying from January to November for 400,000 naira. So it's possible. So whatever magic United Nigeria is doing to slash the price into two. And there's a new airline, I can't remember the name, that is flying the same route for less than 200,000, for about 170. So the governor there should find a way. Like I said, commercial flights in Nigeria should not be less than 70,000. And if we are
not be more than or less than?
Should not be more than 70,000. Should be average of 70,000 naira.
Okay.
Commercial flights, local flights.
Okay.
And we will see economic of scale, which means more people will fly. When more people fly, we will need more aircraft to fly that route. Then people that wants to site maintenance facility here to service this plane, they have more planes to service. The business makes sense to them. But if we have, for example, 5 planes, it doesn't make sense for me to spend millions of dollars to do a facility to only maintain 5 planes. But when there are more traffic because of the affordable price, there will be more plane. When the plane grows to about 100, then it makes sense to one man to now say, okay, I want to have a facility to be servicing plane. So we should be thinking of economic of scale, how to increase our number, not stifle the few number that we have. We just want to look at the elite market and squeeze blood out of them. We should be looking at how to get more people into not just aviation, every other sector. We should be looking to bring more people into the market. Economic of scale. There goes more job creations. There goes smoother commerce and trade.
Okay. We said Africa needs a whole lot of facility to grow. Now we are seeing airports coming. This is not the first one. We have seen several airports coming to different states of the federation. Some years back, when Delta built the Osubi airport, people were shouting, "What? There is one in Benin. There is one in Asaba." What? It's okay. This is where we are right now. Do you think states should start considering opening up their landscape for industries to start springing up? Because once these industries are coming up, then the airports are getting service.
Yes, they can do. I think they can do that both hand in hand.
Okay.
Yes, because you can't wait until the industries are, established.
The infrastructure is there already?
If the infrastructure is there, and they are equally setting up this sort of aviation infrastructure, it's beginning to, to reduce travel airtime, air connectivity, it will enhance trade, attract investment, and of course it's going to boost tourism. We will equally know that the Ogun State is mooting an idea, even though theirs is for cargoing.
They've done that already.
Great. So they need to do that. And states that are taking this initiative they're taking, because the benefit may not be immediate, but in the long run we'll see them, because these are projects that are going to outlive them and their administration, but it's going to bring in what we hope that it's going to bring in, because there's going to be investment. A lot of businesses might want to come in when they have infrastructure that can facilitate easy way out and also land in there without using the road.
Okay.
And that would be beneficial for the southwestern part of the country. I hope the southeastern and the southern states are looking, because I'm always on you people, because you need to borrow a leaf from what is happening on this part of town.
While you are borrowing a leaf and spending state funds to build this infrastructure, remember, productive ventures, we pay more in the long run. So hey, now let's talk about some sports stories. We won't dwell on this, but hey, Nigeria has been drawn with Tanzania, Tunisia, and Uganda in Group C. That's for those that are wondering. AFCON is here. Nigeria will face Tanzania, Tunisia, and Uganda in Group C of the 2025 African Cup of Nations, set to kick off on December 23rd in Morocco. Super Eagles will begin their group campaign against Uganda before facing Tunisia and wrapping up with Tanzania. Okay. We are still reeling from the loss of not going to the World Cup.
Right.
Do you see us coming out from this group?
I mean, apart from Tunisia, the group looks easy to me. So
it's the same way the World Cup group was looking very easy and juicy.
I mean, I like to be optimistic.
Okay.
And I would like to encourage the Super Eagles. Go Super Eagles.
Look at that
Okay. See, are we going to have a beautiful Christmas with
We need to pay for our not going to the World Cup by winning this tournament.
Okay. Let me hold him to that. I won't put my bet on that though. But hey, we are supporting you, Super Eagles. I want to see a beautiful AFCON competition. Let's get to our next story, because our time it's almost gone. Yes, content regulation. Now, ByteDance gives US joint control of TikTok to avert ban. TikTok parent company ByteDance has signed an agreement with US investors that grant joint control of the platform to American stakeholders. Now, this is what Trump has always wanted from the get.
I said it on this table. I said it's about surveillance.
Very nice.
It's about surveillance, and since Mark Zuckerberg has agreed that Facebook and other Instagram are being used to spy on Americans for data, and some of these data are sold. The they've been looking at TikTok like, okay, so Chinese have this kind of power too. And, you know, so the ownership was just a negotiation all along. What they want is they want to have access to the data that TikTok might be gathering, all the data and everything. America wants the data to it because TikTok is now the most used app in America, far more than Instagram and TikTok. And so, and beyond just data, people now trade on TikTok. There's TikTok shop that is very, very big in America right now. So which means there goes people's bank information, their credit card, their, you know, so this is too much power for a Chinese company.
For a foreign company.
For a foreign company, and that is why, and not just any foreign company, a foreign company from China. China is trying to be the world power. So if they have this so much power, you know, it's too much power given to one person. And here we need to wake up as Nigerians. So there's TikTok, there's what's it called? There's Netflix from Europe, there is Facebook, Instagram from America, and they are just...
There is Alibaba from China.
They are just...
That we are using on daily basis.
They are just taking all our data, the data that the government do not have. So we need to wake up one day.
SOUQ,
when are we waking up?
I mean, I hit the nail on the head. And, you know, I like... Trump is not just a president, but he's a businessman. And we can see that reflect in his policies, in his actions, in the way he runs it in the United States. We need to borrow a leaf from that. I think we have more politicians here in Nigeria and in the continent of Africa, and in the business side of it, we're not making much progress. Our politicians are smart, but they are selfishly smart for themselves, not in the national, smart in the national,
Can I chip in
not smart in the national way, yes.
And as a people with 200 million people, we have so much power. Yes. We have so much power. During the last administration, the Minister for Information, Lai Mohammed, and the late president, they demonstrated our power when they banned Twitter and they asked Facebook and all of these corporations to come and have an office in Nigeria and start paying taxes. Yes. A lot of Nigerians laugh it off to say, oh, they can do without Nigerian market. Guess what happened? They actually yield. Yes, they set up their office here today. Nigerians now draw salaries from Twitter, from Facebook, some of these corporations, and they pay tax. So we have power as a people. 200 million people is a huge market. As far as Africa goes, we are a poor country, but we still have a better buying power than a lot of the people on this continent, and with so much potential. So the government can exert their power beyond just for these corporations paying tax, but to monitor what they are doing with the data, our identity and everything, and be able to protect us more beyond just, employ our people and pay tax. We can extend it to what Trump has just, demonstrated.
We need to do that. And I think, because when we look at the recent list of ambassadors that have been sent to the National Assembly for us, please, ambassadors or diplomats are not just politicians. They are business people. They are politicians, and they are smart business people, and they are intelligent people.
Should ambassadors be politicians?
Not all of them are going to be career diplomats. Not all of them are going to be, because if all of them are career diplomats, you're going to lose that in some. The president is not just going to send a career diplomat somewhere. Specific countries like China, United States, you need to send both a politician and one who has both the experience in career diplomacy and politicking and also business to specific places, so that when they are negotiating and speaking on behalf of the government, they know what exactly they are saying.
But the politician is concerned more about the next election.
No, politicians. See, the politician out there is not concerned about the election of APC, Labour Party, PDP, Accord Party, and all of that. He's concerned about my country's relationship with the United States of America.
And beyond trade and diplomacy,
yes,
there is global politics.
So we can't have someone there who is bereft of political intelligence. No. So
the diplomat is not.
The diplomat, don't even go there. The career diplomat
is not.
The career diplomat is not only a career diplomat, he's also
he's
a politician at a different level.
Good. So why are we not going for that?
There alone cannot suffice.
Okay.
We have to know that.
Yes, while we look at this, we are about running out of the studio. But hey, let's also tell you that Coursera, Udemy, they've announced a $2.5 billion all-stock merger deal. So for all those things you've been learning, some free online, some you get to pay, deals are happening at the back door. And also, President Trump has come out to look at visa lottery as it concerns Africa and say, hey guys, no.
Exit.
Enough is enough. We've not been on that particular platform for a while because they chased us away a long time ago. And to say thank you to everyone that has made this possible all through the week from Monday to Friday. Thank you very much. And for you there watching, commenting, you're the best. If I say you're the bomb now, they might come and investigate us. But hey, don't worry, you're still the bomb. We love you. I will say thank you very much. Let's do this again next week. But for this weekend, be nice. Get some rest and rebuke. Reboot and rebuke every bad behavior and thoughts that creeps up. Remember, Christmas is coming, so remember your loved ones. Call them up. If you don't have any gifts, hey, doesn't matter, just do the calling. And stay with your friends and families. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. It's nice having you all through this week. Pray?
Yes, please. President Trump, Nigerians, I don't know, we have never run amok in the U.S. shooting people dead. So exempt Nigeria from that list of people you are banning from coming to U.S. We are good people and we are a good nation. And we need to come to the United States because we are part of the intelligent people in the United States society. So many thanks for watching. I'm Oyin Priya Krumali. You have yourself a splendid weekend.
Amin, thank you for joining us this morning. Dirty December is here. We have a lot of tourists. Please be nice to tourists. We can actually extend this tourist economy beyond December. It can actually be January to December where we have people coming here to spend their money, and it's going to benefit you and I. So let's be nice to tourists and let's charge fairly for our goods and services. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank God it's Friday.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that needs to first of all be rebranded.
Said is going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigeria content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Do you think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations should start looking at getting their staff involved in this market or buying to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn citizen diplomacy. See something. This is SOUQ business landscape.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming
Hello and welcome to the maiden edition of Queen's Court, where we discuss the role of women in leadership and nation building. I'm Juliet Biniti, Reverend Juliet. In recent times, more women have stepped into leadership roles, demonstrating empowering role of education, technology, and access to information. These women leaders have not only achieved remarkable success in their fields, but also played pivotal role in promoting gender equality and education reforms. Today, we will be looking at the role of women in leadership and the unseen barriers. But before we set the ball rolling, let's go on a quick break and we'll be right back to introduce our guests. Welcome back. Women leaders already battling workplace stereotypes and seeking work-life balance found themselves shouldering more enormous responsibility in recent time. Hence, we will be looking at the role of women in leadership and the rising challenges. Joining me for this discussion is my sis, a big sis, but in this court, we will call you Lady. Lady Horochi Ogan, leadership consultant, and the CEO of O'Neill, a global management firm focused on leadership, at my immediate right. Welcome, Lady Horochi.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Lady version.
Thank you.
A pleasure having you here.
I'm glad.
And of course, another big sis of mine, a wonderful, incredible woman leader, Lady Adeola Aziz. In this court, the Queen's Court. So get ready for that. A politician and a social entrepreneur, and of course, the founder of an NGO, Community Care Foundation, focused on empowering youth and women, and especially in agriculture, solving the hunger problem. And I just want to welcome you, sis, Lady Adeola. You're welcome to Queen's Court.
Thank you very much for having me.
We will be discussing these matters of women in leadership and the challenges. Yeah. And today's discussion is going to be focused more on the ideological issues of these leadership issues, because women and leadership is almost as if it's not something to go together. When you say women, it doesn't count leadership. So we want to have that discussion, understanding that women have been leading in the past. We have seen great women leaders. We have seen Queen Amina of Zaria. We have seen Funmilayo Ransom Kuti in the West, and we have seen Margaret Ekpo in the East. So even in Nigeria, we have women who have led and showed tremendous leadership. But they're also very minimal leaders all over, abysmal women in leadership in different spheres of influence. The banking sector is beginning to show up with great women as CEO at the top of the echelon of the bank. But however, do we have enough women who are going to occupy that seat the moment they leave? So this discussion is very important, especially to a new generation of women rising, with the issues of women leading both at home and at the city gate. That balance of things, we need to have that discussion. That's why it's important to have the discussion. I'm coming to you, Lady Adeola, and of course it's going to be the same, we'll dovetail to that same area of discussion on these rural women. Because of the issues of mindset, culture, educational background, and the 9 years of the philosophy of understanding that women are also leaders, how do we navigate? Apart from education, training, let's say training, what is the intricate issues that you think is still limiting these women, even at the rural level? Let me give you an example. I was at a program where I needed to speak to some women. When they called me, I thought they were educated women, but I found out they were not, so I had to go into pidgin English a little bit. But I realized that these women have such capacity and role to play in the society. And they were complaining at the issues of the genital mutilation, the issue of the girl-child marriage. It was within the middle belt of Nigeria. And I was telling them, but you are a leader, you are women leaders. And they were like, no, what are you talking about? That's is the chief, is the this. So how are we going to go about, especially the rural Africa, because we have over 20 million women entrepreneurs, SMEs, and it's fundamentally women, producing, adding to the GDP per capita of Nigeria. Incredible when I saw that data. And yet we say we are not leading. Can you speak to that? And Lady Horichi also would add to that comment, because it's at the center of this discourse in its ideological and philosophical level. Because before we talk about specializing in areas of leadership, do we really want the men to still tell us to lead, or can we just simply realize it?
You see, when you're talking about what you just said at the rural level, right? We need to understand that, like I said, most of them are illiterate, and most of them are controlled and led by their chiefs, the ballers, their husbands, and all of that. I'll give you an example. During the local government election, we had to have a by-election in one of my wards. And there was a particular woman who was very, very active, widow, 6 children, she was under 23. And I said to her that, why don't you come and represent the ward? Because we needed you to be there. And somebody passed. And she said, yes. So I said, okay, we will support her, we will fund her, and all of that. Do you know that by the next day or 2 days later, when we reached her, we couldn't get her on the phone? And I actually paid somebody to go and look for her. Did something happen? What had happened was that her uncle, her late husband's brother, the ballers, and said, how dare she put herself forward? Or she said she didn't put herself forward, that it was Honorable Adiola Aziz who asked her, because she saw the potential. She mobilized a lot for us. And she went into hiding.
Can you imagine?
Can you imagine that? So I now realize that what we need to do, we have to start the education from these male at that level who control these women.
Excellent.
During campaign, they're for you. They will do this, they'll support you, they say this is who we want. On the day of election, right, their husbands, the ballers, they would have given all of them. All of you, this is the direction you go. So when you have that kind of, I don't know what to call it, whether it's a directive, I don't want to use the word bullying or whatever, a directive from their husband,
that's what it is,
whatever, to do this. So tell me, how do those women want to express themselves? By voting or deciding or taking choices or making decisions that they feel is right for them. It's not inclusive.
So we need strong advocacy.
We need strong advocacy, and we need to try and see how we can get the buy-in of these men who have a strong hold on their wives, their sisters, on these women, to say, look, this is your daughter. This is what will happen. And a woman at that level only cares for food on the table for the children and how the children will go to school. Once you can satisfy those 2 needs, right, a woman she'll thrive on her own. But when she doesn't have that independence of mind to make a decision by herself, hey, she's in bondage.
Wow.
She's in bondage, and that is at that local level. I saw it live and direct. So they do not have the capacity. They've got the competency. They do not have that capacity to take those decisions by themselves. So it's limiting, and it's patriarchy, it's stereotyping, and hey, why should you raise your head up to say you want to lead? Who's giving you permission?
Excellent. But in comparatively to that, let me even draw it back to even at the international level, we only have about 23% to 25% of women at the global level. So if the rural woman, the issue of that control, is it the same as the woman at the elite level who has gone to school, at least did her high school, or suddenly she disappeared? I have had friends who were probably acting before, they get married and they just disappear off the screen. What is it? Is it just the limiting factor from the men or the psychology of the women themselves, knowing that now that I'm married, maybe I'm not called to lead?
Very interesting question. Very interesting question, because even before you asked it, I wanted to use a corporate example equivalent to the rural one that
Excellent.
I attended an HR meet and greet meeting. It was a people-centered thing, and the head of HR of a multinational bank came to talk to us about barriers and women in the corporate world. She gave a practical example. She said, if there's a general management or CEO opportunity in Côte d'Ivoire, and you call a man and said, go and prepare, we're getting you ready, you're going to be the CEO in Côte d'Ivoire, the man will jump, thank, and if you call a woman, the woman will tell you, this is an exciting opportunity. Let me go home and discuss it with my husband. This is what is going on in the corporate world. I'm not talking about rural environment. So these barriers are real.
Yeah.
But in the same circumstances, we now had another CEO from a bank that told us about intentionality and planning. She said she went into banking career and she was intentional from word go that she was going to be at the top and nobody was going to limit her. It's not about feminism or women, whatever. She just had a relationship with her husband that helped her husband understand her and help her husband push her career. So she had a baby at the point they made her a chief executive officer for a bank in Ivory Coast or somewhere. She just, then there was not even GSM. She just planned, had 2 stable nannies, had a way of reaching out to them, you know, on a mini basis when she's doing her work. And she was able to do the assignment. She was able to take the position and enhance her career in the bank. At the point she was talking now, she was now CEO in Nigeria. So these barriers are real. And because I'm an SME person, when you mentioned SME, my body was shaking.
I can't imagine, yes.
You see, so it's not an easy assignment, but if we're intentional, you need to reach out to them. It's a two-pronged approach. The first thing is that you need to sensitize the women. You need to get their buy-in. You know, you need to let them understand the benefits for them. It's not for me. You know, but you need to talk to them at their level. Speak vernacular. If you can't speak that vernacular, get somebody to interpret. Some of them do not. If they understand pidgin English, I'm very good at that. When I get to my village, I start racking in Igbo language. What is important to me is communication.
Yeah.
So you reach out to them at their level and try and sensitize them, create awareness. Let them there's a paradigm shift that needs to happen. Let them begin. You break down the growth mindset in a simple way that will help them understand. That's the first step. Second step is to work with this huge, I don't know what to call them, husbands, chiefs, cousins, uncles, the male factor, you know, that is sitting over the female folk patriarchally, is to get them to understand. It's also a buy-in process, you know, have conversations with them, help them to understand. When you get into a rural environment, you get to the valley. The valleys, I've seen people that were able to work and change an environment with the Oba. The Obas, recently, they're very literate. The valleys, even if they're not, they have understanding. If you get their buy-in, you just go out of your way, try and get their buy-in. Once you get their buy-in, it's easier to get the buy-in of all the other male figures in that environment. It is possible. I had listened to a senator that wanted to change something fundamentally from a history of influence, and it was genital mutilation. And she started, it was a Herculean task, but she was deliberate, it was planned. She started with the Oba of her village. Yes. She started with the Oba, continued having meetings until the Oba got the buy-in.
Excellent.
So when the Oba got the buy-in,
She went to the youth. The youth got the buy-in and said any woman that is mutilated will not marry. Do you understand? So I'm giving this practical example to say that it's possible.
Societies have changed.
Yes, it's possible. If you go systematically, you will have a buy-in and there'll be a mindset change, there'll be a paradigm shift, and then you begin to make progress. By the time you're handling simultaneously the women, and the male figures that are barriers, the barriers are real. No, that's why we need to be very deliberate about it.
I want to add to that contribution, especially for the current generation of women that we have. One of the things that I have also found out is that if you know you have the desire to lead, for goodness sake, when you are dating your spouse or your husband to be, please discuss it. Because some men will not entertain it. So you will not get in and say, when I marry, I will change his mind.
No, it's too
because if it doesn't happen at that stage, you don't express your desire to him, and he doesn't support it at the beginning, it's not going to work.
That's the story. I can get up today, I'm going tomorrow.
Right. So getting the buy-in at an early stage, once you know leadership is in your mind, is extremely important. So that you know where you're going to. Because if they don't support you,
no, it's a problem. It's a challenge.
Now, at the same time,
married.
Yes. At the same time, as a
single
politician again, if you go out there and you don't see your husband beside you once or twice, it's like, what is she? Is she here? You know the negativity that goes with it. I remember when I was contesting, I had to tell my husband at the early stages of my campaign, please be beside me. And they all definitely they enjoyed it.
Excellent.
So it's important that they get the buy-in of the husband before the violence and the others and all of that.
Can I add something? Before you add, just for us to begin to conclude something, because this is a proof of what you have said. Because the data shows that there was a organization that financially outperformed industry competitors have more women in leadership. That the more women are in leadership, the organization's competitiveness increases and improves. And I always tell men also, if your wife is a leader, is an improvement to your social capital, is an improvement to your financial capital. As we wind down this discussion that is a continuum, it continues, because it's a very broad discussion. And we now see the reason why the discussion should happen, because the women quotient in the leadership role, beside whether it's the husband or other men, is quite low. We still have them in all spheres of influence. We're having that challenge. So you can make your conclusive point of what will it take for us to increase the quotient as we wrap this up. Starting from her as she concludes her points, then also dovetail to that question.
My last words as we conclude.
Yes.
I was going to say that when it comes to marriage, I'm not deviating. I think that conversation should happen whether you want to be a leader or not.
Yes.
You need to as a human, because you need to let your husband get your husband consent from the beginning to support you to be the best versions of your life.
That's it.
You need to.
That's your HR speaking.
Yes. You need to get your husband to support you to be, you are his helpmeet. You're there to help him to be the best versions of his life, but it's a partnership. He should also make a commitment to help you to be the best versions of your life.
Precisely.
And so if you have that balance at the beginning, it's easier to manage things. It's easier to manage things, when you're in the marriage. And these are my last words. I keep coming back to, move further and overnight. We need to be very strategic.
Yes.
We need to deal with the critical mass. We need to intelligence. We need to have a dialogue from the city. This not just your husband. Excellent. Silence them. As a team. That's what we're doing. This is not a talk show.
Definitely.
I'm a solution bearer. Here to solve problems. That's why I came on the program.
Yes.
So outside this program, as we progress, can we come together and put up a strategic plan on what we can execute? And I'm not talking about high level.
Yes.
Let's go back, because my family has a foundation. I understand how to run grassroots issues. Let's go back to the grassroots. Let's start doing something.
Okay, thank you very much. Lady Adeola, as we conclude.
Yes. There's been a lot of talk about the value.
Yes.
About the value that women bring to the table.
Yes.
If they are there.
Okay.
If they show up, if they're there. Promoting women leadership is simply social justice.
Excellent.
It is inclusivity.
Excellent.
It is diverse critical thinking. It brings prosperity to the table.
Yes.
To the nation, to the community, to the society. So why do you want to leave 50% of the gender that makes up the workforce, that makes up the SMEs, that makes up who we are in Nigeria? Why do you want to cut them out of the equation?
Excellent.
It's like having an aeroplane flying with one wing.
It will never fly.
So it will never fly. So the earlier we start to realize that women leadership is a must, it's a task that we must face, embrace, be intentional, and ensure that anything that comes in our way, for those of us who are there, we advocate, lead. And what's the other word again? When you lobby, the men, that please, this is for your wives, your daughters, your sisters. Social justice is key.
Thank you very much.
Equity and equality is paramount.
Thank you very much. We must all remember that leadership is not masculine, it's human. And women's rights are indeed human rights. And every woman is called to lead, right from the home gate to the city gate. And once again, I want to appreciate Lady Orochi Ogan and Lady Adeola Aziz to Queen's Court, the maiden version.
Thank you.
2024. Thank you for being with us. And thank you for listening. God bless you, and bye for now.
Africa is on the rise, and at the forefront of its growth is a sector as old as civilization itself: agriculture. Once marked by subsistence farming and challenges with food security, agriculture in Africa is now experiencing a powerful transformation. From the fertile lands of Nigeria to the tea fields of Kenya, agriculture is driving economic growth and lifting millions out of poverty. African governments and internal investors are taking notice, pouring in resources to support smallholder farmers and expand sustainable farming practices. Digital innovation is playing a major role in this transformation. Mobile apps provide farmers with crucial information on weather, market prices, and crop management. These digital tools are empowering farmers to make informed decisions, increase their yield, and get fair prices for their produce. Now I know when it rains, I can plan my planting better, and I know where to sell my crops for a good price. it's really changing our lives. We are committed to investing in agriculture as a pillar of our economy. Our goal is to make farming not only viable but a source of wealth and stability for our people. African countries are also scaling up for exports, especially in high-demand crops like coffee, cocoa, and cashew. By focusing on quality, Africa is capturing a larger share of global markets. But the transformation goes beyond exports. Across Africa, new farming techniques and policies are helping to meet domestic demand and reduce reliance on food imports, contributing to food security across the continent. Women are also a key part of Africa's agricultural revolution. They make up a significant portion of the agricultural workforce, and initiatives are empowering women farmers with resources and training to enhance productivity. From subsistence to sustainability, the future of agriculture in Africa is bright. With innovation, investment, and resilient communities, Africa is sowing the seeds of prosperity.
Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school, it was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life, and set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, because my HSC in Olivet, we tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from USC. It had set me on a discipline for working, and I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all. It's the creme de la creme. And I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from USC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees. You can say that again. In different aspects of life. Professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of SOUQ Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, dancing and waving our fans, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents, and we had so many tenants, and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any financial support and have been successful. So to me, success is about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me, and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No, nobody is perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. This men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3% as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities, some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity, and some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you, it's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. When you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now. I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6, 8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, would expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And you know, in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have, in the country. You can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensured that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, he will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. And make sure the husband is well looked after at all times. And don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that they are not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to, within the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life, and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
We're going to have increase in the number of facilities that we would visit in the year 2025 by 30%. We would have improved compliance and enhancement of data-driven decision making using data analytics. We're going to strengthen collaboration between our partners, and we're going to have 25% increase in our compliance rates by carrying out the key strategies. We want to expand our monitoring coverage. We want to enhance our digital infrastructure by integrating a secure online pathway. We also want to include the e-learning platform and our mobile platforms on the digital infrastructure. We want to strengthen our community engagement and build capacity of both the farmer staff and our partners. We want to drive innovation and research. This year, we want to carry out research on quality of care. In doing all of this, we want to make the health facilities in Lagos safer by leveraging on technology and ensuring that all our processes are data-driven. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Onoriede, Dr. Nibo Shinowo, Dr. Veronica Iwayemi, and Dr. Abiola Idowu. Your Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Isiaq Salako. Taking us further in a comparative study, I want to especially welcome a professor and consultant medical parasitologist at the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. He coordinates the International Malaria Microscopy, RDT Quality Assurance Center, as well as the country's World Health Organization malaria specimen collection sites in the College of Medicine, University of Lagos. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Professor Wellington Oyibo for the very short comparative study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, His Excellency, Executive Governor of Lagos State, the Honorable Minister of Health, here represented here by the Minister of State for Health, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, this is historic for us. This is a path we have planned, prayed for, and we are happy that it is happening. Mr. Governor, thank you for all you do and for making this happen myself. I'm so happy and grateful to the Honorable Commissioner of Health. He has told the story. So I'm going to build on those stories as I make this presentation. Don't have much time. And part of the whole thing is the advances that Lagos has made for over 2 decades. The world is hearing it, and the distinct nature of these projects through the impact project itself, which is calibrated around the impacts that this project will be again for Lagos State. My slide, please. So what we know about malaria, in the 15th century, why was it called malaria? It was called malaria because the cause of that fever illness was not known. And it was connected to marshy waters. So malaria in Greek is foul. And that was all they could do. And it took some another 100 years before it was connected to mosquito bites. And today we are talking about fever and say all fevers are malaria. So are we going to the 15th century? And this is what we're trying to really unbundle in Lagos. It's still over 50 million people. My slides. So if fever is still malaria, we go back to the 15th century. And then, of course, for evidence base, meant that we will have to quickly provide the evidence. Can I have the slide up? Yes. So the Honorable let me just pull it out from here. So I've given this background. Most health workers will not accept the test results when it's negative. And that's the challenge. Next slide, please. Okay, and if you don't have data, which we are talking about digitization, you cannot calibrate where you are. And so if we look at the entire program and the plan of different projects, is to see that real-time data is available and that tests are done. And when the test is done, we can say quickly, cost-effectively, this is where we are. Because you can get the rely on routine data. The country do not have quality data, and that's the challenge. Next slide. So low confidence in the test. Basic things are being used. Lagos is making progress. How do we handle this? 94 to 96% of the reporting for malaria in the DHIS that categorizes states and Nigeria comes from the primary healthcare center and this from the public sector. It's important to recognize this. Next slide. I will bring in this on board because we provide the quality platform for quality diagnosis at the College of Medicine. Next slide. And we do all of this carefully to ensure that these tests are good to be used for humans. Next slide. And what is known? Please just keep on going on the slide because I'll just go through them. There are changes in Nigeria in terms of malaria epidemiology. Next slide. And then we see from the 2021 malaria indicator survey where Lagos is next slide. And you can see where we are here at 2.6%. Hopeful. And next slide. Good progress. And we're talking about the path for pre-elimination. We are on that path. And we are happy that this is being mentioned here today. And like I said, this signature. And in line with the stratification
strategy and subnational tailoring by WHO. So we are quite on course on this. Next slide. And then you can see the different tests available. You can keep on hitting enter. You have microscopy that is powered by a human being. And then you have this rapid diagnostic test that is technology. But somehow we refuse to accept technology and we stay with humans with all the challenges. So that's what you see with microscopy. Just keep on pressing enter and all of this. And this is the test 15 minutes. The result is out. The other one will take any time. It will be 1 day. And then based on that, we have done the scoping assessment of facility in Lagos.
Recent times, cosmetic clinics. So we're finding it difficult. We have limited capacity to ensure monitoring of these facilities. We also have inefficient manual processes because our digital platform is unable to carry out some of the processes in the agency. We're sitting on a lot of data in the agency.
With AI to make sure that the test is actually having the results that the pharmacy or PPMD says it does. We then verify that the treatment, the appropriate treatment. And then in the impact program, we to the public health system for malaria-negative patients to ensure that they're getting the proper diagnosis that they need and have a better understanding of what other febrile illnesses patients might have. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so I'll just talk briefly about all of the other partners that are working on this as well. So we are working closely, of course, with the Lagos State Ministry of Health, which envisioned this work and brought us in to support on this, with NMEP, which is overseeing the work and providing technical oversight, with WHO, which is providing, again, technical support and facilitation, and then importantly with our private sector partners as well, so PCN, which is doing quite a bit of the regulatory oversight and ensuring the quality of care in a pharmacy setting, with SFH, which is enabling the supply chain, and then of course with LASHMA, which is to go quickly into the final results on why this is improved quality of care. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. So the work is providing network expansion, innovative financing, integrated health systems, supply chain resilience, comparative research, and regulatory reform, leveraging all of these different partners that we've mentioned to ensure that patients are able to access quality care and that the data is being provided back to Lagos State to help improve regulatory support, policy, and other things. I've mentioned the partners that we have here already, but we're very grateful for all of the work that they are providing to ensure that there's quality of care in the private sector. And then finally, one final slide. To reinforce what Dr. Wellington said earlier, the work that is being done is also to be supporting with testing, understanding the difference between rapid tests and microscopy, to support on policy reform to ensure that rapid tests are always done before treatment for malaria in Lagos State. Thank you all so much, and we're very excited to be a part of this.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jessica Venon, the CEO, my Shemets. Ladies and gentlemen, taking us further, Nina Ogunlafo. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellency, sir. We're very happy that this is happening today. So just permit me to do something unique in terms of our focus for malaria control in Nigeria. To do this, I will call on Dr. Dao, Country Director for Volta. We're going to have the Honorable Minister being tested for malaria. Okay, Honorable Minister, please. Thank you very much. This is showcasing the main focus in main focus for malaria control in Nigeria, which we refer to as the 3 T's. Your Excellency, the first T stands for tests. We cannot overemphasize or we cannot underscore the importance of that. The second T, sir, is for treatment. Cannot have His Excellency and the Minister of Health standing for long, so once we take their samples, we're going to have them seated again. So can I have Dr. Walter on stage to come and quality check what is happening, sir, please? Thank you very much.
We are witnessing leadership by example. Leadership by example by Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, as well as the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. Salako. Please, let's appreciate them. That is the way to go for every one of us all.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. So again, this is the way to go for malaria control program in Nigeria. The pre-elimination in Nigeria could commence in phases. We could commence pre-elimination in Nigeria in phases. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you. So back to the fourth bullet on my slide. Your Excellencies, pre-elimination in Nigeria could be commenced in phases. It could start with the states, Lagos State, for example, and we could go geopolitical zones. So I was sitting with my sister, the Commissioner of Health from Ogun State. So the fever for pre-elimination have started. So I also want to say that it stands on Lagos State to make sure that this pathway for pre-elimination is properly done. The National Malaria Elimination Program is waiting to take the experiences and the processes that Lagos will use to achieve elimination to be replicated in other states. Your Excellencies, it's important to note that right now we have a couple of states under 10% prevalence in the country, and those states are Anambra, Kwara, and Rivers State. So what is happening in Lagos that has been flagged off today, it's like NMEP, it's poised to take what these processes and experiences are to states like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma. Let's appreciate her. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Governor, sir, Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Ali Pate, who has been ably represented here today by the Honorable Minister of State for Health, Dr. SOUQ Adekunle Salako. A round of applause for him, please.
Your Excellency, the excellent Governor of the Center of Excellence, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. I must recognize my brother, who is one who has summoned all of us here today, the Honorable Commissioner for Health for Lagos State. All members of the Lagos State Cabinet here present, our partners, WHO, World Bank, distinguished stakeholders in the health sector, gentlemen of the press. Because of time, let me say all protocols to be extended. We cannot keep the governor for malaria alone. He has to attend to water, to road, to several other things. So I will shorten my speech, but I must say that today I'm wearing two caps. You may not see it physically. I'm standing in for myself and also standing in for my brother, the coordinating minister for health and social welfare, Professor Pate, who is unable to attend because of other assignments. I am most delighted to be at this auspicious occasion of the launch of the Pathway to Malaria Pre-Elimination and Digitization Program in the Center of Excellence, Lagos State, led by His Excellency the Governor, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu. I recall that Lagos State pioneered intensive malaria case management in the early 2000s through the Eco-Free Malaria Initiative, under the leadership of now our President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, then Governor. I am most delighted to be here today to be part of another pioneer initiative now under Governor Babatunde Sanwo-Olu as Lagos State takes the lead in the agenda to end malaria by 2030. Your Excellency, the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare is elated with this giant stride, which aims to improve malaria diagnosis, case management, and accurate tracking of cases through the integration of digital health solutions in the form of real-time electronic reporting systems, all targeted at further reduction in the burden of malaria and its eventual elimination from our land. This momentous project will not only set a track for malaria pre-elimination in Lagos State, but in Nigeria at large, thereby once again making Lagos State a trailblazer. I want to emphasize that this project is in line with the renewed hope agenda of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the renewed vigor for the Federal Ministry of Health and Social Welfare on the rethinking malaria concept that was launched in April 2024 and is aimed at fast-tracking the malaria elimination goal through strategic shifts. We have continued to make progress in this regard, and the inauguration of the advisory on malaria elimination in Nigeria, AMEN, the development of pragmatic costed plan of action, the expansion of permanent healthcare facilities, training of frontline health workers, and the initiation of domestication of affordable medicine facilities for malaria to make malaria treatment more affordable are all testament to the progress we are making. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Ministry is taking these steps in order to reverse the undesirable trend of being the highest burden malaria endemic country globally, accounting for 27% and 31% of cases and deaths respectively. I am confident that Lagos State possesses the needed attributes that can help drive Nigeria to malaria elimination through such case-setting initiative like this program. Furthermore, Lagos has been consistently the lowest malaria prevalence state in Nigeria, as evident from all the malaria indicator survey conducted in the country, with the most recent result in 2021 showing 2% prevalence, hence indicating a tendency of attaining pre-elimination when concerted and consolidated efforts are put in place. I wish to report that the challenge of let me use this opportunity to call on all stakeholders not to relent on their support towards this impactful intervention, which will contribute significantly to the drive at eliminating malaria of the world. Nigeria is ever committed to this drive and we will continue to toe the path of global best practices. I wish to assure all Nigerians and our partners that the change in the policy of the United States government with respect to global health funding will not adversely affect our malaria elimination programs and other public health initiatives, as President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR has approved a robust mechanism to ensure adequate and cost-effective funding for our public health programs. I call on all state governments to join hands with the federal government to ensure that our country becomes self-sustaining in the funding of our public health programs. Before I end this address, let me commend once again and appreciate His Excellency, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, and his health team, led by Professor Akin Abayomi, for initiating and executing this laudable innovative project. I wish to also sincerely appreciate all the partners, World Bank, WHO, all the implementers, especially for providing the needed human resources, technical support, and the funding for the implementation of this initiative. I wish all of us a successful launch of this impactful project as a springboard for the elimination of malaria from our country. Thank you, and God bless the federal government.
Distinguished invited guests, Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister of State, have your results. To say that Honorable Minister of State, we will not be confining you in a bed in Lagos. Your result is negative. When patients go to clinics and the doctors tell you that they've performed a test, it is your responsibility as a patient to see the test. Please ask for the test and take a picture of it and have a record on your phone. My governor, the Excellency of Lagos State, I'm pleased to tell you that you may continue with your duties. Congratulations, sir. Negative, in line with the low prevalence of malaria in Lagos as well. Chart course. Thank you very much for your support, both the Honorable Minister and our Governor and members of the Lagos State Executive Council. Mr. Governor, if you would like to approach the podium to give your keynote and to launch a pathway to malaria elimination in Lagos.
Practitioner himself and a strong politician, Dr. Thank you very much for finding out. Members of the State Executive Council, especially Professor Akin Abayomi, and Special Advisor on Health. Thank you very much. Other cabinet members, all the permanent secretaries in the Health Ministry, and several of you that are here. Thank you very much for taking our time. The country director for the World Bank, Dr. Diop, the country representative for the WHO, Dr. Walter, all of our partners, that are here, MyShamed, Impact, SFH, the National Malaria Organization, our friends from our neighboring state, the Honorable Commissioner for Health in Ogun State, thank you. All of our health practitioners, stakeholders that are here, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. When you are asked to come forward and conduct a test that you did not prior psych yourself for, what will happen is you quickly raise, your brain will raise back and say, have I been feeling unwell? What is going to happen? It just brought us back 5 years during COVID, and they said that they're going to do a COVID test. It was like, the heart was going to open and you don't know what will be the outcome. But you see, it's an important activity that we need to continue to subject ourselves to. You might think it's a simple thing, but it's so important. And that ability for you to come forward, if it has turned positive, what it will have just meant is that we need to make a treatment. It's not a death penalty, but it's really just for all of us to know that we need to do this thing and we need to be able to come forward transparently at all times and let us end all of these things that we don't want again in our sight. Thank you very much. And so it's an honor that I stand before all of you in this room are very strategic to launch the first in the country, another Lagos first, the pathway to malaria pre-elimination and digitalization program. We're here to affirm our commitment to safeguarding lives and the livelihood of every Lagosian. Malaria is more than a disease. It's a socio-economic burden that has held back individuals. It has held back families and communities for such a long time. It robs us of our productivity. It drains us of our household incomes. And for many households in Lagos, especially those modest earners, malaria, the name it alone brings shivers. It reduces their earning and reduces their ability to continue to earn more for their family. And so this financial strain often affects families and a lot of times causes heartbreaks and the rest of it. But we're here to put a stop or to even bring a voice to the step at which we want to eliminate that completely. It has affected school children from going to school. It has affected businesses. It has seen a whole lot of absenteeism and a lot of challenges in our society for several decades. But today, we have to change all of that narrative. The eradication of malaria is not just a good health news. It is indeed an economic imperative. It's a good news that all of us must beat our chest and be able to carry, if there's a P, that we need to have, a pre-elimination, the campaign for it, we need to have it and we need to be able to dot it everywhere. We know from statistics how much malaria has cost our GDP, billions and billions of dollars. Imagine what Lagos could achieve with a lot of resources if we're able to eliminate all of this. We no longer have to choose between survival and opportunity. Imagine a Lagos where every child can attend school uninterrupted because of ill health, or an adult can contribute fully to the economy. And one thing that is instructive was the demonstration of the slide by Professor Campbell, and I saw others as well. I can see that Prof already has a side job in animation and cartooning. It's a job that he can conveniently retire into. And the narratives were very clear. But the message was very, very transparently done. And all of us, in one form or the other, are guilty of this. You feel unwell, you think you have a fever, the next thing is you are diagnosing yourself with malaria. Very easy. Just give me injection. Just give me this tablet. I know what it is. We are all, self-diagnosing ourselves and self-telling ourselves that that is what it can only be and that is what it is. So just give us. But we can see that with knowledge with knowledge and with communication, a lot of all of those negative things, you can rewrite them. And so this program represents a hope rooted on innovation, collaboration, and determination by leveraging digital tools that will ensure that every malaria case is tracked in real time. This is digital. Long are those days when you need to take a whole full blood from your body to just do a simple malaria test. I was asking for my bottle of Mortina, because those days when they take your blood test, you must replenish it with a bottle of Mortina. But you can see that with just a small pick, and in no time, you can actually, that's what digital life, has done. And so it has helped us by strengthening partnership with the private sector. We will expand access for quality care. It will help communities to have the knowledge and resources. It will build a culture of preventing that leaves no one behind. And that's a message we need to come out of from here. All of us sitting in this room must immediately turn ourselves into an advocate, into a cheerleader, to be able to carry this message forward, to be able to tell everybody that needs to know. Go into our communities, pass on this message that this pre-elimination launch program has started, and it's for all of us to see it, to buy into it, and to work with it. The benefit of eradicating malaria goes beyond just health. In malaria-free Lagos, and indeed in future, in malaria-free Nigeria, it's achievable in our time, and we've all put our minds to it. It's something that could be done. We believe that if we can eliminate it, it will increase productivity, it will improve educational outcomes for our children, it will reduce considerably our health costs. It would also enhance quality of life. All of these points speaks to a better livability standards in all indices. And so this vision, though ambitious, I believe is achievable. It's because, therefore, all of us, government agencies, healthcare practitioners, healthcare providers, community leaders, development partners, and indeed all citizens, to work together with an unwavering resolve. Success will not come overnight, but will be sustained effort and collaborative action. We will prevail. You saw the slides that a farmer and the lady on malaria and the lady on immunization. You saw the statistics between January and February, what the run rate should be. Yes, we will say that, this is just March, but we need to look to double those numbers. We need to push those numbers to be able to achieve the 2025. We need to be able to push and achieve, because there is no magic to it. If your target is 2 million, and at the end of February, we are still doing less than 200,000. We are doing far, far less. So you need to double, your spike shoots. You need to work harder, twice as fast, twice as much, for you to achieve the 2025 record. And Doctor told us, Prof, he told us from WHO that it's 2025. They are going to close the envelope. Hello? Yes, they said they are going to close it. And there's a 20. Where is it? I thought it was. They're going to close it. Our target is that we'll have to take that $20 million. We'll have to do everything to make sure that we'll meet the criteria very, very quickly. Because if it's something that we've all said we want to do, then everybody must be on the same page. I want to commend the farmer and all the ladies that came forward transparently to show us those data. And what we need to do is we don't need to wait in October before we now cry. We need to be able to track this thing on a month-on-month basis. So I want to thank all of you. I want to thank our partners, the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the National Malaria Elimination Program, our community pharmacists are here, all of our pharmaceutical associations are here. Thank you very much. Our various private and public hospitals, and all of you that are here for your valuable support in making this initiative possible. Of course, permit me to thank in absentia our very hardworking Honorable Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Professor Mohammed Al-Pate. Our best regards and our best wishes to him. We know all of the things that he has brought about in his tenure as the Honorable Minister of Health. We wish him well. We are also tracking and monitoring, his put out is all of the deliverables so that we can say at the end of the day, in your time, you did all of this. And to also thank the Honorable Minister of State for cooperating and operations with the Honorable Minister. We believe that if you do all of these things and you do them well, your time, your time in that ministry will be written in gold, and Nigerians will forever be grateful because we know that you are pushing everything to ensure that we save over 1 million lives, and you are doing so many things, so many big health initiatives. I want to wish you well. To Dr. Diop, our country director for the World Bank, thank you for your invaluable support at all times, funding your technical assistance. We believe it will continue to catalyze our health initiative. To our country director on the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Mr. Uche, whose organization's investment has been pivotal to malaria control. We say a big thank you. Dr. Walter, our WHO country representative, we believe that your expertise and your advocacy capacity has helped us to push this forward. Thank you very, very much. To all of our partners, Marshall, Mets, who I met last week, I did promise, I said I'll be here in person. And to all of our other partners, please, let's see this as a start to work. It's only when we achieve what we have set for ourselves that we have done the job. They don't pay people for attempts. They pay people for results. And it's the result that is important. It's the result that takes us to that final praising point in which we all can say that, yes, we've done our best, we've contributed what we've needed, and we've seen the results. I believe that we have everything to make it work. We believe we have all it takes to eliminate malaria completely in Lagos State. I want to congratulate our own Ministry of Health. Congratulating ourselves is telling you that you have a lot more to do, Prof, and all of you. But I will be watching, and I will do everything to continue to encourage you. And as a demonstration of that encouragement, I was whispering to Prof that I will also do something different. I will be promoting Dr. Idu as a permanent secretary. Clapping means that she's going to work twice as much. All the very big hard work she's doing. To my fellow Lagosians, fight belongs to each of us. Let us embrace a preventive measure like eliminating mosquitoes, adapt, test before treatment. And I think that is the message we need to take away. All of our pharmaceutical establishments ensure that we can pass this message. Test before treatment. It is so important that we do not just take this for granted. Let us ensure that we can take this advocacy into our communities, into our nooks and crannies, and show truly that once we have started this campaign in Lagos, go around every part of the city. We can rewrite the history of malaria in Lagos, and it is in our hand. It's all of us in this room that can help. I want to wish you all the very best, and I believe that when we work together, there's absolutely nothing that we cannot achieve together. Thank you very much.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I please your indulgence, Councillor.
I really didn't like her. She was frowning her face one day. Between her eye and her eye. This pre-examination launch of malaria from Lagos State. pathway to malaria pre-ignition and sterilization program in Lagos. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Governor, sir, may I crave your indulgence to quickly invite this Honorable Commissioner for Health, Special Advisor on Health and Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Health, to join you for the first photo op.
As soon as we are done, also we are inviting all the permanent secretaries in Lagos State to join the executive governor, actors from the Federal Ministry of Health, all the directors that have accompanied the Minister of State for Health, all the directors in the Federal Ministry.
At the heart of a strong currency lies a simple principle. The demand for local goods drives production, creates jobs, reduces reliance on imports, and ultimately stabilizes the exchange rate. Countries like Rwanda, South Africa, and Egypt have achieved remarkable success by investing in their own industries. Rwanda has built a textile industry that competes with foreign imports. South Africa has developed a powerful automobile sector, and Egypt has excelled in agribusiness exports. These nations have strengthened their currencies by prioritizing local production, consumption, and exports. Nigeria, with its vast resources, stands at the threshold of a similar transformation. When Nigerians buy locally made products, fewer dollars flow out of the country for imports, preserving foreign exchange reserves. As local industries become more competitive, they can also expand exports, particularly under the African Continental Free Trade Area, bringing in foreign exchange and strengthening the naira. In 2022, Nigeria spent over $9 billion on food imports. If just half of that had been directed towards locally made goods, it could have significantly reduced pressure on the naira. The key lies in industries with the potential to drive economic growth: agro-processing, textiles, automotive, technology, and leather goods. Nigeria is already a leader in agriculture, but to fully benefit, the country needs to move beyond exporting raw commodities to processed goods. Products like cashew nuts, shea butter, palm oil derivatives, and hibiscus flowers command higher prices internationally. Ghana earns about $2 billion annually from cocoa processing, while Nigeria's cocoa exports lag far behind. With investment in food processing plants and the branding of agricultural exports as premium African products, Nigeria can bridge this gap, reduce reliance on European imports, and tap into Africa's fast-growing middle class. The Nigerian fashion industry has also gained global recognition, but the country still imports billions of dollars in textiles. In 2021, Nigeria imported over $4 billion worth of textiles, while Ethiopia, using local cotton, earned $110 million from garment exports. By boosting local textile manufacturing and using Nigerian cotton, Nigeria could reclaim a significant share of the $15 billion African fashion industry, positioning cities like Lagos, Aba, and Kano as textile hubs. Nigeria's automobile sector also presents an opportunity. The country spends over $8 billion annually on vehicle imports. In contrast, South Africa's automotive sector contributes over $12 billion to its GDP and employs more than 100,000 people. By implementing policies that support local vehicle assembly and production, Nigeria can reduce import dependency, create jobs, and become the region's automobile hub. Nigeria's tech ecosystem, home to fintech giants like Flutterwave and Paystack, is already Africa's largest. If Nigerians prioritize homegrown software solutions, the country can reduce capital flight and strengthen its tech industry, making Nigeria a global player in technology. The leather industry, particularly in Kano, also holds significant potential. While Nigeria produces some of the finest leather in Africa, much of it is exported as raw material. If we focus on producing high-end leather goods like handbags, shoes, and belts, Nigeria can meet local demand and expand exports. Ethiopia's leather exports exceeded $133 million in 2022, while Nigeria's remained under $50 million. By branding and exporting premium leather products, Nigeria can become Africa's leather capital, boosting the naira through increased foreign exchange earnings. To strengthen the naira, Nigeria must prioritize investments in infrastructure, improve product standards, enhance branding, and implement policies that favor local manufacturers. Consumers must also consciously choose locally made products to create jobs and drive industrial growth. The success stories of Ghana, South Africa, and Ethiopia show that this strategy works. It is time for Nigeria to invest in and promote made in Nigeria goods, solidifying and strengthening the naira for a more self-sustaining and prosperous economy.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrosely University, where he laid the foundation for his future career and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
The Seychelles, a stunning group of islands in the Indian Ocean, has become a distinctive figure on the African continent due to its expertise in marine tourism. It may be the smallest country in Africa in terms of population, with just over 100,000 inhabitants. But economically, it is considerably more powerful than its size, and its most valuable resource is the sea. The Seychelles' economy is centered on its coastline and pristine oceans, much like many other countries that mostly depend on natural resources like minerals or oil. Tourism that is high value and low impact is vital to the nation's economy. Luxurious eco-resorts and unspoiled natural reserves that characterize the Seychelles experience attract tourists from all over the world. This type of tourism supports jobs in the hotel, transportation, fishing, and conservation industries, in addition to generating foreign cash. Seychelles' stringent environmental regulations are one notable strategy. The nation boasts of one of the largest percentages of
Very good afternoon to you and welcome to the Midday News on SOUQ News Television. We are reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Grace Komolafe. Livestock and agriculture stakeholders have urged the federal government to expand its grazing reserve development beyond 3 pilot locations to cover at least 1 reserve in each of the 6 geopolitical zones, describing the initiative as overdue but economically important for livestock productivity and rural stability. The pilot program launched in Gombe State, Plateau State, and the Federal Capital Territory aims to provide water, veterinary services, schools, healthcare, and access roads. More stakeholders say could reduce transhumans, farmer-herder conflicts, and insecurity while improving returns across the livestock value chain. Business and livestock leaders want that limiting reserves to a few regions could deepen regional imbalance, calling for transparent implementation, private sector participation, and strong engagement with pastoralists and host communities to scale the model nationwide and modernize the livestock economy. The federal government has strengthened efforts to drive innovation-led economic growth through a strategic engagement between the Ministry of Innovation, Science and Technology and industrialist Prince Arthur Eze in Abuja. The Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Dr. Kingsley Tochukwu Ude, said collaboration with influential business leaders is critical to translating research, science and technology into commercially viable outcomes that support industrialization, job creation and global competitiveness. Prince Arthur Eze pledged support for innovation initiatives aligned with President Bola Tinubu's renewed hope agenda, affirming commitment to technological advancement, youth empowerment and sustainable economic development through private sector participation. And away from that story, the Lagos State government has reaffirmed plans to unlock up to $250 billion revenue from waste to wealth initiatives, position environmental management as a major driver of business growth, jobs, and private investment. Speaking at the 6th Lagos Waste Forum, public and private sector leaders said Lagos already generates significant recycling value and can scale further through structured waste collection, circular economy innovation, and stronger collaboration between government agencies and businesses. Stakeholders called for dedicated financing, transparent policies, and expanded private sector participation, stressing that effective waste monetization could strengthen Nigeria's green economy, attack foreign capital, and boost long-term economic resilience. And moving ahead, Morocco annual inflation rose to 0.3% in November from 0.1% the previous month, according to official data. The increase reflected modest price movement in a low inflation environment. Food prices, the main component of the consumer price index, declined 1.2% year-on-year, helping to contain overall inflation. Non-food prices increased 0.4%, partially offsetting the drop in food costs. Core inflation fell sharply, down 0.9% on an annual basis and 0.4% month-on-month. The central bank expects inflation to average 0.8% this year before gradually rising through 2026 and 2027. And now, the United Kingdom financial regulator launched an investigation into WH Smith over potential breaches of listing and disclosure rules following accounting failures. The issues forced the retailer to restate results and pushed shares down as much as 6%. The company said profit at its North America division had been overstated, leading to 2 profit warnings and the departure of its chief executive officer. WH Smith plans to recover overpaid bonuses from former senior executives, and it's reviewing non-core and unprofitable United States businesses. WH Smith expects fiscal year 2026 profit to be almost flat, with pre-tax profit forecast between 100 million and 115 million pounds. Shares have fallen nearly 40% since the accounting problems emerged in August. And that's the news this afternoon. We say thank you for watching. Do well to follow us via our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. My name is Grace Komolaf, and coming up shortly is Just Africa. Please stay with us.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Cashew nuts, ranked among Ivory Coast top cash crops, play a crucial role in the country's economy, generating substantial revenue and supporting livelihoods across the country. As the world's leading exporter of raw cashew nuts, Ivory Coast contributes an estimated $800 million annually to its economy and also serves as a vital source of income for over 410,000 families, particularly in rural areas where few other opportunities exist. Cashew trees flourish in Ivory Coast northern regions, including Bondukau and Savannah, known for its high-quality nuts and extensive plantations, just as Worondogu and Bagwe in the North Central and Northwest are also emerging as key producers. These regions not only drive Ivory Coast cashew production, but also support local livelihoods and economic growth. However, the country with over 29 million citizens is yet to fully realize the potential of its cashew industry. Despite being the top producer, the country processes only 7% of its cashew domestically, resulting in lost opportunities for value addition and job creation. Specifically, a recent data reveals that only 22% of the country's cashew nut output was processed domestically in 2023, even as the volatility of global cashew prices poses risks to farmers' income and overall economic stability. Concerns also arise regarding labor practices in some cashew farms and the environmental impact of deforestation for new plantations. To address these challenges and maximize the benefit of its cashew industry, Ivory Coast must focus on key strategies moving forward. These include investing in local processing facilities to boost job creation, export value, and farmers' incomes. Furthermore, the Ivorian government body overseeing the cashew sector, ARECA, must promote fair trade practices and ethical sourcing to ensure better prices for farmers and improve working conditions. Sustainable farming practices will also help to protect the environment and ensure long-term cashew production. According to a recommendation made at a workshop organized by the World Bank, tax exemptions and access to credit facilities will help to tackle some of these challenges. Furthermore, the private sector can also invest in research to develop high-yielding cashew varieties, improve processing techniques, explore new cashew products, as well as develop and implement digital platforms that connect farmers to market in order to facilitate financial transactions. Organizations like the Africa Cashew Initiative, ACI, must also assist in data compilation in the value chain at macro, meso, and micro level. By addressing this and harnessing its cashew potential, the country can further enhance its economy and build a more sustainable future for its citizens. Israel Adeyemi, reporting for SOUQ News.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade, and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Dr. SOUQ A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of the nation's economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. SOUQ Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. in a little over a year being at the helms of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. SOUQ Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reform processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax
Hello and welcome to another interesting episode of Just Africa. And of course, today is the last one for the week. We're trying to pipe it down a bit. I'm really excited for ourselves and of course for the entire continent. We're going to be talking creative ideas. And of course, today on the show, we would have a very young, interesting person. Let me just put it like that. He's been making waves in his corner around the entertainment industry and of course the movie, films industry. But of course, I will not let the cat out of the bag yet. I am Emmanuel Namola. I'm welcoming you to today's show. Do well to follow us on our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television, and of course also subscribe to our YouTube channel at Just Africa. I won't be doing today's show alone. I've got my regular co-anchor who's turned out to be my favorite person on radio. I like to call her the Princess of Africa, but I think she argue with the title of Queen, but whichever works, right? Hello, Omevi.
Whatever.
What do you want to start with the fight? Sorry,
No. So whether it's African Queen or the African
Princess,
whichever, I think any of them.
That works, Abby.
Yes, it does. Yes, good afternoon to you, Lagos, Nigeria, Africa, India, wherever you watch it from across the globe, and welcome to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Yes, we're talking about the creative industry.
Yes, and of course today in the show we'll be spotlighting ideas and persons that shape the continent of Africa through their creative ideas. And we've got new generation always coming up, and of course choosing storytelling as a career, not just as a passion for themselves. Film, music videos, and documentaries have also become spaces where young Africans explore identity, expression, and ambition while finding joy in the creative process itself. In today's episode of the show, we'll be focusing on the human side of it. That's why I said we're going to be talking more the person himself and of course what he's been doing in the space. And I know he's got a cult following, right? Because he's been doing this thing. He's a recent graduate. Let me also put it like that. He's also a recent graduate, but he's got this cult following. I saw some of his clips on Instagram, and I was like, this guy's already made name, and I was seeing pictures with. You ever had a picture with Riyad Mahrez? I'm like, hey, this guy's all cool. Anyway, but we'll be delving into the intricacies of how young people can find their own space in this industry, because it can actually swallow you if you don't take care.
Yeah, I love the fact that when people are able to discover their passion early enough, and they're able to pursue it to a very large extent, they become very, very successful. The reason is most young people just follow the trend. They just do whatever the person is doing. They just do what is selling today. What is that thing that is just pushing? Everybody wants to go in a particular direction. Everybody's making a particular TikTok video. Everybody wants to do that. Everybody's making a particular, doing this style for a particular industry. Everybody's just good at. But no, call yourself back and, you know, define yourself. This is what I really want to do. Not just as a side hustle. The music industry, the film industry, entertainment industry generally has grown beyond individuals seeing it as a side hustle. It is no longer like that.
It's now a means of, you know, any living.
You get it? It's not as if your life depended on it. That's how you're going to see it if you are coming into that industry. You're not coming here to play anymore. The narrative has changed.
But you know, it's sweeter when you are playing and they are earning money out of it.
Yes, that one is another angle to it. But with the way the African entertainment industry is on the global stage right now, Amalo, you can't go there and joke.
Just play,
Because if you did that, you're actually going to fall out within a short period of time.
The good thing is, on today's episode, we're going to see how far people's dreams can go. And, of course, whatever challenge you have, we'll start to cut it down as early as... The good thing is you start early, you make all your mistakes that you need to make and learn from it. You have time to fix them. Anyway, we'll go on a break, and when we return, we'll dive straight in to bring you our guest, who is present in the studio with us. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back. Welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News Television. And of course, subscribe to our YouTube channel at Just Africa Show. On this episode of Just Africa, the conversation centers on lived experience, enjoying the work, finding confidence, and imagining what success could look like. Our guest, Daniel Kabirwa, aka Danny Boy. I'm not going to call him Danny Boy. Is a young London-based director, filmmaker, and of course songwriter who recently graduated from Hertfordshire University in the UK, and of course in September 2025. I had to do that. His work across film and music visuals reflects a love for visual storytelling, and his presence on platforms like Stage 32 and Shazam shows how young creatives are putting themselves out there globally. Welcome to the show, Daniel. Or which one would you prefer, Danny Boy?
No, you let us know how well you should call it.
DK is fine.
Okay. DK
is fine.
That's Daniel Kabirwa.
Yeah.
I got it immediately. I'm that sharp. All right, Daniel, your story shows somebody who has a passion for something and then you went straight into it. First off, tell us your journey. When did it start? I mean, you're fresh out of school, but you're doing your work even while you were in school. So share your journey with us.
First off, thank you very much for a very welcoming introduction. My name is Daniel. I'm a 22-year-old film director. I've shot music videos. I've shot content for brands. And so far, it's been a journey. That's what I can say. To answer your question, how I got into film and music. From a very young age, I can't tell my story without giving credit to the family that I came from. My father has always been involved in theater.
Your father?
Yes,
wow.
My father, yes. Mr. Kinu Iran.
Mr. Kinu, I know Mr. Kinu.
Yes. He has always been involved in creativity. He's a creative person, hardworking creative person. So I was in an environment that was conducive for me to pick up such interest. He had a studio called Redbox, and every time I would close school, I would come back to the studio because my mom was doing her master's in the UK at the time. So that was kind of my world. So it made sense for me to just pick interest.
I know I'll take you forward before going back again. You said you had you shot your first video was in Brighton. It was in Brighton, and then you had the challenge with it. These are kind of some of the stumbling blocks we would face. What other challenges have you met along the way trying to do this?
There are a lot of challenges, honestly, and just to It depends. There's the technical challenges. There's the challenges that you can't avoid. That it just has to happen.
Has to happen, yeah.
As the experiences you face. I think the worst technical challenge I've faced is going for a shoot, someone's 50th birthday shoot, and my camera decided to fail on me on set. So quick thinking, I said, okay, what can I do? I checked for solutions, checked for how I can make this wrong into the right. And then I saw that her son had a camera, and then I spoke to him, I put him aside. I said, your mom wouldn't be too happy if I'm not able to capture this moment for your family. Yeah. He gave me his camera, I put my SD card in. Unfortunately, his battery wasn't too...
Wow.
It didn't work. Then I had to use my phone. I used my phone, the space ran out. Just a whole lot of complications, and at least at the end of the day, I was able to edit what I could, send to the client, and she wasn't happy. I let her know that I did, in fact, use my camera during your shoot. So I was able to refund half of the money, and So all these are the things that just build you and just keep you going forward as a creative. Now at least I know for my next show I have to go with 2 cameras.
Oh, wow.
To be safe.
Yeah.
Yeah, not to tell stories, give excuses, but yeah.
Okay, let me let the lady ask from a feminine perspective.
No, I just love the fact that, yes, you discovered your passion, or you discovered something you want to do quite early enough. Now, while you were doing this, how were you able to manage it alongside with academies? Because why I said your dad, because most fathers or most artists or anyone in the entertainment industry, when you hear the story, mom is always the backbone most of the time. Sure. So saying that dad is the one that is the backbone, yes, that's why I said yes. That was beautiful. Shout out to you, Dad. So now, combining academies and entertainment industry, how were you able to balance both? Because I know as much as Daddy wanted you to do this, he also wanted you to graduate well. So how were you able to balance both?
To the success of God, I was able to come out with the upper second class degree in film and television production. Before I came onto the show, I told myself I would give unfiltered truth, to be honest. So it was quite difficult, honestly. I missed the year. I was meant to graduate last year. Okay. Unfortunately, being director D instead of Daniel Cabero as a student, the certain setbacks, but then I've come to grow and know that those setbacks are also intentional as well because of the things I got to experience in this 1 year that I was back in school, the people that I met, the relationships that I built with people who I hadn't spoke to before. So as much as financially it was a setback, the experience is golden, and I'm grateful for that, honestly.
Would you advise any young person to combine entertainment and studies together? Would you encourage anyone?
I don't want to put a limit on what someone can do.
Okay.
We are all different people. I know people in the UK who had way much more on their plate and did certain things. Even though it's not creativity, you can still weigh it together. So I can't put a cap on someone. If you can, you can. But if you can't, just be careful.
The good thing is, in the entertainment industry or in the creative style, I can see that you literally grew up through it. I saw a video you and your sister did. I was on YouTube so many years ago, 10 years ago. And in my head, I'm like, okay, they were trying into the spotlight for so long. That was the only video interesting on that channel. But I can see the enthusiasm there, so you've been in the spotlight.
You did your research.
Well, I mean, that's a hard job. But then again, tell us, what then drives your style? Because I know most of you directors have particular style. What usually drives your style when you're doing a video?
I think I'm a very intentional director.
Okay.
I go off stories, I go off experiences, I go off I just like to keep it real.
Keep it real?
Yeah.
So you interpret basically what the person or what you're trying to
what's happening in my life, what's happening around me.
Yeah.
Like just recently now, I made a like I told you that I make music.
Yeah.
So on what's going on in the country, I decided to do a quick freestyle to it, just to, it's my means of, it's my way of, my subtle contribution to the community as a creative.
Yes.
Lending my voice out there and everything. So, sorry, what was your question?
I was going to ask what then drives, but you explained it's more like making it real. But again, what do you enjoy most then in doing directing? Is it telling the artists to stay like this or bend like this? I don't know how directors, what else you guys do other than that, because I know that directing is that you tell them where to position themselves and stuff. But what else do you enjoy most when you're doing your job?
Like I said, it's the story behind it and the experience.
So they write the songs and give it to you, or the movie or the film, whichever, or you interpret it for them when they bring it?
Different directors have their different ways of how they bring their visions to life. But as for me, what I would do is sometimes I also like to be in the studio with the artist as well when he's making the song, because it gives you a deeper insight and you see the emotion raw and cut from the artist as well, or he's making it from the start. So sometimes I'm with the artist, sometimes they send me the song, and then I have this it's like a questionnaire that I give them to fill, and it gives me the same insight. So let's say I'm not in the studio with them, it gives me that same insight to know what we need to do to bring these visuals to life and all of that.
Okay, Director D, let me join on that voice, not DK.
Not Daniel at this time.
Not Daniel, not DK. So let me join others to call you Director D. Now, there are many young people out there right now that are finding it difficult to find their path. How would you encourage or tell someone that, okay, this is what you need to do, this is what you need to do for you to really understand that, yes, this is your path? How would they be able to find their own path, just as early as you did?
So find your path, honestly, first and foremost, I think the most important thing that you need to do, based on the religion, on what religion that you practice, you just need to sit down and let God tell you what your path is for yourself, honestly. Because you can't define the path for yourself. It's God who gives the inspiration, gives the path to you. I feel like I wouldn't be where I am today if I didn't sit down to listen to God as well. To avoid certain clients, to take jobs, to be the person who I am today, I had to sit down and ask God first, what is my path? What do you want from me? Who do you want me to be as a creative? What stories am I telling that would glorify you and all that?
Okay, so are you selective or you take any project that comes? Because I understand that some people, they tell you, no, I cannot direct this. So do you accept any job that comes, or you are very, very selective because of maybe one reason or the other?
I would say I'm really very, very, very selective. But I just feel like our visions need to align. As a director and an artist for the best thing to come up out of both of us, because two heads are better than one.
Now that you mentioned it, I was going to lead to the next question I was going to ask. Would you rather work alone or work with a team?
I've had the experience of working alone, and I've had the experience of working with a team. Shout out to my family in the UK on Triad Productions. Those are my close friends from uni and all over London that we've come together and we've built something. This is beautiful. Shout out to them. So working alone has had its advantage and disadvantage. I've not been able to meet certain deadlines because I thought that, I can do this. Yeah, but then the things that you now experience when you work alone, that builds you. So I would prefer working with a team.
You've done a lot of work. To be honest, I went to your Instagram page. Remind me the handle again, because I got
Dkabirwa. DKABIRWA. Dkabirwa.
On Instagram, and you had a lot of work on it, like so many. Which one has stood out for you and you really enjoyed working on? You can mention if it's a song, mention the title.
I think my favorite piece of production so far has been the one I did for Rema. Because
Rema?
Yeah.
You worked with Rema?
Yeah. Okay, because while I was back in Nigeria, while I was still growing up in secondary school, he was my favorite artist. Because his story is quite touching. Because like he was someone that everyone looked down on. Was like, what are you doing? Go and stay on one side. That type of thing. So to see how he has grown now, what he's doing, how intentional he is with his art as well, it's a big thing for me to say that I filmed him, and I've also had things on my phone saying, oh, one day I will, and the day came twice. It's just beautiful. He has reposted my work. It's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Wow. Wait.
Okay. I love the fact that you have big dreams and you're going somewhere already. You are somewhere and you are still going bigger.
Still
growing. Getting bigger, it makes me wonder your relationship with other directors that are certainly bigger right now. What is the relationship like? Is there a collaboration, or is there something like, okay, I can impact on into this young guy. Let me assist in one way or the other. Is there any kind of relationship like that?
For now, it's just been words of wisdom and accolades. Yeah, from T.G. Omori.
Oh.
And
T.G. Omori.
Yeah, T.G. Omori.
Wow.
Yeah,
when I shot the first Rema in 2023, commented on the post, and I spoke to him. He left some words of encouragement.
Oh wow!
Okay, so is there a plan on working with them? Okay, maybe the nearest picture.
Nearest picture.
You work with T.G. Murray, or work with the likes of Young John, Peters, and the likes.
Yeah, by God's grace.
They motivate you.
Yeah, they motivate you.
These are people that when things go south, for example, like the incident from that birthday that you were supposed to cover. Yeah. When things go south, what makes you stay motivated?
When things go south, it makes you stay motivated. It's the fact that I know that this is what I'm meant to do. And it's been a long time that I've put in my mind that these setbacks are triggers. They're not a trigger, but like a catapult. It's dragging me and putting me forward. Yeah. So deep down, I know this dream is real. I know that the end is a success. Yeah. So there's nothing that happens now. There's absolutely nothing.
Have you been discouraged at any point in time? Like,
definitely.
Like you said, Dustin, you believed. I love the fact that you believed that yes, this dream. Yes. Okay. So at a point, was there a point like I want to?
There definitely has to be. There definitely has to be.
So why didn't you give up?
Why didn't I give up?
Yes.
Because I look back at the people who have supported me, people who have invested in me. I see my dad, because he's one of the people who
like a cheerleaders.
Yeah, my dad and my mom and my auntie, they push me. So I see their face. When I close my eyes, I see their face. So there's no going back. There's no turning back.
There's
no turning back.
No turning back.
So if you were to, what would be a big success for you? Like, oh, I've done this, or that means I'm at the top of the world. What would it be?
For me, a big success for me. Just to say, doing what I'm doing right now is already a big success.
Yeah. Well, what would stand out?
I feel if I'm able to do something groundbreaking, not just financially, but like that opens doors for young creatives as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Not personal. Now opens doors for other people.
For other people as well. For
like an academy or something.
Definitely, like because you know, like you said before when you mentioned, your dad. There are certain people that their family, when you tell them, I want to be a creative, you say that.
Grand for something else to do. Yeah.
And it's true because when I told people that I'm coming to study film in the UK, they say,
film.
Is your daddy Nigerian or? So yeah. It would be very nice for me to.
Okay, now you've stayed in the UK. You've seen their culture there. You listen to the music. You have friends there. You've bonded and all that. And here you're at home now in Nigeria, and you have seen our own. You know our own, like the back of your palm. Now, looking at both countries, where do you think you stand a chance most Is it that you feel, okay, I will do better in Nigeria, or I have to go back to the UK and probably you might do it there?
I mean, the world now will tell you, obviously, that you have to go to the UK.
Okay.
To, obviously, because when I tell people that, oh, I came back, say, why will you come back? What was here? Like I said before, it's God that knows our path. So
yeah, sure.
I can't say so far how I even feel the opportunities have been quite the same. Because the same, I haven't slept properly for the past 4 days I've been here in Lagos, and it's been the same thing for me in the UK as well.
Okay.
Not sleeping properly because of work. And that comes back to finding a team. Please, I'm looking for a team. If you want to work, please just work.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So, having schooled over there, like, how has, I'm not going to say the culture now because you're Nigerian, right? Yeah. And I know your parents are deeply grounded Nigerians. I know your dad is Toban recently. Yeah. But how has school itself shaped you? Yeah. Schooling in that place, not here. How has it shaped you? And of course, did it influence your creativity?
Yeah, it gave me structure. It gave me proper structure. Okay. Especially with the students as well that I worked in my group projects. Tommy, those are my close friends. The whole experience of uni, it gives you that insight into the proper industry, the rules, the grounds, every little detail that you need to know. And one thing that was quite funny to me was that the lessons being taught in the lecture rooms was what I was actually experiencing as I was going out to in the field.
Yeah.
So I would come back to uni lectures and give my own experience to my lecturer, and he really found it nice because he would always tell me that I'm the only one in the course that's actually going out to really reach out for this dream and everything. And yeah, some people will say don't go to uni, you can learn off YouTube. Some people have learned off YouTube, and credit to them, kudos to them. That's amazing. You've saved money, that's beautiful. But like the people that you meet in uni, the experiences. I've said experiences so many times.
You can never be over.
Exactly, yeah.
The importance cannot be over.
True. Yeah, so yeah.
So you've done documentaries, you've done music videos, I don't know, perhaps just normal films.
Yeah, brands.
Which one taxes you the more? Like it expresses or it needs you to be literally sleepless?
I was going to be funny, but I think the job that has taxed me the most is filming weddings, Nigerian weddings in the UK.
Nigerian weddings in the UK.
Yes.
Not Nigerian weddings here.
No.
Why is that? Is it that they don't like to cooperate? it works.
There's lack of communication. That's all I can say.
Between you and the client?
Yes, there's lack of
communication. Is it that they usually want something that is from back home, or where usually did the disconnect always come from?
They want more than they're paying.
Okay.
And I've had an issue with the client that didn't give me the necessary information that I would need to give her what she wanted. I'm trying to say it but not say it, because you don't have to protect it. But I'm just saying this because these are things that I've experienced. I told you that I'm going to say the truth of my experiences as a creative and all that.
I saw one of your videos where you were planting shoe. I'm sorry, that was the best way to describe it. He was putting shoes into sand and covering it up.
They're not actually shoes. They're called clogs, and they're for Sanya.
Okay, so what was the idea? I didn't watch it so much because I was like, what is he doing?
I think I'll send you the link to the full production. So basically, what we were trying to do is, from the start of the video, she didn't have shoes on.
Okay.
Yeah, and she was at a beach. So she ate a sandwich, and she then saw a map in her pants, and then she reached for it, and then she saw it was a treasure hunt to find the clogs. So that's why she was now digging the sun. That's where she now found the clothes.
So you're telling the story?
Yeah, so basically it was a promo ad for Sanya.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
so now you even do ads too?
Yeah.
And those ones are not so stressful?
Not really.
Because they let's go with maybe like a guide.
I mean, yeah, like I told you, I think once the vision is aligned,
Yes,
it's
easier.
It's perfect. Yeah.
Don't worry, we'll send you more clients. No stress.
Okay, so most times we just talk about the job and we don't talk about the money aspect of it. We always avoid it.
Let's avoid it.
Let's avoid it. No, we are not avoiding it. Let's talk about the money. You know, some people want to come into the creative industry not because they have passion for it, because they believe that there is so much money in there. Once you can just get some endorsements by some brands, or now being a director, you're always behind the camera. You know, one wanted to come in now, he said, "Oh God, I've always been behind the camera." That was what he said. Now you're in front of the camera today. But being behind the camera, would you say that, yes, it is really lucrative for young people, for anybody generally? Because the reason for working at all is for you to have money. So would you say, yes, this being a director, film director and all that, yes, there is good money in it, that you would encourage anyone? Yes, come in, there's money, you're going to make the kind of money you're looking for.
The truth is, if you come into this line of work with your sole intention of making money, I don't think you will go
you
far.
get burnt in there.
Wow.
I don't think you will go far. Money is important.
Yes.
Money makes things happen. But then that passion, it gives you the grounds to build that resilience. So when that money is not there to make things happen, you still are in love. You can go out and film just for the joy that it gives you deep in your heart, not because of the financial. Yeah, I like money. Let me just get that one.
Set that down
but
there.
that passion, at least what I would say, for me, you need to have that passion.
Okay, so passion.
Yeah.
We had Dr. Atimomo a few days ago, and he said something, consistency.
Consistency.
He said you have to be consistent.
Yeah.
Now, someone who has been in this creative industry has been directing 10 jobs, 20 jobs, 50 jobs, and yet the break is not coming. This person has been consistent. What would you tell the person? Will you advise the person to quit? Or you tell the person, you have to keep grinding.
Money is not coming in.
Money is not coming, no.
Okay, so
And the
money
passion, you need money. See,
Money is not coming.
So that means the person is doing free work?
Essentially. Because the money is
For 10
not
years.
Or the money is just coming in trickles. It's not coming in outside.
Not that it's coming the way the person wanted it. But
Like all those background that will make your account balance just very shake like this. Yeah.
would you tell the person to keep grinding?
I think what that person would need to do is a proper critical analysis of where his production company is heading to, genuinely. I think he will need to reevaluate the spaces that he's in. Because it's through the people that you meet that you change your life, your circle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I won't say quit.
Yeah.
Because for him to stay for those 10 years, that's to show that, okay, he's built for this. At least he had the passion that I've said to withstand the pressure for the last 10 years of not being who he truly wants to be deep in his heart. So yeah, that's what.
Is there a particular genre, music genre that you like?
I think I'm open to everything, honestly.
No, now I'm not talking about what you're directing. I'm talking like a person. How do you relax? I'm going to personal life now.
Yeah.
How do you relax? What kind of music do you like to listen to?
I like
Before you mention gospel, now that's from church.
No, but it's okay.
Oh yeah.
So like, listen to gospel.
But which one would you like?
I don't know. My music taste is, I don't want to say subjective. Okay, I'll just say like a good R&B. Just like a good R&B song.
When you're working, and those times the thing is cracking your head, and then what kind of music? Still same R&B?
No, I won't listen to music.
You won't even listen to music at all?
Yeah. I'll just take a walk, genuinely, because my mind, I'm already listening to music back to back, the same song over and over again.
Yeah.
So once I see that day, I just need to just take a walk.
Wow. Okay. All right. So inspiration.
Inspiration.
You know, you have to be very creative for you to be a director,
Yeah.
because a very large part of the work depends on the director. We
Yeah.
understand that part very well. So what gives you, what's your muse? What's that thing that if I do this now, the idea will come?
Basically, how I get my ideas, is that what you're trying to say? Okay, my ideas, they come from music as well.
You listen to one and
when
then
I listen
something
to
pops up.
when I listen to music, I visualize. I get the visuals. I see things. Also with movies as well, I could be sitting down doing a random thing, and then a sequence of a film, like a story. Let's say like a conversation, like me and you now. But then it just comes to the back of my head. I just quickly get it on my notes and write it down. So it just comes naturally. Comes to listening to music when I'm with people, when I'm watching movies, when I'm watching YouTube. I watch a lot of YouTube, honestly. Just watching other directors as well, see how they execute their colors, their branding, and everything like that. Yeah. So
I want to toss him on the spot. Yeah. If you were made president of Nigeria today, what would be one thing that you would love to change?
If I was made president of Nigeria,
I had to do that to you. Wow. What would be one thing that you would love to change?
Change.
Because whenever we don't like
genuinely, I'll change the fact that there are no shelters for homeless people.
So more housing.
Yeah.
That would be great.
Because those are our leaders of tomorrow. We can't leave them in the streets then. So who will now lead tomorrow?
Speak about your diet, right? What's your favorite food?
My favorite food, just like proper jollof rice.
I thought you were going to mention something like really native. Jollof rice is like everybody's.
That's my favorite food.
Just jollof rice. Yeah. And you eat it here, and whenever you go outside, so you also eat it. Man, that's.
What's your favorite food?
I eat anything. I don't have any favorite. I eat. That's what I have.
I like proper jollof rice.
Jollof rice.
Okay.
It's my go-to.
Yeah, looking at the industry again, and looking at how young you are, people of your age or young creatives like you are easily influenced. I've been to different sets, and you hear we are creatives. Because of that, we should smoke, we should drink. You see many people misbehaving in the name of being creative. Have you been influenced at any point in time to say, okay, because I am a creative, because of the fact that I'm a director, I need to be high. I need to do some crazy things for me to function properly. Have you been influenced at any point in time?
No, I haven't been influenced.
And you don't drink and smoke? No. Wow.
I'd like that, but I'm sure parents will be very, very, very proud that you got into a new environment, that you're not even that influenced. Yeah? I'm sure all through school you didn't have them always around you, and they didn't influence you that way. I mean, it's still great. Is there a project that you would really love to do? Not necessarily because you stand here, but you really love to do on your own, like you're anticipating it comes?
I can't be disclosing this.
You have to disclose it.
I can't be disclosing this type of information.
Okay, so no, it's still your idea though. It's something that you hope to happen. You're like wishing it to happen.
Okay. Like I've said, I'm really a person, or I'm really a man of the community and the creatives in my level and younger to grow. So everything that's coming from me in the next few years, in the next few weeks, next few months is really detailed around that growth.
That growth,
and community and building.
Want to grow that community, yeah. So how do you plan to stamp your name in people's minds? Because essentially you're going to be growing with a new set of young people, right? Your age range are still coming into the industry. But how do you plan to cement anywhere they hear Director D or DK or Daniel Kabira? We know this is the person because this is him. Yeah. Well, how do you plan to cement that identity in people?
Yeah. With the works, I I pray by the grace of God that with every production that I'm able to put out, it leaves an impact. It leaves something in you that questions either what you're doing wrong. It just gives meaning to life and has essence enfolded in it and everything. Purpose driven. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. That's beautiful.
Yeah. You see, he speaks so much like a philosopher. And he's just 22. That is sort of like that. Is it the school that he went to or the background?
It's background, you know, when you see someone.
I know your dad. I know your dad. I've read about your dad too, so I'm assuming that works too, right?
So, yeah, of course. Not just dad and mom.
I'm sorry. I don't do that. Okay, dad and mom, your parents.
Yes,
yeah?
thank
and of
you.
course, relatives as well.
To it. Very important.
No, because it is. I read about his dad, right? And I saw some of the works he too has done or is continuing to do. And it's kind of like aligns with what he's doing. Like when they always talk about local balance, they say lion need a ball goat. So he's like somebody who's really cut from the cloth of his father. But it's so great to have you, tell us some things that you didn't want to say. But we really started, we were able to speak our minds, and it was so enlightening to see that when cultures mix, because you have a culture mix from here and over there, and then it didn't influence you the wrong way. Yeah. And I'm so proud to also hear in your class, your teacher was even able to give that feedback to say, no, you assimilate what I'm teaching, and then you stand out among the crowd, and I hope that continues to go on for you. All right, but maybe here's a reflection of the possibilities that can happen, particularly that can happen amongst young people, the opportunities that they have right in front of them. And you see him standing out to say, okay, you know what? I'm going to do it right and do it the right way. And then it's still working for you. Give words of encouragement to young people out there as well.
Well, I asked him a particular question, if he has ever been influenced by anyone, and his response was negative. Now, the thing is, for every young person out there thinking that you have to do what every other person is doing, the wrong one, for you to fit in, you just want to fit into a particular circle. At a point, just call yourself out, take yourself out of the crowd, and ask yourself if that is really the right path for you to take.
Yeah.
If it is not, take yourself away again and go back to your creator. Whatever it is that you believe in, go and pray to your creator. Then another thing is that you are never too young to start.
True.
If you have the inspiration to start, if you have what it takes, then start. Even if when you would start, because some places tell you, yes, I have the passion, I really want to start, but I do not know how to start. You can start from where you are. That is the truth. You can start.
Thank you so much.
Even you are Malu, you started from somewhere.
True. I mean, no lies. We've got a very young creative who's doing the work, and then it's even encouraging those of us who are, who's been in the game for a while.
Yes, and one more thing.
Consistency.
Parents who feels that your child must become a doctor or a lawyer, let your child explore. Let the child, our duty as parents, I counted myself. Our duty as parents is to guide, not to limit them. Let them do what they really want to do. Just guide them and let them know, okay, this is the right path. Why Director D will excel is the fact that he has a backup, or what will make it much more easier for him, or what has made it much more easier for him is because he has the support.
That support structure is there. Yeah.
So the moment you have that support, most of the work
is already done. Daniel's story reminds us that creative careers don't start with fame necessarily. They start with curiosity. And of course, you enjoy what you do, and of course, the courage to keep doing what you're doing. For young Africans across the world, the message remains clear. Your story matters, your voice is valid, and growth happens one step at a time. If Africa gets this right, decentralized ideas, and of course, will become a norm to transform the continent. We'll go on a break, and of course, when we come back, we'll be having our second guests who is already waiting on the sidelines to join us to come and give his own ideas, especially in the creative industry as well. Do stay with us. We'll be right back.
Majek Fashek's 1991 album, Spirit of Love, was a groundbreaking success in Nigeria. Earning critical acclaim and resonating deeply with audiences. Produced by Little Steven Van Zandt, the album masterfully blended African spiritualism, percussive rhythms, and protest songs infused with black consciousness. Fashek's distinctive sound, marked by rhythmic pauses, assertive choruses, and the inclusion of talking drums, added to the album's energetic and impactful delivery. And spiritual struggle, reflecting the political and social climate of the time. The success of Spirit of Love, coupled with Fashek's tour alongside Tracy Chapman, cemented his place in the annals of the Nigerian music industry. In this music review and special report prepared by Bayo Olawe, we examined the profile, power, and legacy of Spirit of Love, a 10-track masterpiece that helped solidify reggae music's mainstream status in Nigeria in the early 1990s. The album opens with Beware, a wake-up call that urges Nigerians to remain vigilant against deceptive leaders and the manipulation of political power. The second track, So Long, Too Long, is a rallying cry for Africans and African Americans to awaken their potential and fulfill the dreams of revolutionary icons like Marcus Garvey and Martin Luther King Jr. In Majek Fashek Inner New York, Fashek reflects on his idealized vision of New York and the harsh reality of urban poverty and homelessness, revealing a sobering contrast. The title track, Spirit of Love, conveys a powerful message about the endurance of love over material wealth and worldly desires. On Ja People, the fifth track, Fashek criticizes oppressive political systems, likening those in power to Babylon people who exploit and subjugate the masses. He calls for resistance, lamenting humanity's obsession with control. In Religion is Politics, Fashek delivers a bold message about the misuse of religion to spread hate and fuel conflict. He urges people of different faiths to see beyond dogma and work together to build a better world. Holy Spirit presents a prophetic vision where 7 angels are sent to destroy the earth due to human transgressions. Yet, Fashek envisions a new heaven and earth, one filled with love, unity, and divine justice.
I can see brothers and sisters, we're sharing love together now. I can see new heaven and new earth, oh Lord. Yes, I can see, yes, I can see, yes, I can see, brothers and sisters.
With Send Down the Rain, Majek draws on the metaphor of rain as a reward for diligent effort. The track reflects his spiritual longing and anticipation for success based on the principle of reaping what one sows. I'm Not Tired reaffirms his unwavering commitment to spreading God's message. Here, Fashek expresses spiritual resilience and praises the goodness of God, refusing to grow weary. The album closes with I Come From the Ghetto, a powerful reflection on the struggles of ghetto life, child abuse, government neglect, and hardship. Yet, Fashek celebrates the strength of these communities, invoking figures like Nelson Mandela, Jesus Christ, and Marcus Garvey as examples of greatness emerging from humble beginnings. He reminds us of the universality of these struggles across Nigeria, the US, and the UK. With Spirit of Love, Majek Fashek delivered a masterclass in artistry and advocacy. The album remains one of the finest reggae albums to emerge from Nigeria, exploring themes of love, peace, unity, corruption, self-awareness, revolution, spirituality, and racial equality. The perfect blend of traditional percussion, particularly the gong-gong and electric guitar, gives the album a timeless edge, merging the soul of Africa with global reggae rhythms. Spirit of Love is more than just an album. It is a cultural artifact, a sonic protest, and a spiritual message. It elevated Majek Fashek as a voice of the people and established reggae not just as entertainment in Nigeria, but as a force for awareness, resistance, and healing. Its enduring legacy is a reminder that music, like literature, can move a nation, challenge its leaders, and inspire its people. I'm Moyosore Adebi for SOUQ News TV.
Hi, my name is Grace Komolafe. Welcome to Cashcraft, your daily guide to profitable ideas inspired by African heritage, global markets, and local possibilities. Today we travel north to Libya, a country known for its oil, but one whose hidden treasure lies in leather. Yes, premium leather crafted by desert hands and traded through centuries. But this is not just Libya's story. This is a business opportunity you can tap into. From Kano to Accra, Lusaka to Nairobi. Let's break it down. But do not forget that this is not a professional guide, rather a wake-up call and an eye-opener to the many opportunities out there. Now, the leather business is simple but strategic. From raw hide to refined fashion, the value chain runs deep. What you need raw material, which is animal hides. It could be from goats, sheep, cow, or camel. That's up to you. You need tanning. This helps you turn hide into durable leather. Other elements involve crafting, which is the process of making bags, shoes, belts, sandals, wallets, and more. Branding plus sales. This can be achieved via online platforms, boutiques, or local markets. One thing you need to know is that Libya's traditional leather is thick, durable, and often dyed using natural desert herbs, an edge for eco-conscious buyers. That's your niche, right? Now, are you ready for this business? Then let's get familiar with the necessary steps so you can get started. Step 1. Source your raw materials. Connect with local abattoirs, herders, or meat sellers. In Libya, camel and goat hides are popular, cheap but durable. Step 2. Tanning. You either set up a basic tanning unit using lime, salt, water, sun drying, or partner with a local tannery. Modern vegetable tanning is eco-friendly and adds brand value. Step 3. Crafting your products. Start small. Leather, wallets, bracelets, passport covers, all of that. You can just pick any. Needed tools, cutter, hole puncher, edge burnisher, thread, and all of that. Now, you need to train with a local cobbler or learn online. Hand stitching sells well. I just need to bring that information to you. We go to step 4, branding plus sales. Choose a unique name and logo, local yet global. Sell at local trade fairs, via media platforms, and all. Showcase your story. Something like inspired by Libyan nomads or desert leather, African hands. You know what I mean, right? So let's go. Let's take it further by talking profit projection in 1 minute. Let's do the maths. Raw goat hide, say 2,000 naira. 2 split materials per wallet, one wallet, 500 naira. Retail price for handmade leather wallet. It can cost for about 6,000-7,000 naira or even 10,000 naira. Now you want to sell 50 wallets monthly. That's a whopping 250,000 to 500,000 naira in revenue. Now scale to sandals and bags, and you are talking bigger figures. Are you ready? Okay, so let's look at the bonus tips. Go premium, add stuffs like brass buckles, Ankara lining, or custom embossing to the items you make, and scale up. Looking at the export angle, join platforms like Africrea, Etsy, or contact Nigerian Export Promotion Council, NEPC. Collaboration is key, so partner with fashion designers, gift bus companies, or tour operators. Look, whether you are in Sokoto or Satay, Morovia or Nisrata, leather is legacy and wealth is waiting in your hands. This time around, it is inspired by Libya and driven by your hustle. So this is Cashcraft, where heritage meets hustle, and every idea counts. I am Grace Komalafe. I'll see you again.
Africa, a continent with 54 unique countries, countless tribes and tongues. We see a country in this continent, despite not being the richest or biggest, it is rich in things that last a lifetime. Malawi treasures such as its natural beauty, cultural resilience, and Lake Malawi are some of the continent's most underappreciated economic lifelines. Malawi is referred to be the warm heart of Africa because of the friendliness of its people and its tranquil surroundings. However, Lake Malawi, Africa's third largest lake and a UNESCO World Heritage Site, is the economic hub of this landlocked nation. This glittering body of water, which covers an area of over 29,600 square kilometers, is not only a wonder of geography, but also a vital economic hub. For millions of Malawians, fishing is their main source of income. More than 700 different species of cichlid fish, many of which are indigenous, may be found in Lake Malawi. In addition to supplying communities with food and boosting local markets, this biodiversity links Malawi to worldwide aquariums and research facilities. The export of dried fish products and ornamental fish makes a substantial contribution to rural economies. A burgeoning tourism industry is also driven by the lake. Malawi's lakeside locations, from Nkata Bay to Cape Maclear, draw eco-tourists and backpackers seeking peace, quiet, kayaking, snorkeling, and genuine cultural experiences. The nation is becoming more and more popular among tourists looking for a less marketed experience because of its tranquil, friendliness, and affordable travel options. Beyond the lake, Malawi is making investments in sustainable development and agriculture, especially in the areas of sugar, tea, and tobacco, which support their traditional exports and encourage diversification into other crops like macadamia and legumes. Malawi is moving more and more towards agro-processing and resilience-based farming as climatic issues worsen. Malawi is unique not because of what it lacks, but rather because of how it uses what it has, transforming its communal strength and natural resources into a gradual but steady force for growth. I am Laura, and this is Just Africa.
Yes, welcome back to Just Africa, the program where we explore the ideas that shaping Africa's people, productivity, and progress. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV, and of course subscribe to our YouTube channel at Just Africa Show. In this second conversation, we would explore discipline in creative practice, the gaps in institutional support for creatives, the role of mentorship, and how African storytelling can evolve into a sustainable cultural and economic force without losing its authenticity. Join me to welcome Sami Sage Hassan, who represents a rare blend of longevity and, of course, range within Nigeria's creative space. With over 2 decades as a premier spoken word poet, 3 albums, hundreds of performances across stages, television, radio, and intimate venues, he has consistently used language as a tool for reflection, motivation, and social commentary. His book, Dream Maker, now regarded in some circles as an inspirational classic, reflects his commitment to storytelling that shapes values and personal agency. He also has other projects such as The Nigerian Dream and A Literary Life, interrogating identity, ambition, and cultural memory. This episode of Just Africa examines how writing, film, and performance function as agents of cultural change in Africa. Welcome, Mr. Hassan, or as I would like to call you, the Sage. Yeah. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
And if you see him, you already know why we call him the Sage. Just like looking at him. You already exude this embodiment. Well. You already embody this. Once you know this person is cultural. This person embodies art.
Someone who has spent those number of years, over 20 years on
doing
art.
I'm proud to be sharing a table with you today. And it's an honor to, tinker into your mind, how your mind works.
Right.
Let's see how many young people will also be able to influence as well can create more sages.
Right.
First off, tell us, how did the journey evolve through, you've done writing, you've done film, you've done stage. How did it evolve around all this?
Well, I think it started when I was maybe 6 or 7.
6?
Yes, I used to like to tell stories.
You like to tell stories?
I used to like to tell stories. But then in 1979, I was 7, and I just got into boarding school for the first time in class 3. So I went to a boarding primary school in Kaduna called Capital School. And now, after school, we will have lunch, and then there will be siesta and sports period, window for sports. I wasn't sporty then. I am so much more now. Back then, I wasn't.
Yeah, don't worry, I know you. I see all the gym thing that you always do. I always get people like, I'm doing no gym, okay?
So back then, during the sports time, I was reading books.
Okay.
So I would sit. So the classes they had like 2 steps to the door. So I sit on the step of the door to my class, and I would read books. And 6 is dinner time. I'll always miss dinner.
Because you're reading books?
I'm reading. So I stop reading when it's 6:30, when it gets dark and I can't see. So now I start run to the dining hall, and I always used to miss dinner. So this particular time, it was in December just like this, in 79, I missed dinner as usual. So I ran to the dining hall to just get something to eat. And the dining hall also served as the assembly hall. So there's like the stage on the other side.
Yeah.
And when I got in, I was looking for food. I didn't see any food. And I turned, and there were some people on the stage doing something. I didn't understand what they were doing. But that thing drew my attention. So I walked closer, and the stage was higher than me, my height. So I stood down. I was looking and looking, and I just couldn't go. And one of the women just walked up. I said, "What do you want?" Do you know what's going on? Do you know Christmas Carol?
No.
Oh, well, what do you want? I said, I want to be in it. They said, sorry. I stood there about to cry. So they went back and spoke among themselves, but there's no role for this guy. So you know what, let him just read. So they took me up and made me audition, and I couldn't do nothing. And they said, just go home. I started to cry again. So they said, you know what, this kid, let's just put him somewhere. So they put me on the show. So the first time I was on the stage was 1979. It was a Christmas Carol for children. I couldn't read anything. I didn't know who Joseph was. I didn't know who Mary was. I didn't know who the angels were. I had no idea. But I wanted to be in it. So finally, I think they gave me a role as an angel. I wasn't speaking. I was just standing there. And on the day of that show, I felt ill.
Oh.
But I told myself, 7 years, if I'm going to die, we'll die there. So that's how I knew that this is who I am meant to be. Yeah. So it's always been about stages. So in secondary school, I want to tell stories as well, but I always get punished. You know, I tell stories during what's that time? Prepped. There's a time when you read from 8 to 9 before you go to bed. I don't know how they do it now, but back in my school, every day 8 to 9 or 7 to 9
p.m.
Yes. You have to be in a class, and you're going to study from 7 to 9 p.m. You know? And during that time, I will be telling stories.
To who?
To the other people. I will not let people read. I'll be telling stories. And I always get punished.
Why?
Because you're supposed to be reading. So I say, you know what? Instead of telling the story, start writing it. Yes. So this is how I came.
Your journey
to be here.
From one to another.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Actually, I'm just wild. I really was excited. Where were you finding these books to read when you suffered?
Good. So, my mother used to buy me a lot of, back in the, I don't know how you guys, I don't know about you people right now.
Yeah, I know.
But back in the day, we used to have like a collection of books. There would be like 6 books in a pack.
Okay.
It'd be by the same author. One would lead to the other.
Okay.
So my mother would buy quite a number of those.
Series?
Yeah, they're always series. All those in the Platon, they were always series, and they always come in that pack. So I will have different packs, and I'll read one to the next.
Shout out to our mothers.
At 7?
At 7.
At 7, though?
At 7, 1979, yes, I was 7.
Okay. Now, talking about books, your book, Dream Maker.
Yes.
Yes, inspire a whole lot of people. How do we ensure that those books or what you read sparks real change in people?
How do I ensure the books I read or the books that I write?
The books, I'm talking about Dream Maker. And every other book.
Books I've written.
Because you said, even as young as you were already telling other people.
Stories.
So my stories back then was just entertain. I couldn't stop talking.
We were just born talking.
I just had to talk. And then how are you going to hold people? What are you going to say? So you tell a story. So usually I'll tell them a film that I've seen. But after a while, I realized that they've seen the film that I've seen.
Okay.
So I have to start telling them my own film that they haven't seen yet.
They haven't seen, yeah.
I just start telling stories, and then the actor did this. It's all this is the funny thing about it. When I'm doing with my cousins in the house, my mother will come and stand behind and listen. Then she'll tell them it's a lie. There's nothing like that.
Okay, so I wanted to say that maybe that was something that made you translate your films or your imagination now into Dream Maker.
So Dream Maker was, now in my 20s, one of my greatest desires had been, even when I like to teach. One of my greatest desires was to teach.
Okay.
And then Dream Maker was me saying, I was turning 40 when I did Dream Maker. So I said to myself, what are you going to give this world at 40? What is 40 years of your life worth? What does 40 years mean to you? What have you learned in 40 years? So Dream Maker, I sat down and I looked for 40 lessons I'd learned in 15 years. I said, what have you learned from 25 to 40? I looked for 40 lessons, and I weaved a story around those 40 lessons, and I put them in a book. But I didn't say 40 anything. I just called Dream Maker. But then there's 40 lessons in Dream Maker. That was my goal for Dream Maker. And then I was very inspired by Paulo Coelho. It was a book that he wrote called The Pilgrimage. And then another one called The Alchemists. He has a lot of books now. But those books really inspired me. And I wanted to do that kind of book. So Alchemist or The Pilgrimage is a story book or biographical book with lessons. So it's entertaining, but it's teaching something. And that's what I really wanted to do. And back then, all the books I read were like that.
Oh. Wow. I was going to ask what genre of books were you always interested in? Is it thriller or romance?
Reading. So in my teenage years, there were every kind of book. War books, romance books. Not, there's some Mills and Boons, not those ones. But the good romance books. I used to read some really nasty books. Anthony Robbins. He wrote very terribly. He was my best writer. He wrote very terribly, but we loved what he wrote, So back then I read like that. But in my 20s, my inclination towards reading changed. I preferred more philosophy, more psychology, more spiritual material, and fantasy books like this that teach and entertain.
Okay. All right. So you spent over 20 years on big stages, small stages, on the screen, and everywhere. Now, what truth did you miss, did your younger poetic self miss that you want to tell now as concerning Nigeria and the creative industry?
If you put the questions there, bring exam paper, bring my head. See this question. How many points are you giving me for this question?
I know. Okay. I'm talking to a legend, so I'm not scared.
What lessons did I miss as a younger poet? I missed the money question. But I also have an analogy for that.
Okay.
Now, I don't know if you know Judah Baga MI.
Yeah.
So I found those guys in 2005. And they're like 9 years, Jude is like 9 years older, and the other ones are younger. And I missed the money question, but I saw him get the money question. So that's how I know what I missed. Now, when I met them, their art was as serious as mine. So those guys, when I met them through a friend of mine, who was a friend of their father's, and then he had a studio, so he gave it to them. And I wanted to produce my album in Jos, because I grew up in Jos.
Yeah.
And then he said, go and meet this boy, Jude. I said, what boy? I said, I thought you. I said, no, go and meet this boy. So I went and I met him, and they made my album. Now, the music they were doing back then was pretty serious. So I realized that I was more like a guinea pig for those guys. Because they studied me, they looked at me, they asked a million questions. Every day I'm coming there asking questions. I even put out their music, the very first music out on a compilation album in 2006, before Chocolate City. You know, and then when it was time for him to come out, I think he had looked at the situation. He had seen his older brother, that's why he calls me brother. And my brother, you know, I need to do better than this. So he found a way, which is what I didn't know how to do. He found a way to take serious literature in hip-hop and merge it with entertainment. He found a way to, he watered it down without losing his artistry.
Yeah.
He found a way. I didn't find that. That's what I think is missing. And I'm actually trying to do it now.
You're trying to do
I'm trying to do it now, yes. But his album is like, you know what, dude, can you do it? It's a challenge for me. I'm 53. I'm asking myself, do you still have it? Can you still do this? And I'm giving myself the shot.
What genre of music do you do?
So I do spoken word poetry.
Yeah.
Okay.
But spoken word poetry, there's something I did in my second album called Song Speak that people do not really know. So my second album wasn't as successful, wasn't as well received in Nigeria as my first album, which was just poetry. It was like, nothing like this. My second album was Song Speak. This current album is allowing all my influences. My influences have been Dobes, you know, Hate No Good, To Live in a White Man Country Too Long. My influences have been Dobes and dope poetry. Blacks in England, what is your plan? You know, so, and then the American spoken word poetry, and then even the Hausa Kirari. So I'm allowing everything, even hip hop, MCing, I'm allowing everything that ever influenced me to come into this right now. Did you know Arrested Development is a spoken word group? Did you know they are poets?
No.
Exactly. Nobody knows.
Wow.
Yes, but that's what speech is doing right now. So so the poetry, you have to find a way to cross over. You know, which was some rappers did. Take hard rap and then cross over. That's the point.
So essentially, most rappers now, I mean, the likes of DMX and co, these guys literally just do poetry.
Yes.
And then they turn into music. Yes. Is that essentially what the system is?
They found a way. So DMX, they're rappers.
Yeah.
Some rappers are poets.
Tupac and co.
Yes, Tupac was a poet, but he was a rapper. You know, but I'm not a rapper. So these guys were able to, like DMX, for instance, was able to do poetry with some of his rap.
Yeah.
Kanye West has done that in some poetry shows. Wale, the Nigerian guy, there's one rap song, it's a poem. They don't tell you. Now, putting a label sometimes has a way of holding you down. They don't say I'm doing spoken word. They just do it. And I'm going to give you a bigger surprise. Fela used to do spoken word. Nobody realizes it. How do I know?
Yeah, so like, how did you know?
You know, the thing what didn't they do behind the door with them lock. Now, boy, now it's time to go to the underground sound. Fela was doing spoken word poetry. When Fela was in America, I believe, because the group of people he was hanging out with, you know, the Miles Davis, knew the Last Poets. The Last Poets is one of the oldest Black American poetry group in America. You know, with J. Scott Heron. Those guys were big back then. So I know. And if you listen to Fela, you can hear a massive influence of Miles Davis in his work. Completely, Miles Davis. So if Fela was influenced by Miles Davis, Fela heard J. Scott Heron. Fela heard the Black Poets. There's so many of them.
Yeah.
you know. So he was doing poetry, but he never said this is poetry.
Yeah.
Does it? Yeah.
Okay, now I love the fact that you mentioned the likes of Fela and the people he associated with. And you are a life coach.
Yes.
Yes. And of course, you mentor people.
Yeah.
Yes.
In this poetic, spoken word poetry, there are people who don't really understand it, and there are younger people who want to come into this industry, and sometimes they feel, I don't know how to go about it. Now, the question is, how do you mentor them, knowing that some of them, they are influenced, or they are motivated, or their muse is pain? Their muse could be just something around. How do you mentor them and build their confidence that, yes, in spoken words, you can actually do well?
One of the reasons why spoken word doesn't work very well is because poets use pain as their primary emotion.
Yeah.
Most of the time, yeah.
I don't do pain.
You don't do pain? You don't do it?
I don't do pain. I don't do poems that's sad. I can do poems that's angry.
Okay.
You know, I can do poems that's very sexual. I can do poems that are funny, but I do not do pain. So I think that nobody likes pain, but poets like pain. I'm not saying that the pain is invalid. Is not validated. It's a validated feeling, but I think that poetry needs to be a bit happier. You know, it needs to be happier. You know, because I mean, if you keep being sad, I don't want to keep coming to see you. If every day you come, just make me sad,
yeah.
and I'm going home. It's like, you know. So, how do I mentor poets? Is I notice that most girls, especially, sorry, this is not being, you know, but most girls when they start to write, they write from their pain, and then they embody the pain, and then they're known for pain. You know, I like poets who are a bit more rebellious. I'm a rebellious poet. You know, I like to go. I'm a rebel. I rise in upheaval. I'm a soldier marching to the sound of a fiddle, saddled with a duty to save civilization's cradle, enabled to bleed those who feed on blood, taste, and spittle. The odds dribble, where you're harrowed rather than hallowed, targeted to be gallowed, balloted to be guillotined, seems to be certainty for devils inside tin. I've done your point for you.
He's lost.
I've done your point for you.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. I don't here. We'll go on a break because I want the world to get a glimpse of, you know, his creativity, right? Just go to a short break, just for a minute or so. We're gonna watch something that he's put together and enjoy it while we're going on this short break. We'll be back.
Your name plays in our heads, music, sound, soul, hip-hop, spoken word. We speak words that blow on trumpets and saxophones, while the piano cries out like an African instrument, a xylophone. Ego J, hear the gong gong, love the bata. We dance with masquerades in a mass party where costumes are street rags that have come to define the fashion of a generation. We dream in color, pixels of fantasy, you're the uttermost, the heart of the ether. In you we find the way through to the black hole. The secret to all things is to find that one thing that means forever is a day in paradise. The day is forever on the other side of a universe. Flutter by, if butterflies you flutterfly. You're the uttermost, the heart of the ether. In you we find the way through to the black hole. The secret to all things forever is a day in paradise. The day is forever on the other side of a universe. Flutter by, if butterflies you flutterfly, black butterfly. When you flutter, you utter data. You're the uttermost, the heart of the ether. In you we find the way through to the black hole. The secret to all things is to find that one thing that means everything. Dream dreams, dream deep, let the dream bleed.
Welcome back from that break, and I'm sure you enjoyed what you saw. You can go to his social media pages and you see more works that he's done. Not all music videos. There's some that are just him gymming. Going to the gym. That's it. Because it showed that I had gone to his place to go and sit down, and I had seen so many things that the SOUQ has put together, and we're diving straight in. I used to write poems. I said I was consistent, and then at some point I used to make it every Thursday thing. Okay. Why did I stop? I stopped because I stopped reading. Oh. I know, because when I read, I got inspiration to write. I didn't write from pain, just like you said, but I wrote some of them that could tell pain. Yeah, okay. There was one, I remember writing one that had to do with women who, they are like widows who lose their husbands and they have to shave their heads and then make them have to do this ritual. Okay. We have about that. After sitting down and reading it so many years after, I kept asking myself, what motivated you? And I remembered, it was books that I read. Now, when I see people who still read, I get to ask myself, how do you guys do it? Because I stopped. If you was to advise somebody, what would you tell them so that they can keep that momentum?
So read for fun.
Read for fun?
Yeah, don't read as if I must read. Just read for fun. If you read one page, leave it. If you read 100 pages, read it. Don't read because, like, back in the day, we used to say, I must read one book in one day. You force, you can't do that now. Most of us really can't do that now. So you have to find a way to just read for fun. But read serious books for fun.
Okay.
Yeah, don't read the serious book because you want to remember everything. Just read it for fun. Take a book, read one chapter, jump to the middle if you like. Just read. If the book needs you to read every single thing, read every single thing. Now, Americans are a little bit superfluous with writing books. They try to put, every book is supposed to be 600 pages. Why? They try to do that. So you have to find a way to just, cut it for yourself. Because to be honest, sometimes if you want to read a 600-page book, you might take the whole year reading it. So read 5-6 books at the same time. Just take this one.
As a creative, what is the most common challenge that you have? Perhaps living your life and then having to, normal life, and then having to be the creative person. What are the challenges that you often face?
So what do you mean normal life? I'm not sure.
Normal life says that, do you go out to party sometimes and then leave what you're doing? Or you do your normal routine? Or is your creative part your normal routine?
Okay. So, work for me is this creating thing. And there's no time. It's any time, every time. Most of the time, I create when I'm jogging, or when I'm walking, or when I'm in the middle of something else. So I have to stop. If it's a poem, I have to stop and open my whatever and voice it. I just voice something. No. So it's coming. Yeah, there's this cow, but hey, you can still hear yourself. So the creative process is constant, is continuous. When it comes, you take advantage of it. If you leave it, it's going to fly off. If you don't grab a hold of it. When I was younger, no phones outside the streets. I always carried a biro and paper. When I don't have biro and paper, I will sing whatever it is or chant whatever it is till I get home. Because you must remember it. You have to keep doing it, keep until you get home. So it's one and the same. I don't have a different life from this. And I can be writing a book for you, because that's what I do for a living as well. I write books for people.
Okay.
So I can be doing that book for you, and then I have one script that I'm working on, and then one scene comes into my head, I'm going to take a pause and jot that one. Yeah. If a poem comes, I'm going to write it. If it's a melody, I'm going to hum it, because you can't write a melody. So that's why I use so that's how it is. It's constant. Sometimes it wakes you up in the night.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, so I like the fact that you've mentioned it. You write books for people.
Yes.
You write biographies.
Yes.
You write so many things for people. So at what point do you draw the ethical lines between truth, interpretation, and what other one should I add to it? Okay, let's say the license for writing.
If you're hungry, you sell your soul. It's easy. It's easy. It's like this. I'm telling you, I've realized it. Because there's certain kind of books I don't want to write. But you do it, I ask myself, yes, I will. There's certain people that I don't believe in right now. I'll give you an instance. I did a campaign for somebody in 2023. I really wouldn't have done it. I tried to say no, but they kept on coming. They kept on coming. Finally, I thought, oh boy, let me just do this here and change my voice. So I recorded the stuff and changed my voice. And then I think the guy who was mixing it mixed something wrong. So he said, I was telling him about mix it again. Then the one he sent with my original voice. And I forgot to preview it because they were, wait, send it. Then I sent it. And I said, hey, this is the one we want. And there was no way I could take it back.
Yeah.
You know, then they said, can you come and do your face inside? I say, lie. Say, I'm going to do my face, lie. I mean, if I have to sell my soul, it has to be for some matter. So they used the thing, and then they put a person, somebody else just
voiced it.
Yeah, the people will come and say, that's you, I know it's you. I got insulted. I got abused from people I know, seriously. But, like I said, if you're hungry, you sell your soul. Unfortunately, I wish I didn't have to. Now, if we had a society that, you know, you could stand on truth and not be hungry, we would. But there are instances where, I'm just being very honest with you here, instances where you don't want to do this kind of thing, but you get an offer.
That is...
I don't know any one of us that wouldn't take it.
Okay. Okay, so you are releasing another album very, very soon. Very
in 2026.
In 2026?
Yes. I just brought out a single.
How early into 2026?
So I want,
because I will need you to talk about
the funding is, you know, now, promoting stuff is a whole different ballgame. I didn't understand how to do it, but I've learned it now. I realize that you have to just keep doing every day. It's like, it's a whole different ballgame. You know, to make any impact, you're gonna have to spend a lot of money. You know, it doesn't look like a lot of money for some people, but for some of us, it's a lot of money. So the funding is, you know, the issue. So what I'm trying to do, a single just came out. I'm gonna try and make a visual for it. And then I'm gonna try and put another single out in February or March. So I'm looking at the album coming out in June. Because I've not finished recording. I just started recording the stuff.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Are there gaps in the industry that limits the creative mess of, you know, people or young people, as it were, institutional?
Oh yeah. So for instance, a lot of countries that I know that I have a friend, Chika Onigwe. She's Nigerian. She was living in, Denmark. She told me, oh, what you do? So I'm not doing anything right now. I said, how you? She said that the government gives out money every month to write. I said, are you writing for them?
Yeah, I will.
They said no. That because she's a writer, they give her money every month to write. I said no.
Write what?
Anything you like. That's not our business. Because you're a writer, we're going to support you. The government is supporting a Nigerian woman living in Denmark to write. I was like, how? And then I knew of somebody else who was being paid in Canada to record. He was a poet and a singer. And the Canadian government gave him money just to, thinking, what on earth?
Yeah, it's like, yes, I'm wide-eyed, like, what's going on?
They just give you, please take money. You're a writer. Oh, that's nice, take money. Just be writing. Not write for also.
Just do what you're doing.
Just do what you're doing so that you will not be hungry. Because if you are hungry, you will not write. You're going to do something else. Or you sell your soul like me. You know, so that's what it is. So over here, nobody's going to give you anything. Nobody's going to give you anything. Unless your uncle is in government or something, or you have somebody who has something. Nobody. Over here is blood, sweat, and tears. I remember a group of artists, poets who were learning poetry when I was starting. When we came out in 2006-07, these kids used to trek from Ajegunle to come to Ireland to perform at an event and trek back.
Trek?
Yes, we used to walk. So I said, how you guys come? And say, we're walking. I said, excuse me? He said, we're walking. You're walking where? We're walking to Ajegunle. So how did you come? We walked. I said, huh? So the price that we pay to create here is unbelievable.
Okay. I like the fact that you talked about it. Institutions. Do you think our Nigerian universities, the Department of Theatre Arts or the Faculty of Arts generally, do you think they are teaching spoken words enough or preparing the students
for this?
That have it? Yes. Do you think they're preparing them enough for this?
Well, I think because what they teach you in theater arts will prepare you for this. Because I remember in theater arts rehearsing all night. I remember rehearsing all month. I remember rehearsing Saturday, Sunday. So that process will prepare you for this, largely. It will prepare you for being on stage. So, I think people don't think so, but I think theater arts and the medical department, maybe law, these people, they really take the case through a rigorous regimen. You're really, that theater arts, they will really work you, you will know. Because you go to school in the morning, 8 o'clock, 12 midnight, you're still there.
Yeah. Okay, so what lessons do you think people can learn from your collaboration with institutions, with private organizations that you have worked with? What should the young people that are coming now, what lessons do you think they should learn or they can learn from you?
So when I first came out, you know, I said I did over 100, I call them brand poems for brands in Nigeria. Over 100. There's almost no one that I did it for a lot of companies. For MTN, for instance, for a while, I did like, kept on going as if I was employed there. You know, Unilever.
You're just doing it?
They do different things, they call me. You know, MTN, they used to launch a lot of stuff.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're launching this outcome, launching that, you know, different things. So I did quite a bit. And when I was doing, I was the only one who was getting those things. So that was quite an important question, asking me what lessons would they learn. Yeah. So what did I do that put me in their attention, put me in their, you know, so so I came from the media, you see. When I started, I was a journalist with Ovation magazine. So I knew everybody, I knew somebody everywhere.
Yeah.
You know, and I did also music magazines, hip hop world, those ones and those. So I was part of all those things. So when I came out, all my colleagues knew, Nasami, so come, you know. So I was on TV, on television a lot. I was on radio a lot. I was in newspapers a lot. That's what I did that was different. So now poets, what they do is, once they write one good poem, you know, they take their sad poetry and go to one open mic and stay there and just spread their sadness for everybody there. And go home, you know, and hope that somehow one day something will happen.
Yeah.
You know, and it doesn't happen. You know, but in the last couple of years, just the advent of social media, there are like 2 or 3 girls who took advantage of the social media thing. They're poets. They got so big. And they're not very sad poets. They're not the most fantastic poets, sorry to say, but they know how to position themselves. These guys are going all over the world. You know, I heard some of them, I call one of them for one event, sometimes she says, oh, her money is 10 million, and I say, for what now? You know, I never ever think like that, you know. You know, so what the poets need to do is throw themselves in the face of the world. Constantly put yourself, you can't do television, do that social media, which is free, which is cheaper in a way. Every day, put yourself out there. So you have to create a very public persona, a very public brand. And then these other institutions who need your artistry to sell themselves, to say, this guy can sell something for me. That's what they need to do.
Wow.
I know there's a lady called Harvey. You probably don't have heard of her. The first day I stumbled on her work, that was when the first one caught me. I had to now go back just to affirm what you were saying. I had to now go back and I saw she's got lots of previous work that she's been doing on social media. And like, okay, perhaps me that used to write, I have to just probably go back to writing. Consistency.
Just keep going and read your poem, you know.
So, we know Africa is creative, right? And we've sold out the music industry. When I say sold out, like we've conquered it. We've conquered the film industry. Right, especially in Nigeria, Nollywood is international now. But poetry and spoken word is still growing, still in its nascent stage, at least to my knowledge. How can we show it up to get to that point where it can be counted as some of the strong points that we have?
So this is the point. Poetry globally doesn't
get to that place.
Doesn't matter. That's just poetry.
Why is that?
It's just the nature of it. It's too hard. You know, now, the minute poetry went into academics, when it went to school, as soon as poetry went to school, when they're inside school, you're reading inside a book.
Yeah.
That's when he died.
Because he started teaching them?
Because it became too technical.
Oh.
You know, pop music is not technical. Anything you want to sing. You know, I mean, there's this song that says chop banana to you. I mean, the whole verse is chop banana.
That song.
You know, so once you get too technical, it begins to lose mass appeal. You know, it doesn't. That's what happened to poetry. It became too elitist. It's like, no, you must know your taste. You know, all the workshops I've done, I told them, take everything you learned in school about poetry, throw it out the window, and then do what's in your mind. Or else, you're going to be hungry.
Have you got a school where you teach?
What?
Have you got a school where you teach these things?
Yeah, I've done hundreds of workshops in my life, plenty of workshops. You know, once a poem goes into a book, that's a tomb. I told people, my poetry book is titled "Where Poems Go to Die." Where do poems go to die? They go to a book to die. If you do a poetry book in America or in Europe and it sells 5,000 copies, like, wow, if you sell 5,000 copies, that's successful. In India, poetry books sell 1 million, 2 million.
I doing 5,000, are you happy?
That's too academic. You know, so we have to find a way, which is why I chose to record with music, make it non-academic. That's the only way to scale it.
How can somebody stay relevant in an industry that is still, it will not go to this peak?
So, industry might not go, you can go. Industry is not going, but you better go. Because the good thing is, if you go, another person will say, this person will let me follow. If 10 people go, 20 people go, 30 people go, Harvey, Al-Han Islam, IB Quick are inspiring women now in poetry. They're all just, So now the girls are picking up. So it's going. That's the only way it's going to go, for one to go. So don't wait for the industry. You go. Yeah.
Wow, that's beautiful. Okay, so someone there is watching. I know you said a lot, but someone is still watching, still hoping that, yes, one day I want to be like Baba.
The sage.
The sage. The word, this is it on Baba sage.
I'll tell him to look for work. But like, find work first. Find handwork. As you're doing your handwork, then you can be, if you don't get handwork.
It's tough. It's that tough.
Brother. So I do 3 or 4 things to make a living.
Yeah.
I write books. I make film.
The music as well?
The poetry and the music is one.
Okay.
They're together. That's basically what I do.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah. But they're all still within the creative industry.
Yes. Still fine handwork. Outside the
Okay. So that's what he has said. Go on, get some.
Go and find something to do. So Sammy Sage, Sam's journey illustrates that African creativity thrives not just on talent, but on discipline, intellectual depth, and of course a commitment to cultural responsibility. By bridging poetry, literature, film, and mentorship, it demonstrates how storytelling can educate, inspire, and preserve identity across generations. Or maybe I love you because you stay true to your identity, right? Yeah. I'm saying this in passing because just like he said, there's consistency that needs to be have to always to keep it relevant, right? And I see that in you. What would be your major takeaway from everything that the sage has said?
Yeah, don't give up.
Don't give up. Keep doing what you're doing.
Don't give up. If then the line I love so much, if the industry does not go, you go.
The expected outcome of this conversation is a deeper reflection on who we are, deeper appreciation of storytelling as cultural infrastructure, increased support for writers, and of course filmmakers beyond mainstream entertainment, and a renewed call for institutions, educators, policymakers to treat creativity as both a social force and a sustainable sector in Africa's development journey. Thank you so much, the Sage, for giving us this room to tap into your wealth of knowledge. And I do hope that we keep this relationship going, because there are so many things that we know we can always learn from you.
And thank you for inviting me to university.
You said the questions. Nobody said
the master's class. No, the questions, the hardest questions I've gotten in a long time. It's like,
wow.
Why?
No. You're the sage now. We have the faith in you. We'll definitely call you back in the new year.
I'm sure there's going to be SOUQ University somewhere.
Okay. Thank you all so much for tuning in to today. I hope you enjoyed yourself. We had 2 creative minds come onto the set today to join us on Just Africa. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. And of course, subscribe to our YouTube channel, Just Africa Show. I remain Emmanuel Amalio. And of course, until next week, do well, stay safe, and of course, start to prepare for the Yuletide. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for the next show. Thank you very much.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded 2 theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of textural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras. A diverse collection of cultural drums, stools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority. Photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitats, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions, from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum. Anytime they feel like we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it's great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think I gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, SOUQ Perspective.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team, and I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community, the Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But the funny thing is, whilst Africans will say, oh, this is grammar, what are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive, and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss, I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a bit difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian, or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them, and together I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action. It could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world-class. Our characters are world-class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. But I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world. And 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by two core industries, Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and metal, steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. It hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Star, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say it's a good time to think when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, you know, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Joss with these guys rapping serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And then he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming and overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. The institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency, there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you are bringing to the table, because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians, we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win, but in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian, is up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects.
Eko Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of "I belong" and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eko Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eko City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkaland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eko Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eko Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes, spread between two towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
The Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve, and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did it these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launch was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. A development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with universities. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. Food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Well, I think as the name goes, we are still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Projects, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. it's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had funds to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. Okay. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, there are it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember My daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. Somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to. There's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. Nigeria has 210 million people. Officially? Yes, officially. You can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I'm not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.
And welcome to World News. We're reaching you live from our studios in Lagos. I am Olumide Shokoya. Now let's begin with today's top stories. Federal government holds planned enforcement on banned sachet alcohol products pending further review. Lagos State government renews commitment to environmental initiatives to $250 billion green economy. Egypt clarifies position on approved natural gas deal with Israel as strictly commercial arrangement with no political implications. Finally, EU leaders agreed to provide Ukraine a €90 billion loan as war with Russia approaches fourth year. In sport news, Celtic FC under fire for their handling of Kelechi Iheanacho after the forward suffered a second hamstring injury since joining the team. We'll bring you details of this in a moment. The federal government has directed the suspension of all enforcement actions linked to the proposed ban on sachet alcohol product pending further review on the policy. The instruction was issued by the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, halting planned enforcement by the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, until a final decision is reached. The suspension follows a formal letter from the House of Representatives Committee on Food and Drugs Administration and Control, which raised concerns over the timing and implementation of the ban. The correspondence dated November 13, 2025 was signed by the committee's Deputy Chairman, Uchenna Okonkwo, and submitted for executive consideration. In a statement released on Monday by the Special Advisor on Public Affairs, Terence Canham, the Office of the Secretary to the Government of the Federation said the matter is under active review. The office noted it is assessing the issue in line with a statutory coordinating role as chairman of the Cabinet Secretariat, with further guidance expected in due course. President Bola Tinubu has officially appointed Dr. Musiliu Oseni as the chairman of the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, following the Senate's confirmation of the reconstituted board. Now, the announcement was made in a statement on Thursday by the President's Special Advisor on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga. Oseni's appointment replaces Abdullahi Ramat, whose nomination had earlier been forwarded to the Senate in August for confirmation. The new chairman's tenure will span 10 years, effective from December 1st, 2025, in accordance with the Electricity Act 2023. Now, the long-term tenure is intended to provide continuity and stability in the regulation of Nigeria's electricity sector, particularly the country's pushes for improved power supply and market reforms. Now, prior to his confirmation, Oseni had been serving as acting chairman of NERC since August, following the departure of the former chairman, Sanusi Garba. Stakeholders expect his appointment to accelerate regulatory oversight, enhance investor confidence, and strengthen electricity sector governance across Nigeria. The federal government has completed a full digital transition of the 31 ministries and extra ministerial departments, marking a landmark achievement in its ongoing civil service reform agenda. The move is part of efforts to modernize government operations and improve efficiency across the public sector. Head of Civil Service of the Federation, Mrs. Didi Esther Wilson-Jack, announced that the milestone on Wednesday in Abuja during the Paperless Civil Service Gala. She highlighted that the transition will streamline processes, reduce bureaucracy, and foster transparency in government operations. Officials said the digitization covers all major administrative functions, including records management, communications, and service delivery. The reforms aim to position Nigeria's civil service on par with global best practices while enabling quicker decision-making and improved citizen engagement. The government plans to extend similar digital reforms to remaining departments and agencies in the coming months. The Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, has announced plans to venture into refinery ownership, subject to regulatory approval as part of efforts to boost domestic refinery capacity and cut Nigeria's dependence on imported petroleum products. The move signals a strategic shift by independent marketers to play a deeper role across the downstream value chain. The association also directed its members nationwide to prioritize the purchase of premium motor spirit from the Dangote refinery. Also, Ipman said the decision would help stabilize fuel supply, strengthen local refinery operations, and support ongoing reforms in Nigeria's downstream petroleum sector at a critical transition period. Ipman National President Abubakar Shetima disclosed this at a press conference in Abuja on Thursday, while reacting to recent developments in oil and gas industry, including leadership changes at key regulatory agencies. He said local sourcing and private sector investments were essential in long-term energy security, improve pricing stability, and reduce foreign exchange pressure on the economy. Nigeria's business environment is projected to improve steadily over the next 6 months, with confidence expected to climb to one of the strongest levels in recent years. The outlook reflects growing optimism among firms about economic conditions, demand prospects, and operating stability as year progresses. The projection is contained in the Central Bank of Nigeria CBN's Business Expectations Survey for November 2025. Now, the survey shows that while business confidence remained at moderate levels in November, respondents anticipate a sharp acceleration by mid-2026. Businesses cited expectations of improved macroeconomic stability, better access to credit, and easing cost pressures as key drivers of the upbeat outlook. According to the Central Bank of Nigeria, rising confidence suggests stronger economic activity ahead, with implications for investment, hiring, and output growth. Firms across manufacturing, trade, and services expressed optimism that the policy consistency and improved market conditions would support expansion plans. Central Bank of Nigeria noted that sustained confidence gains would help reinforce Nigeria's economic recovery momentum if underlying risk remained contained. Livestock and agriculture stakeholders have urged the federal government to accelerate the phased development of grazing reserves beyond the current 3 pilot locations, calling for at least 1 functional reserve in each of Nigeria's 6 geopolitical zones. They describe the initiative as a positive step, but one that limited coverage could blunt its impact on food security and farmer-herder relations. The call follows the government's launch of the pilot grazing reserves at Wawa Zange in Gombe State, Wase in Plateau State, and Karu in Buhari Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory. Stakeholders said expanding the program nationwide would help reduce conflicts, improve livestock productivity, and support rural livelihoods. The Ministry of Development said it is collaborating with other ministries, state governments, and private partners to equip the reserves with schools, healthcare facilities, and access roads. Analysts say the faster implementation could boost confidence and encourage private investments in the livestock value chain. Now, the Lagos State government and key stakeholders have renewed commitments to environmental initiatives aimed at unlocking Nigeria's estimated $250 billion green economy potential, with a strong focus on waste management as an economic driver. The renewed push was highlighted at the 6th Lagos Waste Forum held in Lagos, where public and private sector leaders discussed strategies for turning waste into jobs, revenue, and long-term economic resilience. According to a statement, the forum was organized by the SOUQ Foundation, Nigeria, with support from the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. Now, the European Union and Coca-Cola Nigeria discussions centered on policy coordination, private investment, recycling infrastructure, and the role of innovation in scaling Nigeria's circular economy. Participants stressed that effective waste management could reduce environmental risk while expanding industrial value chains. Speaking at the event, the Special Advisor on the Environment, Olakunle Rotimi Akodu, representing Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, said Lagos State sits at the heart of Nigeria's circular economy ambitions. He noted that the state's large waste volume also presents significant opportunities for recycling, green enterprises, and sustainable growth if properly harnessed. Now, still to come in the news, China petitions World Trade Organization challenging India's tariffs on information and communications technology products. We'll bring the details of this after this break. Stay tuned.
SOUQ Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfare Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The SOUQ Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into SOUQ City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkland Property Investment and SOUQ Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, SOUQ Pearl with Champagne Tower and SOUQ Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. SOUQ Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Welcome back to the World News. Egypt on Thursday clarified its recently approved natural gas deal with Israel is a strictly commercial arrangement with no political implications. The government emphasized that their agreement was concluded by private energy companies following market rules with no direct intervention from state authorities. The clarification came after Israel on Wednesday approved an export contract signed in August by Chevron and its partners, NewMed and Ratio, to supply NewMed and Ratio to supply up to $35 billion of natural gas from Leviathan field to Egypt. The deal represents one of the largest energy transactions in the region, highlighting growing commercial cooperation between Israeli gas producers and regional buyers. Officials stressed that the agreement is aimed at meeting Egypt's growing domestic demand and supporting energy security, while underlining that the transaction should not be interpreted as a political or diplomatic initiative. Analysts say such deals reflect broader market-driven energy integrations in the Eastern Mediterranean. Botswana's government has revised its economic forecast, projecting a contraction of nearly 1% for 2025, reflecting ongoing challenges in the country's vital diamond sector. Now, the announcement came from Finance Minister Peggy Serame during a major budget review on Friday. Earlier in February, the government had anticipated a 3.3% expansion in gross domestic product (GDP) following a 3% contraction in 2024. The optimistic projection was based on expectation of a gold recovery in diamond demand and stabilizing economic recovery. However, by mid-year, weak international diamond prices and subdued global demand forced the government to adjust expectations. Analysts note that Botswana's heavy reliance on diamond export makes the economy particularly vulnerable to fluctuations in the global market, and recovery may hinge on both external demand and diversification efforts. The government is reportedly considering measures to support other sectors to mitigate economic downturn. Now, Morocco's annual inflation edged higher in September, with consumer price index rising to 0.3% from 0.1% in August. The country's statistic agency reported earlier today. Analysts said the increase reflects shift in non-food prices, while food costs, traditionally a major driver of inflation, fell 1.2% compared to the same period last year. Core inflation, which includes volatile items such as food and energy, declined 0.9% year-on-year and 0.4% month-on-month, signaling continued subdued underlying price pressure. Non-food prices, however, rose 0.4% year-on-year, contributing to a modest overall increase. Economists suggest the mixed trend reflects the ongoing balance between global commodity prices and domestic economic conditions. The Moroccan Central Bank forecast inflation will average 0.8% this year before rising to 1.3% in 2026 and 1.9% in 2027. Officials expect steady consumer price growth to provide a stable environment for economic planning and policy adjustments. Australia will implement a national gun buyback program following the recent mass shooting in Sydney. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese announced on Friday. The measure aims to remove high-risk firearms from circulation and prevent similar tragedies in the future. The announcement coincided with a public memorial at Bondi Beach, where hundreds of surfers and swimmers paddled out to honor victims of the attack. Now, the tragedy has reignited debate over gun ownership and public safety, prompting calls for stricter controls. The planned buyback is modeled on the sweeping reforms introduced after the 1996 Port Auto massacre in Tasmania, where a lone gunman killed 35 people. That earlier program led to one of the world's strictest gun laws, including a nationwide firearm buyback and tighter licensing requirements. Authorities hope the new initiative will similarly reduce gun-related risk and enhance public safety. China has formally filed a case with the World Trade Organization challenging India's tariff on information and communication technology products such as subsidies for photovoltaic equipment. The Chinese Ministry of Commerce announced on Friday. The ministry said the measures adopted by India will give India's domestic industry an unfair competitive advantage, harm Chinese interests, and violate WTO rules. China argued that the tariffs increase costs for Chinese exporters and reduce their ability to compete fairly in the Indian market, while subsidies distort competition in renewable energy sector. World Trade Organization disputes typically involve consultations and negotiations between the countries before any formal panel proceedings. Analysts say the case reflects growing tensions between two of the world's largest economies over trade practices, with potential implications for global technology and renewable energy supply chains. The ministry emphasized its commitments to defending Chinese exporters' rights under international trade law. Now, China's military announced on Friday that it will intensify training and take forceful measures to protect the country's sovereignty and territorial integrity to respond to a planned $11.1 billion U.S. firearms sales package to Taiwan. The Defense Ministry emphasized the sale represents a serious challenge to China's core interest and warned of consequences for the United States and Taiwan. The package, the largest ever reprieve for Taiwan, includes advanced fighter jet, missile systems, and other high-tech weaponry, highlighting Washington's ongoing commitment to support the island's self-defense amid rising tensions in Taiwan Strait. Beijing has in recent months stepped up both military drills and diplomatic pressures on Taiwan, which claims as part of its territory, despite the island's democratically elected government rejecting such claims. Analysts say the United States arms deal is likely to escalate regional tensions and may prompt China to increase military presence and training exercises near Taiwan. Still in China, China is likely to maintain its benchmark lending rate for a seventh straight month in December, signaling a cautious stance by the central bank amid steady economic performance. Analysts say the People's Bank of China, PBOC, is not rushing to loosen monetary policy as the economy appears on track to meet its growth targets for 2025, while commercial banks continue to operate with record low profit margins. All of 25 respondents in recent Reuters survey expect the 1-year and 5-year loan prime rate to remain steady at 3.0% and 3.5% respectively. This follows the PBOC's decision earlier this month to hold a 7-day reverse repo rate at 1.4%, a key policy instrument that influences the LPRS. Despite the December purse, analysts anticipate fresh interest rate cuts in earlier 26 to support growth and lending, especially if domestic demand softens or external pressure weigh on the economy. The Bank of Japan on Friday raised its short-term interest rate to 0.75% from 0.5%, marking the highest level in 3 decades and signaling a continued shift away from decades of ultra-loose monetary policy. The unanimous decision reflects the central bank's determination to normalize borrowing costs while addressing persistent inflationary pressures in the Japanese economy. This move, the first rate hike since January, comes amid a backdrop of rising wages and inflation outpaces the Bank of Japan's long-standing target. Officials indicated readiness to implement further rate increases if necessary, underscoring a cautious but steady approach towards ending near-zero interest rates that have defined Japan's economic policy for years. Investors and analysts see the decision as a landmark step with implications for global financial markets and Japanese government bond yields. The Bank of Japan's guidance aims to provide clarity while gradually recalibrating monetary support. Still to come in the news, Britain records substantial budget deficit in November, highlighting ongoing fiscal challenges facing the government. We'll bring you details of this after this break. Stay tuned.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 2012 Olympics. We were very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practice for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely, it's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't to music much time. So maybe we should have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
Welcome back. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security has instructed U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services to temporarily pause the Diversity Immigrant Visa Program, also known as the DV program. Secretary Kristen Noem announced that the decision on Thursday, citing the need for a review of the program procedures and eligibility requirements to ensure compliance with federal guidelines. The DV program annually makes up to 50,000 immigrant visas available to applicants from countries with low rates of immigration to the United States. Now, the visas are allocated through a lottery system designed to promote diversity in U.S. immigration, allowing winners to live and work permanently in the country. The pause affects applicants who were selected for the 2026 program SOUQ, delaying interviews and visa processing. U.S. immigration authorities say they would provide update once the review is complete, while stressing that the move is administrative and does not indicate a permanent suspension of the program. Britain recorded another substantial budget deficit in November, highlighting the ongoing fiscal challenges facing the government. Public sector net borrowing for a month reached £11.7 billion, according to data released by the Office of the National Statistics on Friday. The figures also led to an upward review of borrowing for the fiscal year so far, underscoring the difficulty of balancing public finances amid rising costs and slower economic growth. The data comes shortly after Finance Minister Raquel Reeves announced new tax increases aimed at stabilizing government revenues and addressing the deficit. Analysts warn that the continued high borrowing could pressure public finances, forcing further spending cuts or additional revenue measures. Now, the November shortfall reflects both increased public spending and lower than expected tax receipts, making the government's task for narrowing the deficit in the coming months increasingly complex. Policymakers are closely monitoring economic trends to guide fiscal strategy. Now, French lawmakers were unable to reach a compromise on the 2026 budget bill on Friday, raising the likelihood that special legislation will automatically roll over existing spending limits into the new year. A joint committee comprising members from both houses of the parliament abandoned talks after less than an hour, citing irreconcilable differences on key fiscal priorities. The failure highlights persistent political divisions over public spending, taxation, and government borrowing amid economy facing moderate growth and inflation pressures. In the absence of an agreed budget, authorities are expected to rely on transitional measures to maintain government operations and public services at existing funding levels. Analysts warn that the prolonged budget delays could disrupt investment plans, slow economic recovery, and complicate efforts to meet France's fiscal targets and set under European Union rules. Lawmakers must now explore alternative negotiations to avert a longer-term financial uncertainty. European leaders have agreed to provide Ukraine with a €90 billion loan to help plug looming budget shortfalls, offering key fresh financial support as the war with Russia approaches its fourth year. Now, the agreement was reached after late-night summit talks in Brussels, underscoring Europe's effort to stabilize Ukraine's finances amid sustained military pressures and economic strain. However, the deal stopped short of resolving decisions over the use of frozen Russian assets to finance the loan. Several member states remain cautious about the legal and financial implication of seizing those funds, leaving the use under-resolved, despite mounting calls to make Moscow pay for the war-related damages. European Council President Antonio Costa said the decision will help Ukraine defend itself and support its citizens. President Volodymyr Zelensky welcomed the agreement, describing it as vital to strengthen resilience and ensuring long-term financial security while Russian assets remain immobilized. United States President Donald Trump on Thursday signed the fiscal 2026 National Defense Authorization Act into law, marking a significant milestone in American military planning. The nearly $1 trillion bill authorizes a record of $901 billion in annual defense spending, $8 billion more than what Trump initially requested. The legislation outlines comprehensive provisions from procurements of ships, aircraft, and missile systems to pay raises for troops and strategies to address global geopolitical threats. Notably, the bill includes new aid for Ukraine and places constraints on the president's ability to reduce U.S. involvement in European defense, reflecting congressional priorities and international commitments. Defense analysts say that the NDAA reinforces U.S. military readiness and signals Washington's commitment to global security while balancing domestic and foreign policy objectives. The act also ensures a long-term investment in modernization programs supporting technological advancement and operational capabilities across all service branches. In sport news, Celtic have come under scrutiny for their handling of Nigerian striker Kelechi Iheanacho after the forward suffered a second hamstring injury since joining the Scottish club in August. Iheanacho was forced off after just 30 minutes during Celtic's League Cup final defeat to St Mirren on Sunday, having been the team's standout performer before the setback. Football analyst Peter Martin and Tam McManus described Iheanacho as a panic buy, suggesting the club's fitness regime may have worsened his injury risk. They argued that the striker was exposed to intensive training without adequate march sharpness, given his recent transfer from Sevilla. Martin highlighted Iheanacho's technical qualities, noting his ability to hold up play, involve teammates, and create scoring opportunities despite the talent. Pundits worry that the repeated injuries could limit his impact at Celtic unless the club adjusts their approach to his fitness, recovery, and integration into match play. Now, former Super Eagles striker Odion Ighalo has endorsed Victor Osimhen as the next captain of Nigeria's national football team, praising the striker's drive, leadership, and influence on the field. In an interview, the 36-year-old Ighalo highlighted Osimhen's impact on the team's dynamics, noting that leadership is not solely about age or seniority. He added that Osimhen's character and hunger for success make him a natural leader capable of motivating teammates and commanding respect in high-pressure situations. Ighalo's commitments come amid growing discussions about the next leadership structure for the Super Eagles as the team prepares for the upcoming international competition. Analysts said Osimhen's captaincy could shape the team's cohesion and performance. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a recap of today's top stories. Federal government holds planned enforcement on banned sachet alcohol product pending further review. Lagos State government renews commitment to environmental initiatives, targets $250 billion green economy. Egypt clarifies position on approved natural gas deal with Israel as strictly commercial arrangement with no political implications. Finally, European Union leaders agreed to provide Ukraine a €90 billion loan as war with Russia approaches fourth year. And in sport news, Celtic under fire while handling Kelechi Iheanacho after forward suffered a second hamstring injury since joining the team. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shokara. Thanks for watching.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800-2255-4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806-656-4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, but his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up would not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several other African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria, highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions, like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015. He won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jinx-breaking adventure to another dimension with the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted a son named Abdurrahman. Dangote is one granted authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Nigerian leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways, from sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories. The Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. there is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods, both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
The unexpected rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn, but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroads, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use. Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for Ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
No, this one is a different company.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry? What kind of Ankara do you sell, big or small?
We sell big, small, and medium range.
Great. I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells 3 categories of Ankara. I actually met people that does medium and small. I met someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing 3 categories, big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in now and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anybody.
I don't want to lose anybody.
You like money.
I'm people man now. I'm supposed to like money very well.
When someone is alive, where is going to be saying. So for now, things are so high. When I'm still learning this business, my master, that time it was 700 or 600 like that. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining, the this are complaining. Both people that are coming from far journey saying that after this, there's no much gain on it again. So that's the challenge we have.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. The situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a hell. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No. We have to go on, move. The price that we give customer, in 1 hour, it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like, the person wants to do the business, it depends if you have the money, because this business now is all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital. No amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this nylon now, but one nylon now is almost 40,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate 1 line, 2 lines, 3 lines, so you can see that it's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
business is not a child's play, I want to say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning, but I must say if you want to do a big time Ankara business, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack, this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can say this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business. The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies. Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenges. Bureaucratic delays, corruption, and inconsistent enforcement often undermine their effectiveness. The success of the Ankara industry is intertwined with the government's actions. Thoughtful policies and effective implementation can drive growth. Moreover, regional and international trade agreements such as the African Continental Free Trade Area AFCFTA offer new opportunities for expansion and collaboration. The future of Ankara lies in the hands of the next generation. Young innovators are reimagining what Ankara can be, blending tradition with modernity and driving the industry forward. Is more than just a fabric. It symbolizes African heritage, creativity, and resilience. As we look to the future, the potential for Ankara is limitless if the industry embraces innovation, sustainability, and global collaboration. The journey of Ankara is far from over, and its story will continue to inspire generations. Conclude our journey through the vibrant world of Ankara, we turn our attention to the future. What lies ahead for this iconic fabric? How will it evolve to meet the demands of a rapidly changing world? And what opportunities and challenges will shape its future? Questions you may have quality answers for. See you again on another interesting topic on SOUQ Perspective. I am Grace Komolafe.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, Ishaku Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa Ishaku Rabiu, founder of Ishaku Rabiu and Sons Group, the family-operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in Daihatsu products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Ogbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu Ishaku Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. He operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, her younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the Best African Economic Leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, SOUQ. BUA invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP, while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development, partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it's never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
In April 1960, just months before Nigeria's independence, a 26-year-old ascended one of the most revered thrones in Yoruba land. His name, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona. His reign, almost 65 years. His legacy, a modernized crown, a globalized culture, and an unwavering voice for truth. Born 10th of May 1934 into the royal house of Anikinaya to Prince Rufai Adetona Adeleke and Ajibabi Adetona Ne Onashile, Sikiru Kayode Adetona's royal destiny was set early. He attended Baptist School, Ereko, in 1943, Ogbere United Primary School, and Ansarudin School, Ijebu-Ode, before enrolling at Oluiwa College, now Adeola Odutola College, from 1951 to 1956. He later worked briefly in the audit department of the Western region in Ibadan, before leaving for the United Kingdoms in 1958 to study accountancy. But history had other plans. On the 2nd of April 1960, he was installed as the 58th Awujale of Ijebu land. taking the regnal name Ogbagba Agbotewole II. Young, confident, and stepping into leadership just as the new Nigeria was emerging, marking the beginning of one of the longest and the most consequential reigns in Nigeria's history. Despite his demanding role, Oba Adetona maintained close family ties. He was married and blessed with children, who were raised in the blend of royal tradition and modern education that defined his worldview. Known to be a devoted family man, he valued privacy in personal matters, but ensured his children had opportunities for education both within and outside Nigeria. Socially, he was at ease in multiple wards, equally comfortable in palace courts, university lecture halls, diplomatic gatherings, or informal community events. He cultivated friendships across business, politics, and academia, yet was deeply rooted in his hometown, often mingling with his people during festivals and communal projects. The coup that saved a king. But destiny tested him. In the early 1980s, a government commission of inquiry moved against him. Suspension and deposition loomed. The order was to take effect in early 1984. Then came 31st December 1983. A military coup swept away the civilian administration, and with it, the threat to his throne. The Awujale returned more respected, more resolute. Beyond royal ceremonies, Oba Adetona built a reputation as a monarch unafraid to challenge authority. He spoke plainly on governance, justice, and public accountability. In 2016, he institutionalized those ideas by endowing a 250 million naira professorial chair in governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, OOU, the first of its kind by a Nigerian traditional ruler. It was a deliberate investment in shaping ethical leadership for generations to come. The Oju Dioba Festival long predicted his reign, but under Adetona, it became an international spectacle, a celebration of Ijebu identity, Yoruba elegance, interfaith harmony, and cultural soft power. It drew politicians, captains of industry, global tourists, and the diaspora to Ijebu each year, making it both a cultural statement and an economic engine. Adetona presided over a kingdom of religious plurality, Islam, Christianity, and traditional worship, often using his platform to advocate tolerance. Though a devout Muslim and president of the United Muslim Council, he regularly attended Christian events and encouraged interfaith harmony. And now, the final chapter. On 13th July 2025, Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona Ogbagba Agbotewole II passed away at the age of 91. He was buried according to Ijebu customs in solemn rites, shielded from public view. Attention now turns to succession and the weight of following one of Nigeria's longest-serving traditional rulers. Oba Sikiru Kayode Adetona reigned across 3 Nigerias: the colonial twilight, the start of military rule, and the promises and failures of democracy. He proved that a throne could be modern without losing its roots, bold without losing its identity, and proud without closing its doors. His voice will echo in the university lectures he inspired, the festival he globalized, the cultural pride he nurtured. and in the personal values he instilled in his family. As Ijebuland turns the page, one question lingers: whether or not the next Awujale will match relevance with integrity and tradition with transformation, following the path of the past hero. Grace Komolafe, SOUQ Perspective.
Thank you so much. I think the bill is a good one for Nigeria. And I think that the bill will be a catalyst for business to thrive in Nigeria. So my position and my perspective to the bill would be that it will be a very positive one for Nigeria going forward. If eventually the bill scales through the legislative processes and it have actually eventually become a law. So that would be my position. Thank you. Yeah, the bill will help business in different areas. Let me mention, for instance, the payee is part of cost for a business. It's part of staff cost. And for especially small businesses, which are the major backbone of the economy, the bill is proposing a reduction, that is proposing tax exemption for some category of lower staff cadre, which in essence is a cost reduction for businesses. So by that, it will help the business to thrive. Also, many people will come, by virtue of that, employ more people, which will bring a robust activity for the economy. And at the same time, there's some category of people that their tax will also be reduced compared to what is currently in operation. So it is a positive atmosphere for business. And when you look at it from the perspective of VAT too, you also see that there's going to be zero tax on some product. There's also going to be a tax exempt on some products, especially for masses, people, low income earner. So some certain products, there's going to be exemption. There's some certain product that's going to be zero tax related. So by that, it will bring a more robust business activity. So by it, and then it will have positive effect on business and economy in general. Yeah, the argument is important. It's very, very important. But when you look at it, fix the small business, it will encourage more small business. And also, even the 50 million turnover is not a small thing for business, though it is still small relatively to the economic activity. But it is a plus, right? And again, for business that their activity are more than 50 million, then it's good that they should pay tax and contribute little as company income tax back to the economy. Now, if their taxes are used judiciously, then it will bring more infrastructure to the economy. Then there will be development in the country. Then we'll also be able to look at the advanced country. We envy them, we look at them that there are infrastructures in places, then these things are not cheap. They are not cheap. So, but the main focus for now is that is in a positive trend. It's a positive trend. I encourage that the bill should be passed and the implementation then should be followed up so that it will bring a positive effect to the economic generally and the business will thrive going forward. well, I don't see disadvantage, but I see challenge. Okay. Yeah, one of the things is that naturally, human beings were adverse to change. So if something is bringing a change, especially when you want to take us out of a comfort zone, we may not want to willingly agree with it. But for me, I think the positive and the benefits outweigh whatever probably challenge or the disadvantage we may envisage. So I still strongly believe that the bill is in the right direction for us. Okay, I think from the angle of the value-added tax, what I would like to say in that area is that it will help the lower-income earners, because, like I mentioned earlier, that there's some products that's going to be zero rated, which means that there is not going to be tax VAT on them. There are some that are totally tax VAT exempted. So, which means that, and these products, they are products that are commonly, they are everybody really, but more of a masses low-income earner will not, with the VAT that will have been paid on it will have been an impact on them, then it's taking off. So I think from that perspective is also a good and a welcome one. And it compared to what was proposed before, a general increase in the VAT rates across board. So this one is narrow it down to a particular area. So wherein it also exempt or puts zero rated on some products that are commonly used by the masses. So it's a positive direction. It's a good one. Yeah, okay. One, from the tax perspective, one of the very good things about this bill is that it allows that you claim input VAT. VAT is what you sell, what you buy. So the net effect of it is what you remit. Then this bill also helps to claim some expenses which currently is not in operation. So it's a positive one. Then again, you mentioned the increase in the VAT going forward. Well, let's appreciate that the increase is going to be gradual. That's one. Then two, let's also remember that the VAT, some of these products, they are not going to be with VAT again. That with common people like me and you, transport, there's not going to be VAT on it. Rent, no VAT on it. Food item, no VAT on it any longer. And many more. Health, no VAT on it any longer. So you can see that the VAT is going to be increased gradually, but it's not across board. So those basic that we know is every day is already been taken care of. So I think it should give it to the people that.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it. And business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWash Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.